Farming Life in Another World. Volume 11, by Kinosuke Nato, translated by SHM Trans, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 488, Field Expansion and Shorty Angel. I will expand the field to the east of the village. It is for the raw materials needed by the stores in Village 5. It will be a little hard, but only this time. I'm working with Michael-san's Goron company so that we can secure raw materials from other places. If we don't purchase raw materials from other places, if something were to happen to me, we'll be in trouble. It is an if I fall, everything else will follow kind of management. There is manpower that can't be replaced, so I'm changing the management type a little bit in order to prevent that. When I was plowing the field, I saw the children, who were being led by Ursa, moving towards the dungeon. Ursa, Alfred, Taisel, Nut, Ririus, Riguru, Rat, Torin, Hyakiro, and Gyuraru. The children are being followed by Hakurin and 3 Oni maids. Also, there are around 20 lizardmen behind the Oni maids. Are they their escorts? No, they are lizardmen hatchlings. I can tell by how they walk. If they are adult lizardmen escorts, they would be marching more in sync. The hatchlings are not that uniform in movement, but I can see that they are trying hard. Are they walking like that to practice? You're only going to play, so you should relax more. The purpose of their group is not the dungeon, but the teleportation gate to Village 5 deep in the dungeon. This morning, Alfred asks me to let the children go to the event facility at the foot of Village 5. It seems like there's an event for children. It was rare for Alfred to ask me something, so I happily gave my permission. Though the children had a little problem in Village 5 before, I don't think it will be good to just let them stay in the village because of it. If they are interested in going outside, then please look around more. I wanted to accompany them but asked Hakurin and the Oni maids to go with them instead. I would be glad to go with them, but I still have to expand the field. Regrettable. As for trouble, they are children. It is normal for them to get in trouble. However, I believe that they will come home safely. The spearhead Ursa noticed me, so I waved my hand to greet them. Enjoy your outing. The event facility that the children will be going to is a facility that I prepared as an apology for troubling the guards during the children's trouble a little while ago. It's an urban field of a survival game. I ordered that to be constructed in a city-like manner where the guards can practice urban warfare without troubling the residents. The buildings on that field were supposed to be simple buildings, but major carpenters of Village 5 competed against each other, so every building became high-quality buildings. In case of emergency, they can even be used as shelters. Well, if someone were to really use them, I won't mind. The Village 5's guards were very pleased. Speaking of which, when the event facility was completed, I asked Pirika to not only train in combat, but also fire drill. Fire drill? Do you think I'm joking? I'm sorry, but I'm not. When the fire drill started, the villagers started to participate more and more that it started to be a place where you can play a game. It even became crowded. Because of that, I think that the noodle shop Bratoa, which is near the event facility, has become the most popular newly opened store. Next to the event facility is a baseball field. Noodle shop Bratoa. Bratoa is Glatt's family name. This store was built with the idea of not selling sweets because of raw material shortage, so I asked Glatz and Renana, who happened to be nearby that time, for ideas. Glatz immediately said ramen store. Since the two are going to get married, I will name the store after them as a wedding gift. Glatz was happy and said that it should be Noodle Shop Renana, but Renana was embarrassed, so it became Noodle Shop Bratoa. I asked first if it is okay to use a noble's family name, but there's no problem because the patriarch himself, Glatz, permitted it. When he heard about it, Beazle got jealous. Beazle's family name is Chrome. Should I open Noodle Shop Chrome somewhere? No, we're talking about Beazle, so he'll definitely name it after his granddaughter. It will be Noodle Shop Freysia. Not bad. Ma, it's impossible to open a new store for a while though. Afternoon. The field expansion stopped since it's break time. I'm not tired because I'm using the aft, but if I plow the field endlessly during summer, it might have an effect on the surrounding. I'm only resting to show that I'm doing things moderately. When I was taking a break, one of the centaurs came to me. Village chief, excuse me, but a trouble has occurred. The trouble seems to have occurred in the residential area. I ride the back of the centaur and go to the scene of the trouble. The scene of the trouble is none other than the world tree. There are several minotaurs and centaurs that are surrounding the world tree. I want to know what happened. A minotaur pointed at something. There was a very big caterpillar, silkworm, around 80 cm. It is on a branch of the world tree and is eating its leaves. This silkworm. It is not a silkworm that pops out from somewhere, but one of the silkworms raised in village 2. When I gave them the leaves of the world tree before, it seemed like it couldn't forget its taste and escaped from their hut in village 2. It seems like it has come to Big Tree Village because of the world tree. How did it travel through the forest? Amazing. It didn't. It attached itself to a centaur that is running back and forth to Big Tree Village. I see, you're smart. I'm sorry. We discovered it late. To think that it has grown this much. I don't mind. Looking at it, it doesn't have that much impact on the world tree. As soon as the silkworm eats a leaf, a new leaf will sprout from the world tree. That's the reason for the delayed discovery. Ah, there's no need to get angry. I'm the reason for this since I'm the one who gave the silkworm a world tree leaf. I don't mind it, but it looks like others do. Lou and Tyr. Earlier, when I gave the leaves of the world tree to the silkworms, their expression was extremely terrible. However, don't get angry with the silkworm. Disposing it is a bit. Look at that big silkworm. It might give you good silk. It might even be a special silk. I somehow managed to calm those two down. However, there are 3 more people who look like they're going to eat someone. Gran Maria, Kirbit, who have just returned, and a shorty angel. These 3 are looking at the big silkworm that's not hesitating to eat the leaves of the world tree. It looks like they can't sort out their emotions. Is this shorty angel Gran Maria's mother? No, she doesn't look like Gran Maria. Is she her little sister? I feel like she looks familiar. I can't remember. Before I can think of the answer, the shorty angel suddenly tears up, foams in her mouth, and faint. It was good that Lou and Tyr are nearby. Chapter 489. The ecology of the silkworm-like creature, and thread ball. The silkworms that I know will molt several times, and when they reach a certain stage, they'll wrap themselves in a cocoon to be a pupa. The cocoon is made of silk thread, and it will punch a hole in the cocoon as the moth emerges. Therefore, in order to secure the silk, it is necessary to boil the pupa inside the cocoon. Of course, the boiled silkworm will die. It might sound cruel, but only a few of them will be left for future breeding. However, silkworms in this world are a little different. They are already making cocoons even before they become pupae. They are molting in cocoons even in their larval state. It will create a cocoon larger than itself and molt in it. After molting, they go out of the cocoon but not by punching a hole. They are leaving in a door made of leaves that they made while making the cocoon. And sericulture is collecting those cocoons to make silk. I don't know why are they ecologically like that. There are monsters and demon beasts in this world after all. They might be doing it in order to molt safely. However, thanks to this ecology, sericulturists in this world don't need to boil them. When the others heard me about boiling them, they were surprised. In any case, each time a larva molts, it will make a cocoon so the productivity seems high, but this world is not that sweet. First of all, they'll have difficulty in making cocoons unless you feed the larva what they like. And they are gluttonous. They need to make cocoons many times. These silkworms also eat other leaves aside from mulberry leaves, so they have individual preferences, and it will be the sericulturist's job to determine what it is. The quality of silk also varies depending on what they eat, so it is also necessary to segregate them. It seems like the quality of silk must be uniform or else it will be difficult to sell, or it might not even sell at all. Sericulturists divide rooms depending on the food they eat, or so I heard. This giant silkworm on the world tree seems to be a little different. First of all, it spits thread to attack. The phoenix chick Aegis tried to catch the giant silkworm, but it was wrapped with silk thread. The silk thread is golden and very beautiful. Aegis cut it with its beak. Ha ha ha, I don't think it's a waste. Aegis is more important. But don't just attack. The giant silkworm did not bother you, right, Aegis? Like the giant silkworm, the eagle has made a nest in the world tree. It's just looking at Aegis with a gentle expression, as if it can't help it. It doesn't seem to be bothered with the giant silkworm. Are you not really bothered? This giant silkworm and the world tree are in a symbiotic relationship. The world tree gives its leaves to the giant silkworm, and in return, the giant silkworm will keep annoying insects away from the world tree. In a sense, the world tree is keeping the giant silkworm. I see. So that's why you're not bothered. When I consented with the eagle, the giant silkworm began to make a silk ball by spitting out thread. It's bigger than a baseball ball. Its size is about the size of a small watermelon. When I was thinking why did it make one, it passed the silk ball to me. I receive the silk ball and look at the giant silkworm. So that is my rent, take it. That's what its eyes are saying, I see. The giant silkworm seems to have a will of its own. Got it, I received your payment. You can stay there, HNN. Behind the giant silkworm are several 10 cm size silkworms. Are they your children? Companions who like the leaves of the world tree. When you grow up, you'll pay with silk too. No, you don't have to overdo it. Rather than that, take care of the world tree. And don't fight with the eagle. The giant silkworm and its companions will do their best to protect the world tree. I told the minotaurs and centaurs that gathered there to dissolve. The silk ball that village chief has, is it gold? It is similar to the thread that the sun god used to make his robe. It's not that same thread, is it? Don't say nonsense. No one has ever seen that thread, right? How can you even think of that? But that's the only thing I can think of given its divinity. It looks like everyone's anxious about the silk ball. I passed it to the minotaurs. It would be great if they can use it as a thread. You can make it into cloth too. And, spiderlings, you don't have to make thread balls too. I know how much you've been helping me so far, so you don't need to give me anything else. Ha ha ha, all right, spiderlings, I'm going to play with you today. The Kuros also gathered. Got it, let's play together. That day I played with the spiderlings and the Kuros. Night, the children have returned. It looks like they have had fun at the event facility of Village 5. They are all excited and their voices are loud. Did you eat over there? You had lunch in Noodle Shop Bratoa and you had dinner at Niz's Alchemete. Why did you bring the children to Niz's Alchemete? They serve alcohol there. You didn't let them drink. Good. There's no problem since they were with 3 Oni maids and Hakurin. What? Here. Well, Gran Maria and Kirbit have returned, and there's a giant silkworm living in the world tree. Also, Gran Maria and Kirbit are with a midget angel. It seems like she has woken up, but her fatigue built up, so let's greet her tomorrow. Maybe because it's summer. The midget angel's name is Suaruru. She's the mother of the twin angels Suaruryu and Suaruku. I thought she looks familiar, so it's because she's the mother of those twins. However, I might sound rude, but she looks like Suaruryu and Suaruku's little sister. To think she's their mother. I've already noticed this with Malbit. It looks like the angels don't grow old. So does Ria's mother, Rigyun. Thinking about it, Ancestor-san too. I think it's not good to judge by appearance, but how do I treat someone who looks so young? Especially Suaruru. She's a midget, so she looks like a little girl. Let's be careful in the future. That night too. Zabuton brought a thread ball to my room. It's as big as a watermelon, and it is pitch black. I feel like it's going to suck me up when I look at it. Zabuton decorated a corner of my room with that thread ball. She's taking the don't say anything unnecessary attitude. Okay, I'll take it. Thanks. She put it in a not outstanding place, but is that okay? Don't you want to make it into a more noticeable decoration? You're leaving it there. Hahaha. After Zabuton left, Lou and Tyr came to my room and were surprised when they saw the thread ball that Zabuton decorated my room with. They said a lot of things seriously, like that magic thread is an embodiment of pure magical power. I'm sorry, but even if you want it, I won't give it to you. I also have to make something as thanks for that thread ball. Other than that thread ball, I only receive things from Zabuton. I want to give her a lot of things, but now I'm scraping wood to make buttons. Normally, I only make simple buttons, but this time, I'm sticking to craftsmanship. Each button is engraved with Zabuton's figure. Please wait a moment until I finish them all. Ah, it looks like they're obsessed with Zabuton's thread ball. I think it's normal. It's a beautiful thread ball after all. Chapter 490. Suaruru's Greeting. Noon. In the dining room of my mansion, Suaruru, the mother of the twin angels Suaruryu and Suaruku, is kneeling on one knee before me. Being able to be gifted with an audience, this lowly one is truly ecstatic. This lowly one is the leader of Royer faction, Suaruru. As far as I remember, I'm supposed to greet Suaruru. Why is it like this? Nice to meet you, no, that is, can't you be friendly? The Oni maids around are also amused, so the atmosphere is not solemn in any way. I'm in the middle of eating. Can you stop kneeling? I'll appreciate it. No need to apologize. I had to ask Suwaruru 3 times before she finally stood up. I finally saw her face. I saw her yesterday, but all I remember is the foam on her face. I'm glad she looks energetic. HNN. Somehow, I feel like she's strangely too energetic. This Suwaruru swear that from this moment, I will dedicate my everything for Hiraku-sama. Now please give me your instruction. Are we going to destroy the demons first? Or the humans? If you destroy both, it might be hard to pass the Hiraku-sama's greatness to the future generation. However, if that's what Hiraku-sama desires, I will not hesitate to do so. Wait a minute. Ado. As if looking at my puzzlement with sympathy, Tyr, Kirbit, and Gran Maria left with Suwaruru. Since my meal is already interrupted, I asked Suwaruru and Suwaruku about their mother. Let us explain to you why our mother is like that. When us angels are still referring to ourselves as godkins, she's the strongest fighter of our whole race before Tyr-sama emerges. Is that so? I heard that she's extremely loyal to our race and shows no mercy to any of her opponents. That's what they say how she is before we were born. Is that so? But why did she say something about destroying the demons and humans? The warrior faction that my mother belongs to is, to put it simply, the angel is a race recognized by God. Wouldn't the world be peaceful and happy if there are only gods and angels? Is their belief. They are recognized as the most radical faction among the angels. They sure are radical. And why is she, the leader of warrior, strangely lifting me up? Rather than lifting, she's worshipping you. Maybe our mother recognized village chief as someone equal to a god. Someone equal to a god, why would she think of that? I don't understand. I'm not a god after all. If she misunderstood something, we should clear it up. I think it's because of the growth of the world tree. The world tree was bestowed to the angels by a god. Even though it hadn't grown until now, the tree suddenly grew as soon as it was passed to village chief. She's probably thinking that only a god can do that. No, that's not my power but the aft's power. The aft is something I received from God, so I guess misunderstanding is unavoidable. Yeah. For the time being, I have no choice but to tell her with sincerity that I'm a normal human. Restart. I apologize for what happened earlier. It seems like I misunderstood something and jumped ahead for some reason. Ew. Even without me persuading her, the misunderstanding has been cleared. Tyr, Kirbit, and Gran Maria worked hard? Thank you. Hiraku-sama is peace-loving. I've acknowledged that. I pledge to annihilate all forces that are hostile to this village. I'm currently ashamed of myself, who's so arrogant to even ask for an order. If I'm not ordered, I have to move voluntarily. Yes, interruption. Tyr, Kirbit, Gran Maria, please. Suwaruru and Suwaruku meeting. What? You'd like to destroy your mother? I heard something heavy. No, we only need to teach her a lesson. Until Tyr-sama became active, she seemed to have been introducing herself as the Angel of Annihilation. Speaking of which, Tyr has that title. Gran Maria, Kudal, and Karon are also called Angels of Holocaust. Thinking about it, those titles sound very dangerous. Seeing how Tyr, Gran Maria, Kudal, and Karon have been living in this village, I would never have thought of them as people with those titles. Anyway, how strong is she? Though they never fought against each other, Tyr-sama is the strongest. With Kirbit, Gran Maria, Kudal, and Karon's support, she's not unbeatable. I see, then let's call Kudal and Karon. No, that. Even if Tyr-sama's group won't do anything, 10 Kuros are enough to take her down. Thinking about it, Tyr was annihilated by the Kuros when she first came here. So, shall we call the Kuros? They're already on standby. All right, with this, Suwaruru will finally be controlled. She scared me when she interrupted my meal a while ago, but let's do our best to persuade her this time. I wonder how Tyr, Kirbit, and Gran Maria are persuading her on their side. Resume. Lord, my great lord, please forgive me for my rudeness. Okay, normal. However, I've already learned earlier. Again, I'm Suwaruru, mother of Suwaruku and Suwaruru. Please take care of me from now on. Likewise, speak more casual. It looks like you're not used to it. Yes, thank you very much. Then, I will speak a little more. She finally was able to talk normally. We talked about how Suwaruru and Suwaruku are doing in this village. The twin answered saying they are doing great. In fact, they are hard workers. They somewhat have a strong will to wait for instruction, but they do what they were told. They are an indispensable force of the village. I even honestly told them that they don't have to work that hard if possible. Suwaruru seems satisfied. Great, by the way, you fainted yesterday. Ah, you were surprised that the world tree is growing, but there are bugs that are eating its leaves. As an angel, you find that unacceptable because God gives you the world tree for you to take care of. Is that so? Ma, that bug, that giant silkworm is similar to a pet for the world tree. It's not an enemy. It is even beneficial to the world tree. Overlook it. Since there's no longer a problem, my greeting with Suwaruru ended. Suwaruru returned to the guest receiving room. The twin, Suwaruru and Suwaruku, accompanied her. It looks like the two of them will serve as guides and lookouts. The angels' village that Malbit and Ruinsha paid for has been completed, but there's no interior decoration yet. It looks like Malbit and Ruinsha will buy from Village 5 when they come back next winter. I felt relieved, but my belly made a sound. Speaking of which, my meal was interrupted. It has completely cooled down, but I should eat them, or it will be a waste. While eating, I asked Tyr, Kirbit, and Gran Maria how they finally solved Suwaruru's misunderstanding. After this, I shouldn't do anything strange in order to further convince her. Village Chief told me that he was pretending to be a human, so he will not be pleased if she would expose him. Hearing Tyr's words, I stopped eating. Kirbit continues. Tyr and Gran Maria had the chance of bearing children of Village Chief. Rather than waging war and disturb him, she should urge Suwaruru and Suwaruku to do their best. I see. That certainly would end the conversation earlier, but that would start a harsher nightlife. Finally, Gran Maria. The army of God can never be defeated. In order to avoid the unlikely event of 1 in a 10,000 defeat, she should train every day instead and wait for the summon. In other words, the three of them did not correct Suwaruru's misunderstanding that I'm a god, and even used that misunderstanding to stop her. I see. No, what I wanted you to do was to convince her that I'm not a god. There's no way we can move a mountain. The three told me so. Are you telling me that Suwaruru's misunderstanding is already as big as a mountain? No, not her but Village Chief's insistence that he's not a god. Gran Maria pointed out the window. You found a village in the middle of the forest of death. That alone is nothing but a work of God, if not a miracle of God. Do you even expect to deceive someone given that obvious evidence? All right, I got it. Ah, sure, but just a confirmation. You believe that I'm human, right? Right, of course. Good. Then, can you tell me the reason why you believe so? Why are you not looking at me? No way, surely you don't believe that I'm pretending to be a human, right? You're only joking, right? Good joke. Ha 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 ha. For a while, I appealed to everyone that I'm human. I want to believe that Bezel, Michael-san, and Dorame really believed me. Chapter 491. A summer day with Suwaruru. I'm plowing the field. Concentrate. Foo-foo. This is the best, calming. Oh, Kuro. Don't just approach me when I'm holding a hoe. You too, spiderlings. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll take a break. The position of the sun has changed already. It seems like I've been plowing for a long time. Break. A little further away, Alfred and the others are playing, so I went there to check on them. When Alfred and the others went to Village 5, they did an escape game at the event facility. It is a riddle-solving escape game. The facility will prepare riddles for children on different escape routes. There should be several groups participating in such events. According to the plan, a group can escape for an hour the fastest, but Alfred's group managed to escape in no time. Because of that, they also participated in the escape game of adults. It looks like the escape game for adults is adopted from what the adventurers encountered in dungeons. Brain is necessary, but power is needed too, and many mysteries are unreasonable. Alfred's group joined 4 other groups in that game, but only one group managed to escape. And it was an adult group that managed to escape. They're amazing. And now, they are training to something that they weren't able to solve. They are training using locks. Have the children never seen a lock? Right, lock is hardly used in this village. The only lock that the village uses is a built-in lock on a door. However, not everyone is using it. We have locks on wine storage, the basement of my mansion, Flora's laboratory. Those are places that children don't go to. Those locks are either made from Howling Village or purchased from the Goron Company. They've never had the chance of unlocking a lock before. The lock that the children are playing with is different from the lock I know of. Ooh, how does this lock work? Will it open if you normally insert a key and turn it? There are 5 keyholes, and it will not open if you don't insert the key the way it's supposed to be. But this one here has no keyholes. Hidden. I have no idea where they are. Ah, this place can be moved. Phew. Array, there's no keyhole even though I moved it. That reminds me there's no key either. Switch, so this one, it doesn't open. Ursa said leave it to her, so I did. Ursa quickly flipped the lock 3 times and the lock opened. How did that happen? I want to disassemble it for further examination. However, it's not good to take away children's stuff, right? Ah, this lock was bought by an Oni maid in Village 5. I see. When I raised my head, I could already see a bunch of mountain elves. Their eyes are full of curiosity and are obviously appealing to me. I understand. Use my money, buy them in Village 5. The store where you can buy it is Ask the Oni Maid, and don't disassemble it on the spot. I resume my fieldwork. Concentrate. In the forest, a little away from here, Ancestor-san and Suwaruru are fighting. Rotten vampire. Yai Godkin. Concentrate, don't mind them. Tyr and Lu should be around so everything is okay. I stopped working because the sun was about to go down. Ancestor-san and Suwaruru, who had been fighting each other, are getting along well. Hiraku-sama is a god. Village chief is a god's familiar. No one can change my mind on that. Neither Lu nor Tyr is here, so I guess it's okay. I did not hear what they were talking about. Dinner time. From the Sun Castle or Village 4, Gu came over. I thought something had happened, but Gu's purpose was Suwaruru. Suwaruru-sama, it has been a long time. Yeah, it has been 600 years. Suwaruru knew the Sun Castle. It seems like she lived there for some time. So, why are you here? Do you want to see me? Yes, currently the Sun Castle has changed its name to Village 4. It is being ruled by Village Chief Hiraku, who's currently here. I thought of informing you that. Rest assured. I already heard it from Malbit and Ruintia. I don't want the Sun Castle now since Hiraku-sama is, excuse me, since it is already under the rule of Village Chief. I'm Village Chief's follower Desu. I'm relieved to hear those words. By the way, do you still have fuel? I remember when I was still staying there, you said that there's a severe fuel problem. Though I don't want the Sun Castle, it is under Village Chief's rule, so I will not let it fall. Rest assured. Village Chief gave us enough fuel to keep flying for 1,000,000 years. As expected of Village Chief. Yes, as expected of Village Chief Desu. Ah, you two. Since they are eating with me, should I say something? Night. I play with the lock that the mountain elves bought until it was time to take a bath. I studied it in various ways. For the time being, I will copy this lock using wood. This is the lock that Ursa turned over and opened during the day. Ah, is there an iron ball moving inside? I see. However, if you install this to a door, you can't turn it over, right? Also, it shouldn't just be turned over, it should also be moved to the left and right. It looks like the store already noted when the lock was bought. This is something that shouldn't be used in a door. Well, this is only a sample, and I should be more open-minded about the use of technology. But this is quite interesting. How about using it on a treasure chest instead of the usual lock? A treasure chest without a keyhole. Once completed, let's have the event facility in Village 5 use it. When I was working. In the guest receiving space, Suwaruru was holding Cat on her lap while drinking alcohol with wine slime. I see. I finally understand the reason why Malbit and Ruintia want to abandon the village. What are you saying, Mother? Didn't you say you're going home? Upon hearing Suwaruru's question, Suwaruru thinks a little. I would like to stay here as his follower, until you receive some kind of grace from Village Chief. Suwaruru immediately told me her mother's words. Do you want her to go home that much? Well, it's fine. However, you must think about it carefully first. It is a serious matter, so you shouldn't do it just because you were induced to do so. Chapter 492. Environment for drinking alcohol. The dwarves are always working hard to make alcohol, but it is not limited to that. They are also constantly studying how to enjoy alcohol more. It is natural for them to make alcohol more delicious, but they don't have to study how to make food that is good to eat along with alcohol. Because of that, I opened a new stage for them. The taste changes depending on the environment where you drink alcohol. I was wondering, why aren't you making a place that especially for that purpose? Donovan looked at me with a very surprised expression. No, you don't have to be that surprised. It is similar to a banquet. There will be individual differences, but think about this. Between a dirty room and a beautiful room, wouldn't drinking taste better in the beautiful room? How about between a beautiful room and outdoor? Temperature and humidity will affect the drinking environment a little, but I think it will be better to drink in a natural environment. A banquet is the result of creating an environment where many people can drink. For people who like to drink with others, a banquet will make the alcohol taste better. On the contrary, for those who want to drink quietly alone, that will be a bad environment. This time, the environment I prepared is the universal ship. We prepared the drinking place on the deck. The concept is to drink alcohol while feeling the wind of the broad sky aboard the universal ship on a hot summer day. You can imagine it like a cruise ship or a beer garden. Well, there is a protective magic on the universal ship, so I think we can enjoy the atmosphere without being hampered by the wind. I consult the crew of the universal ship to determine the space. We arrange a long table and chairs there. Since it will be a night flight, I was thinking about what to do with lighting, but Lou took care of it with magic. Thank you. I asked the dwarves for the alcohol and the Oni maids for food. I'm planning to go after dinner, so I don't think we need plenty of food, but just in case. I was thinking that only adults will go since it will be a night of drinking, but we made a space for children because I lost to their stares. We also prepared rooms for children when they feel sleepy. The Kuros and the Spiderlings defeated me with their stares too, so there are also spaces for them. I only thought of using the deck of the ship, but now I decided to use inboard too. I only intended to go with my family, but the Demon King, Bezel, Dors, Jurar, Dorame, Ancestor-san, and Suwaruru are already waiting. Well, they are like my relatives, so it's okay, maybe. I heard that Yauko, the Holy Maiden Cells, and Yuri will also participate. When they finish their work in Village 5, they plan to immediately come back. Though a lot of villagers want to participate, we can't have everyone ride the ship. Because of that, we decided that we'll fly several times. I just wanted to experience riding a cruise ship once. Night, everyone has to properly eat dinner. There's a limit to the amount of food we can bring on board. Then the first flight of the night started. According to schedule, every flight will last for 2 HRS. A few words first before the toast as a greeting. Absolutely don't fall. Even if you don't fall, if someone were to act dangerously, that person will be banned from coming next time. Now, Kanpai, morning, I drank last night. I drank too much. It seems like I was swept by the atmosphere. My memory is vague. Did I do something dangerous? If I was not careful and did something dangerous, it is not a laughing matter. Then, I recall. Yeah, I drank alcohol. We drank noisily. The children had juice. Hakurin and the Oni maids, Anne and Ramurias, are watching over them so they are safe. The Fairy Queen also played with the children. The adults were drinking alcohol while enjoying the night sky. Several harpies are flying around the universal ship as precaution against both enemy and someone falling. Thank you. At the center are several people performing. Right, Suwaruru and Suwaruku appeared with towels around their stomach. We are pregnant. When they said that, Suwaruru immediately drank heavily. Did she believe them, or was she surprised by her daughter's eccentric conduct? On the bow of the universal ship, Kuro and Yuki are looking at the night sky side by side. The atmosphere between them is great. The Spiderlings are hanging on the sails of the universal ship. They are okay since they won't be pushed out by the wind. This ship is protected by magic. The Spiderlings gathered and made an image on the sail. That's awesome. Yeah, it looks like I didn't do anything unacceptable. Are, strange, why am I in Village 4 now? The universal ship is also anchored here. Looking around, the people who were on the universal ship, along with the villagers of Village 4, are drunk. Belle, Gu, and Kyuzuden are also wasted. Ugh. Did I get drunk so much that I told them to charge to Village 4? I asked Yauko, who's not wasted and even still drinking. Since the food ran out in the middle, it has been decided to resupply at Village 4 since it was nearby that time. I see. After arriving at Village 4, we started a banquet since this place is similar to the universal ship. I remember you saying that. Why don't I remember anything you just said? There's no point thinking about it. Let's refrain from drinking for now, and even if I have to drink, I shouldn't drink much. This is for the best. I apologize to Bell, Gu, and Kyuzuden. You had fun since Village 4 has very little experience in having a fancy banquet. Great, I have the alcohol and food that was used to be replenished later. Oni maids, I apologize, I left all the cooking to you. And Donovan, what's with drinking while watching the sunrise? It's the best, really. I've already enjoyed the night drinking, so no. Let's get back to the village now. The villagers are probably worried. Since then, for several days. There's a night flight banquet every night at the Universal ship. Those who have yet to participate are prioritized. I'm also always present, but I refrained from drinking alcohol. And the dwarves became obsessed with creating the environment for drinking alcohol. There is no such thing as an annoying place. There is no such thing as a dangerous place. I think their passion is good, but drinking at the top of a tree is dangerous. You'll fall once you get drunk. Boats started to float at the reservoir too. I think it will definitely turn over. I don't dislike it though. How about thinking about the interior of stores that serve alcohol? Why don't you try that? I tried my best to correct the direction of ideas of the dwarves. Chapter 493. Straw Hat and Raz Maria. I heard from the lizard men that there's some sort of fish that was entering the reservoir. It's not a big type of fish, just a 10 cm one. I rowed a boat on the reservoir with my fishing tool. Since it's still hot, I didn't forget to wear a straw hat. This straw hat was made by a villager. It has improved a lot. Kuro accompanied me, and he too is wearing a straw hat. Compared to the straw hat that was made by Village 1 villagers, this is somewhat not that pleasing, but I don't mind. Have I been here for 2 hours? Not even a nibble. How about I ask the pond turtle living in the reservoir to drive the fish to me? No, that's pointless. There should be fishes, right? Good, it's enough to know that there are. Kuro, who has been riding the boat with me, is already sleeping. Yeah, that's fine. If he's also awake and waiting for a bite, it would only add up to my pressure. Evening. Don't ask me anything related to fishing. Refresh. It's great that I was able to refresh. I'm not frustrated. And I won't use the aft just for that. For now, let's make a new pole. I think it would be good to make different kinds of hooks too. There's no response after all. There's no problem with the bait, right? According to the pond turtle, the fishes are devouring the baits that are not in a hook. How about the thread? No, this thread is made by Zabuton. There shouldn't be any problem. Before I used it, Zabuton attached a fishing hook with bait to the thread and easily caught one. As for others, Kuro is only sleeping there, so there's no problem with him too. Ah, I forgot to get the straw hat from him. Ha ha ha. His horn struck the straw hat. I'll fix it. No, I'll make this straw hat as Kuro's exclusive straw hat. I'll put it at the entrance of the mansion so he can wear it when the sun is too bright. Even though I said that, it's not like he can wear it himself. HNN? Red armor and white armor, who's guarding the entrance of my mansion, raise their legs. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. I'll make little straw hats for the two of you, some other time. I feel the gaze of the Kuros and Spiderlings. For everyone, impossible. We have materials, but we don't have time. Summer will end soon. It can't be helped. Let's make straw hats for your common use. Don't fight over them. Ha ha ha. Night, Lou and Tyr asked for straw hats for the children. No, why don't you ask Village 1 for that? They want the ones I made. I can't say no. I'll work hard. It was decided to hold a festival in Village 5. It is a village founding festival, but not similar to the country founding festival. According to Yauko, it is the festival to praise the village chief, me. The villagers of Village 5 thought of it themselves, so she permitted them to do so. They are also making a statue of me. They will be making a portable shrine for it and carry it around Village 5. I wonder if I should ask them to replace my statue with the god of creation or the farming god. I'll carve it for them. I'll do what it takes to carve them. Ancestor-san, go over there for a while. The result. My statue was made by Village 5's villagers. I decided to make statues of the god of creation and the farming goddess so that it won't stand out. However, I think now that it would be better if it is only my statue. I mean, why should I even be lined up with gods in the first place? Isn't that disrespectful? The holy maiden cells said that there's no problem, but I think you should treat the gods better. There will be differences with the portable shrines because of that. I also made Yaoko's statue. Her statue is in her human form, but it also has her nine tails form sitting behind it. Upon seeing it, Yaoko laughed. She said that I beautify it too much. Hito, Yaoko's daughter, is really fond of it. Well, this is Yaoko's statue after all. However, it is too big, so it is impossible to put it on a portable shrine. Miscalculation. I shouldn't have made a life-size statue of human Yaoko. Because of that, I made the Nine Tails version life-size too. I made it with lots of effort, so let's display it in front of Yaoko's mansion in Village 5. After the festival, I plan to decorate it near the teleportation gate of Village 5. I showed up at the last part of the festival. I wore Zabuton-made clothes and had a speech in front of the villagers. It was written by the civil servant girls, so I didn't have a hard time thinking of something to say. Though I was nervous to speak to a large number of people, it ended safely. Thus, the festival ended with my speech, but the banquet will continue till night. It was lively. Around the time where we're supposed to start the summer harvest, a visitor arrives. Angel Razmaria. My first impression of her: gorgeous hair, beautiful chest, calm demeanor, soft smile and words. Rather than an angel, she's more of a goddess. She's Gran Maria's mother. Immediately after greeting me, she started a battle with Sururu. That's not so goddess-like. Last spring, after sending Malbit and Ruintia back, Gran Maria went to her mother to report that she had given birth to Rose Maria. She should have come back with her, but it was Suaruru who came with them. I was overwhelmed by Suaruru's impact, so I wasn't able to hear what happened there until now. Mother seems to have pressed an errand to Raz Maria. Suaruru and Suaruku were the ones who told me that. It looks like she had Raz Maria accompany her to attend a certain festival of a certain country that Suaruru's supposed to handle at the beginning of the year. In the middle of the festival, Suaruru escaped. Gran Maria, who was helping with Malbit's work back in the Angels' village, was forced by her to take her to Big Tree Village. She has left Raz Maria, who has no choice but to stay until the end of the festival, as well as no guide that can take her to Big Tree Village. After her battle with Suaruru, Raz Maria's brunt was directed to Gran Maria and Kirbit. Did you two think that I will just let you go? Though they did not fight, her smile made Gran Maria and Kirbit scared. However, what happened to Suaruru? Wasn't she the strongest before Tyr claimed that title? I guess she can't beat the power of, I want to see my granddaughter. That might be the case, so she should properly apologize. Gran Maria let Raz Maria hold Rose Maria. The one who guided Raz Maria here is none other than Malbit. Isn't it still early for you to come? That's a nice smile, but won't you be scolded by Ruintia later? You'll think about it later? I don't mind, but when the time comes, don't ask for help. Ha ha ha, for the time being, help us with harvest, don't complain. Even Doraim helps me by harvesting radish. Suaruru, she's helping us too. Look at the carrots over there. Those are harvested by Suaruru herself. I'm not lying. Hey, Suaruru, it looks like you've recovered, tell her. Village chief is a god. No, that's not what I ask you to tell her. Malbit, I don't know why you look so convinced, but don't just nod. Chapter 494. Looking back on summer. While plowing the field for autumn, I'm also looking back at what happened this summer, including the stores in Village 5. The summer festival of Big Tree Village was thrown to the civil servant girls as usual. This year's festival is a music festival. Whether it was singing, playing an instrument, or even making a sound, you can do it. It will be for the judges to decide whether your concept of music will win. The winner was the Phoenix chick Aegis, who sang, I never thought that Aegis had such a great skill. No one doubted his victory. Lou, who's a judge like me, was muttering something about the cry of life. I know how she feels. The moment I heard Aegis, I couldn't help but remember when Alfred was born. The cow's performance is also precious. The cows formed a line and made a comical song with their moo, and one of them sounds like a rapper. Aside from that, there's also the musical of the Spiderlings and the howl choir of the Kuros. The performance of the High Elves is superb as always, but everyone's already used to listening to their music whenever there's an event. We're waiting for their new songs. In addition to the festival, there's also Gulf's Riot. Since an adventurers guild was founded in Village 5, Gulf was able to work regularly as an adventurer. His registration as an adventurer was cancelled due to a certain period of inactivity. However, Gulf was pleased because he wanted to start over from scratch. I think it is a bit harsh to cancel the registration because of inactivity, but the Adventurers Guild must guarantee the identity of the adventurers, so they won't let those who are not doing adventurers' job be adventurers in name. Also, even if he's not working as an adventurer, he's still reporting his whereabouts to them, which is already a good deal of concession. If it only ended like that, it would have been great, but the Adventurers Guild of Shashato City doesn't seem to agree. Gulf had re-registered in the Adventurers Guild of Shashato City and restarted his adventurer activities there. He's active in Shashato City until the Adventurers Guild in Village 5 was built. Gulf seems to be an exceptional adventurer. Because of that, the Adventurers Guild of Shashato City was greatly promoting Gulf. However, when the Adventurers Guild in Village 5 was built, Gulf began to go there to report and rarely show up in Shashato City. Then, the Adventurers Guild of Shashato City, which has been promoting that they have Gulf, was in trouble and even began a plan to have Shashato City be renamed as Gulf City to have him return. The Adventurers Guild of Village 5 sensed their movement and orchestrated Gulf in order for him to not go to Shashato City. In the end, the Adventurers Guild of Shashato City has come to the Adventurers Guild in Village 5 for a duel. It became a group battle. A 10 versus 10 battle was held at the event facility at the foot of Village 5, and it seems like it has become well known. The result was the victory of 5 guards that suddenly broke into their duel. The White Silver Knight and the Red Iron were among the 5, and I heard they overwhelmed them. When the match was over, Gulf finally spoke. I am a guard of the village chief of this village. It is impossible for me to go to Shashato City. It was a great victory for the Adventurers Guild of Village 5. No, well, there wasn't even the need to duel from the beginning. It all happened because Gulf did not make things clear. However, no one can blame him for his delayed response. That's because his first grandchild was born. His first grandchild is a girl. A granddaughter. He's been taking care of his granddaughter every day until his son's wife recovered from the fatigue caused by childbirth. That time, his mouth slipped saying he's 1,000 times happier compared to the time when his son was born and had a big fight with his wife. Well, even though Gulf's wife also thinks that their granddaughter is cute, she did not like it when her husband is happier compared to the birth of his own son. I ended up going in between them. It is normal to be upset with each other from time to time. By the way, about the Adventurers Guild, you better go there before it escalates more. No, it's not entirely your fault. Right, the pool. Though the pool was opened like usual this year, it is Suwaruru's first time. And Raz Maria also came over later. Malbit already knew about the pool, but it was her first time coming over in summer. She's so excited that you wouldn't think of her as a mother with an adult daughter. I look at them enjoying it. While I'm doing that, I was caught by the three's daughters, Gran Maria, Kirbit, Suwaruru, and Suwaruku. Ahahaha. You look great too. HNN, I'm only staring at Raz Maria's chest. That's not true. Absolutely. Please stop your dishonorable suspicion. I guess I will have it hard later. As for other things that happened this summer, the Fairy Queen's case. The Fairy Queen prefers sweets, but that doesn't mean that she can't eat anything other than sweets. She rarely eats them. The case started with the hamburgers made for children. Seeing the children eating it happily, the Fairy Queen got curious and requested a hamburger too. At that time, the number of hamburgers is the same as the number of children, so the Oni maid had to rush to make a hamburger for her. That's where a mistake was made. The children's hamburger had cheese in it. The Fairy Queen's hamburger doesn't have one. She might not have noticed it if no one pointed it out, but the children said, "The cheese in this hamburger is delicious." The Fairy Queen quietly checks her hamburger, which is already half eaten. She was silent and became super sulky. I won't mind if she goes somewhere and sulks however she wants, but she sulks in front of me. As expected, keeping her company all the time will be a hindrance. Let's have a sweets day. She'll be lonely if she's alone, so I called the children. When the Fairy Queen's mood was restored, I told her to apologize to the Oni maid who made the hamburger. Although she forgot to put cheese, she made it especially for you. Never forget to show gratitude. So those things happened, huh? There are various things that happened, but they are surprisingly few. That means it's peaceful. That's great. Now, Jurar, I'll be troubled if you stand in the way. Jurar said that her wife wants to see Gyuraru. I won't stop you, so just take Gyuraru home. I know that she doesn't want to leave Hikaru, but Hikaru can't leave yet. He's still young. Even if I let him, Raymarin will surely go with him. Ma, Juror said he'll persuade Raymarin. No, I just told you that. Is it impossible to bring your wife here? She's seriously injured that she's unable to move. Why didn't you say that earlier? Can she be treated? Impossible, I shouldn't worry. No, I'm curious. She was injured 500 years ago. It is certainly a major injury, but her life's not in danger. She even gave birth to Gyuraru even in that state. Since you say so, she's probably fine. So, she can't transform into her human form, and that makes it difficult for her to go out. I see. Are you sure it is impossible to treat her? Yeah, if I don't have a leaf of the world tree, there's no way to heal her. Chapter 495. Enemy of God, Gyurand. Jurar's wife came in her dragon form. She's a gigantic dragon, much bigger than Dor's dragon form. The scales covering her body are big, and each of them looks like a sharp black rock. She looks like a moving mountain. Her wings are small and don't suit her gigantic body. No, her wings are still larger compared to Dor's wings. Actually, they are not flying using their wings, so the size of the wings doesn't matter. Her tail is thick and long. It's about 3 times the length of her body. It looks a little unbalanced, but no one would even notice it because Jurar's wife has a more noticeable feature. She has 8 heads. They are connected to her 8 necks, and each of her heads are as scary as the other. I'm sorry for saying this, but if evil or justice will be judged visually, she's definitely evil. If I didn't know that she's Jurar's wife, I wouldn't even think that she's female. Jurar's wife came from the north and passed over the village and landed on the south of the village. It has been a rule that no one can land inside the village. Because of that, I'm also waiting for her in the south of the village. Jurar's wife landed at the south forest, and all the trees that were pressed by her tails broke. One of her heads looked back at the broken trees and had an expression of someone who failed at landing. And the dragon disappeared. One woman appeared. Long black hair, a woman in black dress. Even if she's at a distance, she can be judged as someone beautiful. However, after several steps, the beautiful woman in black dress fell. Grandly. It is obvious if you look at her face. I tried not to look at her face. I leave it to Jurar. I heard that she hadn't transformed into her human form for the last 500 years. She might have forgotten how to properly walk. By the way, Kuro and his pups are standing in front of me. They are wary of Jurar's wife. Their tails are down and their legs are trembling. Thank you, don't overdo it. Spiderlings, you don't have to set up your webs around. She's not an enemy. She's Jurar's wife. Ma, they are probably wary of her because they have been listening to her saga from Dors, Raymarin, Doraim, and Hakurin. Her name is Gyurand. Her title is Enemy of God. If you read the history of this world, you'll absolutely read the name of Dragon Gyurand. Gyurand seems to be younger than Dors and Jurar, but she has more legendary stories than Dors and Jurar combined. Hakurin can also be read as a fearful existence, but compared to Gyurand, Hakurin can be categorized as a normal dragon. The first reason is because she can be talked to. The second reason, like Dors and Raymarin, she's not hated. However, Gyurand is different. She's an existence that rampages everywhere for fun, and she's strong. She's powerful enough that both Dors and Raymarin avoid fighting her. It was 800 years ago when Gyurand was rampaging around. Though she's said to be rampaging around, she's not looking for an enemy, but only attacked just because she feels like it. She causes big damage, but there are almost no person casualties, because everyone can be evacuated in time. There are 2 reasons why she was referred to as Enemy of God. First one is that she has killed armies of challengers. She doesn't chase those who evacuate, but she shows no mercy to those who challenge her. Among the army she destroyed was an army of a religious force that then began calling her Enemy of God. The second reason is the destruction of the World Tree. The World Tree, which is assumed to be the only one in the world, was crushed and burnt by her. As for the reason, it's because it's on her way. The World Tree is said to be a miracle created by a god, and she who destroyed it deserves to be called the Enemy of God. Violence that doesn't even think of anything else. Attacking whatever she sees. That's how Gyurand was evaluated. It was Jurar who stopped her. At that time, Jurar, who's sharp in various meanings, has challenged Gyurond to check if he can beat her. As the result, Jurar and Gyurond got married. Gyurond, who was rumored to be on her way to destroy the world, began to quietly hide in a nest. Since then, Gyurond has never attacked anyone unless her nest was invaded. And 500 years ago, when the threat of Gyurond was forgotten, the heroes targeted her when Jurar was away. Even if they die, they will be resurrected. 14 of them, and 260 companions. Magic weapons were supplied to the group by various powers. Those powers have never forgotten Gyurond's threat. They are armed enough to take down a dragon. When Jurar returned to the nest, 7 heads of Gyurond were crushed and her wings and tails were cut. But Gyurond's still alive. All the heroes who challenged her were annihilated and all their magic weapons were destroyed. The heroes revived, but the countries that sent those heroes are already on the way to receive Jurar's revenge. Jurar's strategy is thoroughly destroying the economic foundation of the heroes while not directly challenging the heroes head-on. His strategy is effective as the heroes' scale of activity has been reduced. Gyurond's threat was forgotten and overtaken by Jurar's threat. By the way, doors arbitrated between the countries that sent the heroes and Jurar. Jurar responded to the arbitration, but that made a rift in his relationship with Doors. Gyurond tried to quietly recover in the nest. If she uses the dragon's regenerative power, she will be able to do so in time. However, after 100 years, only her wings and tails were regenerated and her heads didn't. At that time, Jurar sought the help of the known sage dragon. Only half, the other half was kidnapping. The sage dragon tried every treatment and even used a number of magic and tools, but her heads never regenerated. And finally, when he said that only the leaves of the world tree that Gyurond crushed and burned can heal her, Jurar despaired. Gyurond gave up, saying that it was the result of her own action. When I told him that the world tree is in the village, Jurar's face was mixed with various emotions. After all, after I planted the world tree, Jurar came several times. Didn't you know? He has never seen the world tree, so he thought it was an ordinary tree. I see. For the time being, it seems like he needs 3 leaves of world tree per 1 head. He needs 3 leaves and he wants to regenerate 7 heads, so 21 leaves. She's a dragon, so maybe she needs more. I gave him 100. It seems like he knows how to use it. Jurar took the leaves of the world tree and returned in a hurry. While seeing off Jurar, I took out the aft in hoe form and plowed around the world tree. This is the only way I can thank the world tree, but for some reason, the Nuniudaphnes are envious. But Nuniudaphnes, aren't you staying at the soil that was also plowed by the aft? You should not be envious of other trees. I got a call right away. Gyurond's heads have recovered. You don't have to be that thankful. Doors, Doraim, Hakurin, and Raymarin panicked a little when they heard us. I don't know anything about Gyurond, so they told me about her. After dinner, when I told them about it, Malbit, Suaruru, and Raz Maria panicked a lot. I heard that they had challenged Gyurond when they were still calling themselves godkins. After that, they are also one of the powers that supplied magic weapons to the heroes. I don't want any dispute in the village, so I recommended that we set up a place for reconciliation and try to discuss things there. It seems like they'll be hiding for a while, so Gyurond arrived. It's taking her a lot of effort just to walk. She hasn't arrived before me yet. She got angry when Jurar tried to lift her. Since there's no other way, Zabutin came out. Zabutin quickly went to Gyurond and carried her on her back. Zabutin slowly lowers Gyurond before me. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I'm Gyurond. Please take care of me from now on. Polite greeting. My apologies, but this frugal thing is my greeting gift. This is a handmade goods, but please receive it. It's a long box, it's slightly heavy. I opened the box to check it. There's a very divine sword with a scabbard. Handmade goods. Is Gyurond a blacksmith? That sword was my cut tail. Is that so? I'm troubled with what kind of reaction I should show. For now, I'll just smile. Ado. My apologies for my delayed response. I'm Village Chief Hiraku. I will not refuse Jurar's wife, so if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. After greeting each other, it will be time for the warm reception in my mansion. My apologies, Zabutin. Can you bring Gyurond there? By the way, when I was waiting for Gyurond in the south of the village, Bezel came. No, the enemy of God is revived. She looks like she's going to this village. Beazle said so with a serious expression, but the Gurand he reported is the one I'll greet here. Ah, the usual, hahaha. Beazle was convinced for some reason and went home. What do you mean the usual? I did not know, but it seems like various places panicked when they saw Gurand flying over. There are a lot of people who lived long in the Demon King's kingdom after all. Chapter 496. A few days after I greeted Gurand. 3 days have passed since Gurand arrived in the village. At first, she's kind of nervous, but she's relaxed now. On the first night of Gurand's arrival, the mountain elves built wheelchairs for her who still can't walk properly. One for indoor and one for outdoor. Both are a bit heavy, but it is Jurar who pushes them, so there's no problem. She also seems to love the hot spring when Jurar brought her there on her wheelchair. The two of them went to the hot spring again this morning. For food, she preferred the fanged rabbits and huge boars that were hunted in the forest. She seems to like meat. As for vegetable, Jurar told me that she likes cabbage. She also eats radish and cucumber. She can eat them as long as there's miso. She doesn't drink much alcohol. I thought she doesn't like alcohol, but that's not the case. Gurand seems to like alcohol, but once she gets drunk, she will not be able to maintain her human form. Because of that, in order for her to drink alcohol, we prepared a banquet outside, so there won't be a problem even if she transformed. The wine slime and the dwarves are always on standby. Gurand surprisingly drinks with the dwarves, and when the sun was about to rise, Jurar looked at the sleeping dragon form Gurand, who's still holding alcohol barrels with a gentle expression. She's been injured for a long time. He's glad that there's a world tree here. Story related to the world tree. First, doors. Jurar, I'm sorry. I know that your wife was injured, but I never thought that she needs the leaves of the world tree. Doors knows that there's a world tree in Big Tree Village, so he apologized for that. No, I hid my wife's state too. It's natural that you don't know, don't mind it. Jurar laughs loudly. Gurand hid in the deepest part of the nest, and no one has heard her voice except for Jurar and Guraru. However, even if it is Jurar and Guraru, she won't show herself. It's because her heads were crushed and are rotting. Thanks to the regenerative power of dragons, rotting stopped at her heads, but still, that's not the appearance anyone would want to show her husband and daughter. Gurand laughed as she's telling me that story, but that's kind of heavy. I had trouble replying. Next, the angels Malbit, Suaruru, and Razmaria. The angels considered the world tree sacred, and the one who burned the world tree, Gurand, their mortal enemy. In the past, it seems that they had a lot of gruesome battles. However, the angels stopped getting involved with Gurand because no matter what they do, they can't win against her. Though that's what they declared back then, they were the ones who supplied the heroes with weapons 500 years ago. What's more, they are magic weapons that are particularly effective against dragons. Those are also the cause of Gurand's injuries. Malbit apologizes for that matter as the angel's chief. Gurand also apologized for burning the world tree. Both parties don't seek reparations from each other. I thought my role was over when I arranged their meeting, but I was forced to join because Malbit refused to let my clothes go. Though I also don't think that years of antagonism won't easily disappear. An apology is an important step to make it fade away. I look forward to the future of both parties. For some reason, I managed to say something great. After the apology, Suaruru and Razmaria, who were with Malbit, expressed their gratitude. The thorn that had been stuck in the angels for a long time has been pulled. The three of them are from different factions of the angels, but what had happened is something that the whole angel race would want. They only said this at the end. It was great that Gurand is calm. Similarly, Gurand also expressed her gratitude. She burned the world tree, and the angels picked a fight with her every chance they have. When she apologized to the angels, she felt lighter. She only said this at the end. It was great that the angels are calm. Mama, let's rejoice that they arrived at a mutual compromise. The principle may be different, but it is prohibited to quarrel in Big Tree Village. There's no problem with argument, though. Just don't use violence. And those are the stories related to the world tree. Now, the Big Tree Village is in the mood of welcoming Gurand, especially the civil servant girls and the children. Some of the civil servant girls were happy because they could even hear Gurand's saga from the person herself. When they heard the stories in detail, they became noisy with their historical discovery. As for the children, they were really impressed with Gyuron's dragon form. Amazing, cool. The children did not know how to express their excitement and they were jumping and shouting. Especially Ursa and Hikaru. Their eyes were sparkling. Jurar is very satisfied seeing them like that. Gyurond was a little shy. However, a problem arises. There were two people who were offended because Hikaru praised Gyurond too much. Reimarin, Hikaru's grandmother, and Gyuraru, Hikaru's wife candidate. At first, Reimarin smiles at Hikaru, who's surprised by Gyurond, but before she knows it, she's already thinking that she's trying to get Hikaru's attention by transforming into a dragon. As for Gyuraru, she's happy that her mother is being praised, but now she's looking at her mother with scary eyes. That's not how you should look at your mother. It's clearly the eyes one gives to a love rival. How about Hikaru's mother, Hakurin? Is she all right? You're fine since you have me. I'm glad, but Hikaru, at the end of the day, he'll surely return to his mother. I see. If he doesn't, you'll probably sulk. No, I should say something ominous. Anyway, it will be a problem since it is about to develop into an irregular tag battle between Gyurond versus Reimarin and Gyuraru. Can you please not fight in your dragon form? You'll break a lot of things. I was asked by both Doors and Jurar, so I stopped them by throwing the aft in spear form in the middle of both parties. The three finally calmed down and even showed me that they are shoulder to shoulder close. No, you don't have to show it to me. It is okay as long as you get along. And Hikaru, you're still a child, so it can't be helped, but it is important to know your limit in praising the opposite sex. It's going to cause a lot of trouble. When you grow up a little more, I'll teach you more about it. Ah, it's important, something really important. Of course, you too, Alfred, Ririus, Riguru, Rat, and Taurine. Ursa, don't even try. You can't just cut someone's head because there are 8 of them. After talking to Gyurond, I was able to solve several of my questions. What I'm curious about is when Gyurond was in her dragon form, she had 8 heads, but did she have 8 personalities? I wonder. She has 8 personalities. However, she has one main personality, and the remaining 7 are subpersonalities. Her subpersonalities are controlled by her main personality and in some cases can be integrated. The same is true even in her human form. However, in her current state, she only has one personality since all others are resting. It seems like her body can't move well because her other personalities are resting. I heard that she finds it hard just to fly to this village. Ma, I heard that she'll get used to it after 10 or so years. She also blocked those personalities of her when she started her relationship with Jurar. The one who gained the most in talking with Gyurond is the Demon King. Gyurond Dono, so you're saying that word alone is dissatisfying? Of course. It is great to hear about the good scenery and the delicious food, but after all, it is nothing but a story. Moo. Then my wife is. She never says she's dissatisfied, but that's what she thinks. Is that so? The Demon King seems to have promised his wife that he'll never let her get involved in politics when they got married. Because of that, he hasn't brought her wife to this village yet. Is it political to bring someone to this village? Well, she's the wife of the Demon King, so she's basically the queen. If a queen is to visit, it might become political. I invited her several times, but I never get a good reply. Even if she refuses, sometimes, you have to use force to bring someone out. Hearing Gyurond, the Demon King fell into deep contemplation. Then, he began to plan with Beazle on how to take her wife here. I heard from the Beast Boys, who are going to the school of the Demon King's kingdom, that the principal is the wife of the Demon King. You're only going to play together in your spare time, so it's definitely not related to politics. That said, he might be able to convince her now. When the Demon King was contemplating from Gyurond's words, Jurar, who was listening, was upset. He whispered to Gyurond, should I have taken you out by force? Phew fufu. Didn't you use that method to bring me here? Right, hehehehe. It's good to see that their relationship as a couple is good. Gyuraru is already big, so you don't need to hold back. How can a child not obstruct the parents? Well, a child is never an obstruction. Thought it might be a little troublesome in the middle of the night. No, nothing. It's safe, so go now. Chapter 497. Gyuron Scale. Gyuron scales are like black rocks. The height and width of one of them should be around 3 to 4 meters. The thickness is around 1 meter or looks like that. It's around 80 cm. Big and hard. Super hard. No, Hakurin, you don't have to compete. Raymarin, don't bring your scales too. Ado, there are already 200 pieces of big and hard scales of Gurand here after all. They are all before me. It seems like they are expensive. At first, they were supposed to be payment for the world tree leaves that Gurand used for her to be cured, but I declined. I know how she feels. I was so sick before too, and it's really painful not to be able to move. If I hear someone can't move because of injury, I can't just leave that person alone. Also, even if I receive those, it's not like I can feed those to the silkworms. Therefore, I declined. You should not be thankful of me, but to the angels who protected the world tree sapling. I just took those leaves from the tree after all. Seeing that I declined, Gurand and Jurar changed their ideas. It's going to be the martial arts tournament soon, and they are still staying in the village. So they said those are payments for staying. If that is the case, then I'll take them. My problem now is how do I use them? The warehouse of the village is already overflowing with dragon scales. Every year, a new warehouse needs to be built. I have to do something about it soon. I have been taught that dragon scales are valuable, and it will be rude for me to throw Gurand's scale since it's her payment for staying in the village. I have to use it somehow. I gave 10 pieces to Beazle and have him donated to the school where the Beast Boys are attending. It will take time to cash in. It's too expensive, so there are only a limited number of people that can buy them. Ma, I see. You can take some commission, so please take care of it. Ah, you can only carry them one by one? Sorry, let me help you. 10 to Lou, you don't have any way of cashing it. Why don't you ask Michael-san? 1 piece might be the limit? I see. Then, 1 piece. Donate it to the Ifra school in Shashato City. I thought of Yauko, but she already escaped. It seems like the operating expenses of Village 5 is sufficient. In addition, there's also no way to cash it. Don't Village 5 have merchants? Impossible. I'm the only one who has the ability to buy a scale? Really? Regrettable. If there's no way to cash it, then let's just use them as materials. After I choose you, I processed Gurand's scale and tried making a kitchen knife. Black kitchen knife. Fufufu, not bad. Let's have Anne try it out. It's too sharp, so it's dangerous. Seal it. It was sealed in a warehouse. The kitchen knife not only cuts the ingredients, but also the cutting board. It's a pity since I made 50 of them. All of them are sealed. It was a mistake to make an everyday life object out of it. Let's use it to create weapons. Sword, axe, scythe, spear. The handle part will be made of wood from the forest, complete. Don't they look like badass? That's an Oni maid's impression. I think black weapons look cool too. If anyone asks if they are badass, they are. As for sharpness, I wonder, let's have Gulf try them. I can't, no one can use it, let's seal it. It managed to cut down a tree in the forest with 1 swing, but it was recommended to be sealed. It's probably the same as the kitchen knife. If a weapon is too sharp, it's dangerous to use. No, that's not the reason. It took out all of me with just 1 swing. It's quite unfortunate. I'm pretty tired. I'm sorry, I'm going to faint. When I tried waving it myself, I didn't feel anything strange. Ma, let's just go with Gulf's recommendation and seal these weapons. The fainted Gulf was sent to Gulf's house. If that is the case, this might be a good armor material. Well then. What should I do? Should I cut them to the right sizes? Ah no, a dragon scale will be used as it is. Gut told me the problem. Dragon scales are usually crushed into powder and mixed with iron. Is that so? If it is a lesser dragon, it might be used as it is, but the dragons that come to this village are greater. No, special class. If we can pulverize them, we will be able to use them. So that's the only way Gut can. Ah, let me pulverize them for you. I transformed the aft into a small knife and scrape Gurand's scale little by little. I collect the powder and put them in a small barrel and give it to Gut. Gut, you don't have to worship me. He's acting like Suaruru. When I saw Gut carefully handling the powdered scales like a treasure, I realized how valuable it is. Gut quickly makes 2 daggers. The first one is a normal iron dagger. The other one is mixed with powdered scales of Gurand. They look the same, but their sharpness was on a completely different level. Just mixing powdered scales makes this much difference. It is said that powdered dragon scales gather magical power of the atmosphere to improve and maintain the sharpness of the dagger. Therefore, the blade of the dagger with powdered dragon scales doesn't need any maintenance. You're describing it as if there's a will in a dragon's powdered scale. Also, if there's no need for maintenance, how long will it last? While you were processing the dagger, it knows that you're processing it. That's strange. Also, staying sharp doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be polished, right? Ma, I got it. For the time being, the use of Guron's scale is decided. I'll pulverize all of them. I shouldn't. That small barrel is enough. Don't be shy. Ha ha ha. I could only give him 2 small barrels. The number of scales has not decreased because what I shaved was what's left with the scale that I cut to make the kitchen knives. I only managed to use 1 piece. It can't be helped. Should I just make them weight stones? I can probably process them into a shape that's easy to hold. From a single scale, I can make a lot of weight stones. Even I can understand that it's pointless. Is there no other way to use them? What's the characteristic of Guron's scale? They are big. I polished one side of the scales using the aft and tried to turn it into a mirror. It should be flat that nothing is distorted. The reflection looks great. It's reflecting but not too much, but I like it. Fufufu, a big mirror. In the mirror I can see Doraem's butler, Gucci, but he's not behind me. What's happening? When I was wondering, Gucci's figure became closer and closer until he came out of the mirror I just made. Gucci looks at me, looks at the mirror behind him, looks at me again, and smiles. I'm only going to do this because of the rule. Cough. Was it you who awakened me from my slumber? State your wish. What's this wish? Like a magic lamp, I see. World peace. Yeah, that's my wish. I thought it was a safe wish, but Gucci apologizes with a whisper. You can't? Then just say hello to Doraem for me. Phew-ha-ha-ha, I understand. Goodbye then. Gucci went into the mirror and disappeared. Soon after, he suddenly came from behind me in a dash and punched the mirror with all his might. The mirror shattered. After that, he continued to punch the mirror until it turned into powder. Though I polished it so it is now thin, it's still hard, so he's kind of amazing. No, it's not. What are you even doing in the first place? That's my line. Though it looks like it's unintentional, making a mirror that big using Guron-sama's scale will summon a devil. Is that so? Yes, Desu. Ancient devils are bound with confusing rules, so please don't make one again if possible. It sounds annoying, so I will, and here I thought I finally found a use for Guron's scales. I see. You have a lot to spare. I understand. I'll buy them. Thanks for that proposal, Gucci. I had him buy 100. And instead of the shattered mirror, I got a silver mirror. It is a circular mirror with a diameter of around 2 meters. It's a little inconvenient to use it as a mirror, but it's good enough. Let's decorate it at the entrance of the mansion. I shouldn't. I should put it in a dedicated room? Is that so? As I was told, I decorated it in one of the empty rooms of my mansion. Sometimes, Lou, Ancestor-san, or Raymarin uses it. It's a normal mirror, right? I managed to have Gucci buy scales from me. It's good or maybe not. Village Chief, what are you planning to do with that mountain of gold coins? I look in the direction the Oni maid is pointing. If you sell the scales, you obviously will receive what it's worth. Ha 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 ha. Can I even build a warehouse where I can place this literal mountain of gold? My sense of value collapsed. I regretted not making a warehouse for the scales instead. No, we can use this since it's gold coins. Let's use this to Village 5. Yauko, I chased the running Yauko. Chapter 498. Hamburger, Rematch, and Martial Arts Tournament. The martial arts tournament began. The Demon King seems to have failed to bring his wife again. The Demon King is kind of depressed, so Beezle is comforting him. Yuri, the Demon King's daughter, doesn't seem to care that her mother did not come. She said that it was impossible to force her. She's comforting the Demon King with Beezle. The Beast Boys, Gal, Sil, and Braun, and the High Elf Rigyun also did not participate this year. It looks like they are busy in the school. I even received their letter of apology for not being able to participate in the martial arts tournament. It's regrettable, but it can't be helped since it's work. No, I shouldn't think this way. Working in a place that doesn't allow you to take a day off is something to complain about. In addition, even if they are teachers, they are still children. Well, it was written in the letter that there's a shortage of teachers in their school. It looks like several teachers quit several years ago and they never managed to recruit replacements. Fufu, I can't do anything about that. I donated a while ago via Beezle. It seems like it hasn't been cached yet, but please make it faster in order to help their situation. Speaking of which, Lou, is there a shortage of teachers in Ifra's school of Shashato City? Ah, there is. Every place has it hard, huh? In the village, we have Hakurin, Rasudi, Frau, and Yuri working together to educate the children. We have to be grateful for our current situation. The Beast Boys and Rigyun wrote in the letter that they would come this winter. The Demon King's wife might come too. There are tents and stalls that serve food near the venue of the martial arts tournament as usual. In one of the tents, Gyurond is grilling hamburgers with Gyuraru. Mother, isn't that overcooked already? Village chief said that I should grill them well to make sure that the middle part will be cooked too. But aren't they burnt already? You just need to shave the outer part a little. Mother, impossible to sue. Gives that up. It can't be helped, husband. The charred hamburger is eaten by Jurar, who's been sitting nearby without hesitation. Are you okay? Is it because it is your wife's handmade dish? It's love. However, you can't continuously eat charred hamburgers. I'll give Gyurond and Gyuraru some advice. You are grilling the burger too close on fire. Also, don't turn it over frequently. If you burnt one side, the other side would most likely burn too. Why don't you use a steel plate? That would be easier. With the help of Gyuraru's persuasion, the hamburger will now be grilled on an iron plate. Let's prepare the tools immediately. By the way, there are 3 statue-like people at the corner of the tent. What happened to those 3 impure dragons? They were too moved when they greeted Gyurond. They fainted standing? Are they all right? Well, you've come here to participate in the martial arts tournament, so I don't want to waste your effort. I'll wake you up. Unfortunately, the common section has just ended now, so they can only participate in the warrior section. There's a special exhibition match in this martial arts tournament. A battle between the Phoenix Chick Aegis and the World Tree's Silkworm. This is a proposal from Aegis. I think it was frustrated for losing before. Aegis' second is the Eagle. On the other hand, the World Tree's Silkworm's second is Gordon, Village 2's representative. The Eagle seems to be giving Aegis some advice, and Gordon seems to be giving the Silkworm some World Tree leaves. No, I wonder if he's really giving it some. Gordon seems to can't feed it with the World Tree leaves. Good luck to the both of them. The match was over immediately. At the same time as the match started, Aegis jumped. The Silkworm intercepted it with a thread. The Silkworm uses string shot. Aegis evades and gets closer to the Silkworm. The Silkworm jumps and tackles Aegis. After that, the Silkworm uses string shot again and catches the startled Aegis. End of match. The victorious Silkworm returns to Gordon and begs for World Tree leaves. Aegis, who lost, was comforted by the Eagle after untying the silk thread. Yeah, regrettable. He never expected that the Silkworm could jump. It can't be helped since I'm sure everyone's surprised. Ah, Aegis' eyes are not dead. It's burning and looking for a rematch. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Are, isn't he literally burning? Hey, are you okay? Ah, it was extinguished immediately. Good. Thinking about it, Aegis is a Phoenix Chick. Is it normal for it to be burning? Well, he did that before when he tried melting the snow on the roof. However, you shouldn't cover your body with fire suddenly. The Eagle next to you was surprised. I was surprised too. Ah, you just started burning without your control? That means controlling it is your future goal. Good luck. But be sure to only practice outdoors. Don't ever do it inside. The martial arts tournament went according to schedule. The winner of this year's warrior section was Gulf Sun's wife. It seems that she has fully recovered from her childbirth fatigue. Her debut is incredible. And it seems like the 3 mixed dragons did not participate. The crowds are cheering loudly. The winner of the night section is Red Armor. It was also strong. It defeated Lu, Tyr, Rhea, and Anne in succession and won the championship. White Armor also competed, but it was defeated by a Kuro in the first round. That Kuro lost to Lu, so it can be said that Red Armor managed to get revenge for it. Well, nothing is absolute in a battle. There's also the compatibility issue. You can do your best again. Gulf and Daga managed to win in the first round, but lost in the second. However, they are very happy that they managed to win. On the other hand, Kudal and Koron, who lost to Gulf and Daga, were preached not only by Tyr but even by Malbit, Suaruru, and Razmaria. Please think that Gulf and Daga worked hard, and not that Kudal and Koron got careless. And last is the model matches. Some call it Brave Section. There's no winner in this part of the tournament, and it is only for watching purposes. As for what everyone's looking forward to, it will be the Demon King's match. Can I refuse to participate? That was the feudal resistance of the Demon King. His opponent this year is Jurar. I think this year's Jurar is particularly strong since Guron's here. Ah, Jurar's stomach looks plump. Probably because of eating too much hamburger. Demon King, this is your chance. The Demon King also thought so and boldly attacked. Yeah, he did his best. I will never forget your bravery. Yuri, don't just focus on eating. You too, Beezle. Guron did not participate. She can't move properly in her human form, and if she's in her dragon form, she's bigger than the stage. However, to formally introduce herself to the participants from outside of Big Tree Village, she showed off her dragon form. At least they won't be surprised if she suddenly transformed when she got drunk later. She probably planned to get drunk this evening. Guron's 8-headed dragon form was quickly accepted, and as usual, she's popular with children. I'm jealous. The battle between Malbit and Suaruru was exciting. They showed a fierce air battle, but for some reason, it ended with a grappling technique on the stage. The winner was Malbit. Are. Wasn't Suaruru the strongest angel before Tyr? As the angel's chief, I'm carrying something and can't lose. That's why I won. I see, Suaruru replied. Nonsense, she's pulling down my pants while grappling me. That's cheating. Ado, I clap my hands for their good match. In the evening, it's the usual banquet. The dwarves are challenging Guron, not in a fight but a drinking match. The children were also allowed to stay up late, but there's a limit. Hyakairu, it's time to go to bed. He shook his head slowly. Children younger than Hyakairu have long gone to the bedroom. Hyakairu did his best to hold on. All right, let me take you back. Ah, you prefer Raymarin and not me. Got it. I'll leave you to Raymarin. Raymarin is very pleased. HNN? What's wrong, Rasuti? Ah, right, you're also Raymarin's grandchild. Even if you tell me that, what do you want me to do? The reason why Raymarin is holding back at taking care of you is your mother Graphaloon. If it's a child of her daughter, Raymarin can say and do something since it will be a mother teaching her daughter. But if it is a child of her son, she can't just suggest or do anything since it might offend her daughter-in-law. That's what I heard from Raymarin. By the way, Helzernark, like Hyakairu, is a child of her daughter, but she couldn't meet her easily because of the place they are living in. When Raymarin comes back, do you want her to take care of you? Don't be shy. Also, Doors there has a grandpa's face and looks like he's waiting for your request. Ha 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 ha, our daughter Rananen is already sleeping. You can take it easy. I think she just wants to talk about it though. The night of the martial arts tournament continues. Chapter 499. Those who returned, those who stayed, and those who came. The day after the martial arts tournament ended, the Demon King and Beezle returned early in the morning. It seems like they still have to deal with the aftermath of the chaos caused by Guron. Randon, Glatz, and Hu weren't even able to participate in the martial arts tournament because of that. It shouldn't be that bad, Rig. No, I probably shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. I told the Demon King to tell me if there's anything I could help with. Ancestor-san, who came at night and wasn't able to participate in the martial arts tournament that much, stayed. He looks awfully tired. He seems busy. That's also the reason why Fushu wasn't able to come this time. He said that it has nothing to do with Guron, so I'm relieved. Ancestor-san is going to the hot spring now. Please relax. Doors, Dorame, and Raymarin stay. Recently, I feel like they're always in the village. I wonder why. They are always welcome to stay, but how about your nests? Dorame is being called by Gucci from time to time. Jurar and Guron also stay. Jurar will leave soon, but Guron will remain in Big Tree Village as it is, and is even moving in the direction of settling down. Guron wants to stay with Guraru as much as possible. It seems like she's concerned since she has kept Guraru away from her until now. She had to concentrate on recovering, so she can't move that much. Even so, I would like you to do some work for the village. It's not because I want you to work, but I think if you have your own role in the village, it will be easier for you to integrate. It doesn't matter even if you do good or bad, so think about the thing you want to do. After thinking, she said she's a master of magic. If it's about magic, the village has Lu and Tyr, but it seems like Guron's far better mage than them. Her magic attribute is darkness. However, it seems like she can use any magic of every attribute, and she's much better than Lu and Tyr in every attribute. She can even use 8 magic spells of 8 different attributes at the same time. Ma, that means she's good. It seems like she can still do it even in her human form. Okay, you're now the magic teacher of the children. The children, they are overjoyed. Guron's really popular with the children. However, if you're too happy, Lu and Tyr, who have taught you magic until now, will sulk. Just be happy moderately. Guron, just do it leisurely first and don't overdo things. I want you to continue the lesson after consulting Hakurin, Lu, and Tyr. Please take care of them from now on. By the way, Guron's sleeping in a guest room of my mansion. Jurar said that he would build a house in the village. The Lamias of the South Dungeon and the Titans of the North Dungeon half stayed and half returned. Originally, the Lamias and the Titans only came to help with the autumn harvest and processing, but they became permanent residents. In Big Tree Village, the harvest is 3 times a year, so they won't run out of doing something. The Lamias and Titans work in Big Tree Village, and in return, they'll bring back crops of the village as payment. Those who are staying in the village are like migrant workers in the village. The migrant workers will be replaced by new members every martial arts tournament. Because of that, there will be Lamias and Titans who will say goodbye after the martial arts tournament, but I'm not good at it. I feel lonely. The Lamias and Titans can return to their respective dungeons on their own, but I had several Kuros to guard them. Though the Lamias and Titans can return on their own, we can never be too sure. After the Kuros escorted them back, they'll hunt in various places before coming back. Don't overdo it. The 3, Malbit, Suaruru, and Razmaria stayed like it was the normalest thing to do. And instead of showing signs of returning, Malbit even took the kotatsu out of the warehouse and began setting it up. Wait, don't you think it's still too early to prepare the kotatsu? Also, don't you angels have a villa of your own? Why don't you go there? Right, you're staying in the guest room of my mansion. I don't mind, but you have to thank Suaruru and Suaruku who have been cleaning the villa. Also, it's still not time for it, but you have to help with the autumn harvest. Don't complain. By the way, Ruinsha also came after Malbit, Suaruru, and Razmaria. She single-handedly beaten up Malbit, Suaruru, and Razmaria. Where's the supposed, the angel chief can't be defeated, you were saying last martial arts tournament. Also, are you sure you're not lying when you said Suaruru was the former strongest angel? I have my doubts. Martial arts tournament fatigue? Let's accept that excuse. So, Ruinsha, I understand with Malbit. However, why did you beat up Suaruru and Razmaria? Ah, they escaped from their jobs. I understand, but please forgive Razmaria. She must have wanted to see her granddaughter. You know how she feels, right? Forgive her. Malbit and Suaruru, shut up. Ruinsha heard from the 3 about the result of their meeting with Gurond. After hearing from them, she asked me to confirm. Don't you trust the 3 of them? Wrong. Given the heaviness of the content, it needs a third party's backup. Also, it will be dangerous to conclude anything if the information only came from one end, so you want to hear it from a different perspective to understand every detail. I see, certainly. Then, if you want to, I can prepare a place where you can meet with Gurond. You refuse. I don't particularly mind. Will Ruinsha also stay here too? Until spring. Affirmative. During last year's martial arts tournament, we changed the common sections tournament format, but this year, we turned it to a one-on-one format like before. It was because that type of tournament is difficult to judge and too damaging to the participants. Also, the number of participants is too many. I don't treat it as releasing their hidden power, but some people are looking forward to that day, so I emphasize to the participants to be careful in the number of times they'll fight. If they think they can fight, they can participate as many times as they want. The disadvantage, it will be a one-on-one battle again if there's no clear winner. And so, the children were dissatisfied. As for the reason, the children are imitating the martial arts tournament. I was thinking if it is bad for them to do that, but seeing that Gulf and Daga are there to act as referees, I'm relieved. Also, Ursa goes around to guide them. As expected of the former common section winner. That's what I want to think, but in fact, I can't. Ursa tried to participate not in the warrior section this year, but in the knight section. At that time, she's using the sword I got from Gurond. To stop Ursa, the ghost knight was sacrificed. He did his best. If the ghost knight took her seriously from the start, he would have suppressed her immediately, but Ursa's just a child, so he can't. He managed to stop Ursa, but the ghost knight was injured. The shield made by me and the mountain elves was also broken. Ursa is already powerful, and the power of that sword is too much. I put it in the guest receiving room of my mansion as a decoration. To think that she'll steal it. Anyway, I punished Ursa for taking it out without permission. One of her punishments was the ban on carrying weapons. I guess she has no choice but to go around and teach the other children. She's reflecting. Currently, the ghost knight is being treated in Big Tree Village. Since the ghost knight is a ghost knight, he won't be healed by healing magic. Because of that, during his treatment, several beast girls will go to the hot spring area in his stead. Please get along with the lions and take care of them. I also explained what happened to the 2 remaining ghost knights in the hot spring area. I'm really sorry. That time I noticed something. A stranger, there's someone else there. Is that a new ghost knight? No, it's a ghost sorcerer. It posed, but I think it's better if you brush yourself first. You only came here recently. Apologies for the late greeting. It looks like the ghost knight who joined the martial arts tournament was supposed to introduce the newcomer to me, but given what happened, it fails to do so. Ha ha ha. It was decided that the ghost sorcerer will work in the hot spring area too. By the way, the ghost sorcerer is a sorceress. Then, shouldn't she be wearing some clothes? No, I won't be turned on by someone who looks like a skeleton. You're a woman, right? At least cover your chest and hips. I'll have something prepared for you, something that a sorceress would wear, got it. I'll ask Zabutin. Chapter 500. State of Big Tree Villa. A new shield was created for the ghost knight. The ghost knight said that the changeable gimmick of the shield was very effective, especially if it is the first time the other party sees it. However, since the gimmick is for person-to-person battle, it is hardly useful against monsters or demon beasts. In short, it's only for the martial arts tournament, and those who show up in the martial arts tournament already know the existence of the changeable shield, so the effect is minimal. The gimmick only surprises the other party about the size of the shield. Do you want to discontinue that kind of gimmick? Yes, because it looks cool. It's popular with the kids. Right. Then, let's continue to use that kind of gimmick. However, there's no art if we make the exact same thing. Last time, there were blades hidden in the shield that pops out and can receive an opponent's sword attack and even counterattack using those blades. Okay. I made a lot of small blades by scraping Guron's scale and connecting them to each other and making it resemble a chain. However, even if it is a chain, it won't work. There's no power source after all. Mountain elves, what do you have in your hands? A device that can move something when supplied with magical power made by Lu, oh-ho-hoo. Given its size, we can use it. When switched on, the blades pop out and dash around the shield. Very dangerous. Stop. In the end, I made a shield similar to the last one. Regrettable. Let's just make new armors for the ghost knights. They have been made of wood until now so that they won't rust even if they are staying in the hot spring area. However, if Guron's powered scale is mixed with iron, it will not rust. When I asked Gut, he told me that it will take a few months of work. Well, I guess so. I already had a hard time making them from wood, so it will surely be harder if they are made of iron. I said that I don't mind even if it takes time, but he asked me if he could borrow some help from the Howling Village. It looks like time reduction is only a side goal. His main purpose is to show off the Big Tree Village forge to the people of Howling Village. I said there's no problem. Let's check the Universal ship schedule. There is still time before the autumn harvest. Originally, I'm supposed to start preparing for winter little by little, but it's fine even if I don't do much. In other words, I'm free. The 3 angels, Malbit, Suaruru, and Razmaria are relaxing at the kotatsu they set up, and the fairy queen joined them, so I tried giving them fruits. First, lychee. The fairy queen ate lychee. The bad point of lychee is it makes your hand dirty when you're eating it. Yeah, a wet towel, freeze it first. Ha ha ha. She's surprised. It's the same fruit. However, the taste and texture changed. Ah, you 3 too. Okay, got it. Then, another fruit. How about melon and mango? Peach? It is hard to peel the skin, but okay. It's almost time for the children's study time to end. There were a lot of them, so the Oni maids helped me. Thanks. When I went out and looked at the sky, I saw the phoenix chick Aegis flying with the eagle. I prefer them flying side by side, but their flying speed is too different, so the eagle flies around the area many times. Heartwarming. Although it's heartwarming, Aegis seemed to have recognized its slowness again, so it stopped flying after a while and sulk. Ha ha ha. If you don't work hard, you won't be able to beat the world tree's silkworm. In the reservoir, the pond turtles are swimming slowly. When I counted the shells jumping out of the water, I counted 20 of them. They have increased. No, you're not getting in the way. Just let me know if you feel that the reservoir is too small. I can either expand or even make a new pond. By the way, why are all of you spouting water together? It was beautiful. Art. You are practicing, I see. Before winter, I'll make an opportunity for you to show that to the villagers. I heard women scream from the residential area. The loudest one sounds like Malbit. Then, the others are probably Suwaruru and Raz Maria. Another sound resounded, the raging voice of Ruintia. Ah, it was them after all. Malbit and the others are scolded for not working at their villa. I'm not related to that, so let's not get in the way. Malbit, don't grab my clothes. Ha ha ha. I passed Malbit to Ruintia. Hang in there. And don't go to my mansion until your work is finished. I'll have food delivered for you. I looked around the field with the Kuros and arrived at the flower field in the north. The fairies are flying energetically. Their number has increased. Ah, I know, I brought them. I put some short-cut sugar cane on the table. The fairies flocked on the sugar cane. Sometimes, I bring them sugar cane like this so that they'll stop bothering the beehives. I was surprised when the bees went to me a while ago. I went to the fruit area to check the bees. Yeah, it looks like there's no problem. However, I'm worried about several fat queen bees. Are you too fat? Well, you're in an environment where you feel safe. Let's check them again before winter. There's a possibility of the bee hut collapsing because of the weight of the snow. I went to the ranch area and rode a horse. Unlike the old days, it follows me obediently now. However, I still can't ride well. I'm not good, but I think I'm not bad either. I look around the ranch area while riding the horse. The Kuros also followed. Yeah, the number of goats, sheep, and cows has also increased, especially the goats. They found me and charged at me altogether. However, the horse quickly dodges and dashes. We managed to take some distance from the goats in no time. It is only the Kuros who are following me now. The goats pulled out and took an attitude as if they're not interested in me. However, when we approached them, they charged again. The horse dodges them again, but the Kuros had to protect us. I knew these goats, and I know that they are just playing around. They don't hold a grudge against me after all. Probably, we're fine, so I guess yes. The number of horses also increased somehow. Everyone's in good health. The foals don't miss me. The female unicorn seems to have missed me. However, I don't get why it misses me. Is it because it's a unicorn? Ha ha ha. Got it. I'll give you more carrots tonight. I heard that it's only superstitious that horses love carrots, but the horses and unicorn in this village like them. Of course, they are also delighted to eat apples and cabbage. The reason why the foals did not miss me is probably because I scolded them for invading the fields a few months after they were born. The foals ravaged the vineyard and did not stop even though the Kuros were already stopping them. It's natural to get scolded. However, I wonder if they are angry with the spiderlings that tied them up that time. Yeah, let's have them make up somewhere. Night. Dinner is a lineup of seafood. They are fishes from the Garon Company. Of course, the main dishes are Pacific sari and salmon. They are a must-have in autumn. It seems to be a bit early to be their season, but I don't mind. The Pacific saris are big, so I cut them in two before grilling them. The salmons are cooked with rice. Yeah, delicious. The taste of autumn. By the way, when I walked through the fruit area, the chestnuts were about to be harvested. The mushrooms need to be harvested too. This is my day to relax, but I can't help but think about them. Yeah, let's take care of it tomorrow. I played with the children until it was time to take a bath. After banning her from carrying weapons, Ursa has been acting like a good girl. I wonder if she's reflecting. Aside from me, she was also scolded by Hakurin and Zabutin. However, this graceful girl is not so Ursa-like. Though I might sound like I'm too soft, I'll allow her to carry weapons again when the autumn harvest is over. Let her continue what she's doing for the time being. At least until the ghost knight fully recovers. For the time being, let her continue her good girl act. It seems like Ursa wanted to join the night section and took the sword out because she wanted to be recognized as an adult soon. Once time passes, you'll become an adult even if you don't want to. You don't have to hurry up to become an adult. Chapter 501. Fishhead and Fallen Island. I load the heads of Pacific Sauries on a trolley and bring them to the dog area. As for the reason, the Kuros want it. I naturally want to give them body parts, but given the limited number of Pacific Sauri, that is something impossible. They said they wanted the heads of the Pacific Sauri that were left over after we ate. A Pacific Sauri is around 80 cm, so its head is kind of big too. I gave it to them thinking that they would eat it, and they really eat it without problem. After that, they asked for another one with sparkling eyes. And so, all the heads of the Pacific Sauri will be given to the Kuros. However, seeing that there are only Pacific Sauri heads is kind of grotesque. Well, the Kuros don't care. Their tails are even wagging while looking at the heads. Don't play with the heads of Pacific Sauri. Don't make it roll. Show respect to food. Don't pick for sizes. Don't fight over it. If you do, I'll dig a hole somewhere and bury the heads of the Pacific Sauri there. I'll let it rot. After I finished giving them the Pacific Sauri heads, several Oni maids came. They are also pushing trolleys like me, but what's on their trolleys are not Pacific Sauri heads. They are salmon heads. The salmons are also big, around 150 cm, so their heads are kind of big too. They look like tuna heads. The Oni maids give the salmon heads to the Kuros. Is it because they are holding back that they only asked for the heads of the Pacific Sauri? Ha ha ha, don't mind it. Yeah, you shouldn't hesitate. I've already noticed it with the head of the Pacific Sauries, but their biting power is amazing. They're eating them crisply without worrying about bones. The salmon heads are not soft. It's pretty hard. Oh, my bad. I'm not going to take your salmon head, so don't look at it with lonely eyes. When the Kuros finished eating the salmon heads, I led them to the water hole in the ranch area. Even if they ate carefully, they still smell fishy. I'll wash them. Ha ha ha. I was attacked by a goat and was pushed in the water. I was caught off guard. The Kuros seriously chase after the goat. Don't be angry, just be moderate. After washing the Kuros, it's my turn to take a bath. I got wet after all. I will not catch a cold because of my healthy body, but it doesn't mean I shouldn't take care of myself. I thought about going to the hot spring, but the Beast Girls have already prepared hot water for the bath, so I'll use it instead. Thank you, however, don't try to get in with me. The sun is still up. While soaking in the bathtub, I thought of the new ghost sorceress in the hot spring area. She seems to have lived in a certain place in a human country until a few months ago. That certain place is a bit strange since it is a floating island in the sky. It doesn't move like the Sun Castle. It stays floating in the same place. She's a ghost sorceress whose only passion is to continuously research magic without being disturbed by anyone. However, something caused the floating island to fall. In addition, the place where it fell has a large river and the island dammed that river. It was an important river in that area, so when the water level of the river dropped, it wreaked havoc on the cities and villages downstream. Many adventurers were sent to the fallen island to investigate the cause. The adventurers destroyed her island as it is, and she can only use teleportation magic to escape. However, she's not an expert in teleportation magic, so she can only leave her destination to luck. The destination, where the ghost sorceress was teleported to, was the mountain in the north of the hot spring. She's teleported halfway up the mountain, but it seems like her body was buried on the ground aside from her head. She can't use magic given her situation, so she was in despair thinking that she'll rot there as she is. It's a good thing that she was found by a lion, and the lion called the ghost knights to rescue her. As thanks for her rescue, she decided to work in the hot spring. It seems like she's doing what she can. I comforted her since she's been through a lot. And of course, I let her continue to work at the hot spring. After all, she's not thinking of making another magic research facility anytime soon. I listened to the story of the ghost sorceress, but in fact, I already knew about it. The adventurers that made the ghost sorceress escape via teleportation magic used a large-scale destructive magic that made the island fall, totally destroying that island. As a result, it dammed the river, making the water rise. Naturally, the flood caused damage to the cities and villages near the river. Are those adventurers or a bunch of morons? Or did they not think that their magic would actually destroy the island? It's a good thing that the people noticed that the river was dammed, so they immediately fled in advance. Though there's no human casualty, the damage to properties is terrible. It was the Koran religion who took charge of relief and rescue. That's the reason why Ancestor-san was so busy that he looks like he's dying. Ancestor-san already met the ghost sorceress in the hot spring area, and it seems like he's not interested in catching her. He's right to do so. However, he spoke with her about the cause of the fall of the island. It seems like there are several other floating islands, so they'll take precautions on making sure that those won't fall as well. If the adventurers did not destroy the fallen island, I could have examined more. The adventurers who destroyed the island were caught and imprisoned. The damage that their action did was too big to be forgiven when they were put under trial. They have no malice, so they will be released in 6 months. That's what Ancestor-san said. At the time of their release, he told me that both the Koran religion and the Adventurers Guild will jointly watch over them. They'll probably have a hard life then. When I got out of the bath, I returned to the mansion and went to find Ancestor-san. I'll give him donations to the flood-damaged areas. Ah, I can't donate scales? Then, cash it is. Chapter 502. Group Flight and Mushroom Picking. Looking up the sky, Tyr, Gran Maria, Kudal, Karon, Suwaruru, Suwaruku, Kirbit, Malbit, Ruinsha, Suwaruru, and Raz Maria are flying. They are flying in a straight line with the same speed. After circling like that around the village, the group began to fly around Malbit in a certain formation. Along with the command, their formation changes. Malbit is the one who's giving the command. She's at the center of the formation and the one who's sending signals. Unlike her usual self, she looks like a respectable commander. The reason they are doing this is simple. Taisel usually sees Malbit down on the kotatsu or even fighting the kittens for the kotatsu. One day, she asked Tyr, "Mother, are all angels like that?" For the sake of Malbit's honor, she said she's like that because she just finished the task assigned by Ruinsha. It was the first time after a long time. However, Taisel doesn't believe her since she's been seeing Malbit acting like that since last winter. As the result, Tyr consulted Ruinsha. It seems like their group flight not only impacted Taisel, but the other children as well. They are cheering loudly. Does she know what's happening already? Well, it's good that they are delighted. HNN. Kudal is sending a signal. I won't let her do it, so I crossed my arms to signal back. However, Kudal continued sending signals. Just once, she's begging me to let her once. Nope, not gonna happen. Kudal's request is to use a spear with a horn of a Kuro. I will never allow it unless no children are sleeping. Right now, Lupu Marina and Rose Maria are sleeping. If they make a commotion, Anne and the others will surely be furious. Again, I sent her the signal that I would not allow her. I also asked the Kuros nearby to cooperate and form an X mark on the ground. I wouldn't let you say that you didn't see me. HNN. Kudal leaves the formation and goes to my mansion. After leaving my mansion, she flies back to the group looking depressed. She couldn't convince Anne. You can do it next time. So please make the children happy with just the group flight today. I don't know if the group flight increased the angel's impression to Taisel's eye or to the other children. However, I'm sure their impression of Malbit changed. Therefore, Malbit, refrain using the kotatsu for now, only now. Yeah, only now. No, there shouldn't be a problem tomorrow. Got it, I'll set up a kotatsu at the angel's villa. You'll be forced to work there. That's okay. Even in the kotatsu of my mansion, it will probably be the same from now on. Also, Raymarin, don't gather dragons just because Hyakairu asked you. I know that you want him to see the group flight of dragons, but what if something like the Sun Castle comes like last time? Didn't you hold back until now to prevent that from happening? If something comes, then let them come. No, that is. For the time being, don't do it today. When I saw the children watching the group flight of the angels, I thought of something. I wonder what the children think of me. I think not a dignified father. I think not someone evil too, but what? I don't remember behaving like a baby too. Yeah, there's no point in thinking. Just like the angels, I should show my good point as a father. However, that would just be me plowing the field. I can also hunt, but there's no way I'll let the children accompany me in hunting. What should I show? No, we can just do it together. Like picking mushrooms. I want to take immediate action, but it will be night soon, so it's impossible today. Let's do it tomorrow. Let's go mushroom picking with the children. And so I told them, then next morning. The children are gathered. There are about 20 of them. Alfred, Tysel, Ursa, Nut, Ririus, Riguru, Rat, Taurine, Hyakairu, Guraru, and Lizardman hatchlings. Aside from the hatchlings, the children are wearing pants and long sleeves since we are going into the forest. They probably will not have the opportunity to use them, but they are also equipped with weapons such as dagger for safety purposes. Ursa, who has been banned from carrying weapons, is also allowed to carry one. It is not needed to be said that weapons are needed if you're going to enter the forest. As for Gyuraru and Hyakairu, they shouldn't have any problem even if they don't have any. In addition to the children, there are Hakurin, Rasudi, Raymarin, Doors, Dorame, and 10 adult lizardmen with baskets on their backs. I plan to have them act with the children. Aside from them, there's also a scouting group, headed by Ria, who already went to the place where we'll pick mushrooms. There are dangerous monsters and demon beasts in the forest. Some spiderlings and kuros have also gone ahead with Ria's group. Overprotective? No, we're not being careless. Depart. Hakurin and Dorame asked me if I want to send everyone using their dragon form, but the children want to walk, so we'll walk. I also want to spend more time with the children, even a little. After walking through the forest for about an hour, we finally arrived at the mushroom harvest site. On the way, I feel like we talked a lot. I'm already satisfied. No, we came here for a purpose. Mushroom picking. In the past, in this place, I used the aft while thinking edible mushrooms. Because of that, if you look closely on the ground, you should see shiitake, maitake, matsutake, and hurritake growing around. Now, let's have the children harvest them. Don't get too absorbed and go deep inside the forest. I sent a signal to Ria and the others to keep an eye on them. After harvesting a certain amount, we moved to another place. The next place is also a place for mushrooms, to be more specific, truffles. They are underground, so they won't know if there are any just by looking at it. Because of that, I had the kuros join us. I made the children group with kuros to dig truffles. Of course, they won't dig with their bare hands. I have prepared tools for them. Raymarin, Doors, don't just look after Hyakairu, look at the other kids too. Dorame, you can only show them once. If you do it too much, the children will not have enough to dig. And it came true. There are children who were not able to dig anything after some time. Given the looks of this place, some monsters or demon beasts must have dug them already. Half of this place looks vandalized. No one's watching over this place after all. It can't be helped. Let's move to another place. I hope that place is okay. HNN, there was a signal from Ria who's been scouting for us. It seems like some demon beasts came out. The kuros and the spiderlings can't handle them all. How many monsters are there? This is bad. I call out the children. I had Hakurin evacuate the children in the sky in her dragon form. After I instructed them to do so, a huge boar appeared. It charged towards me. There were several spiderlings riding the boar, but when they saw me, they flew away. They don't want to get in the way. That's great. I waved the aft in hoe form and killed the huge boar. Then, under the guidance of the spiderlings, we headed to another huge boar. There were a total of 8 huge boars. That's a herd. It looks like these huge boars were digging truffles before us. They felt our presence on their territory, so they decided to attack. I feel a little sorry. However, I was the one who planted those truffles. Let's just be happy for getting a lot of meat before winter. However, let's end the mushroom picking here. We have to bring the hunted huge boars to the village. It's a shame. I wanted to find truffles to show the children my good side. Excuse me, I was amazing when I was hunting the huge boars. I see. Ha, I'm kind of shy, but I'm satisfied. To transport the huge boars, Dorame had to fly back and forth several times. Thank you. The children also returned to the village on Raymarin. I got tired on the way back, but not as tired as Fushu, who's already in the village when we returned. She looks pretty exhausted. Like Ancestor-san, she's busy dealing with the fallen island. The adventurers who destroyed the island escaped prison? That's quite scary. Ah, you already caught them. Great. Then, Fushu should relax here. We'll have mushroom nabe tonight. Yeah, the children worked hard for them. Chapter 503. Grudge Furnace. The family of Soyeon, Mark, and Hells came over after a long time. Long time no see. The appearance of the 3 of them did not change much. They can freely change their appearance, so I shouldn't worry about that. The reason why Soyeon's family came is because they were called by Raymarin. It seems like she's serious with the group Flight of Dragons, probably because of Hyakairu. Raymarin even forced Jurar, who should have left already, to stay. Because of that, I won't disturb her. For now, let's introduce Jurar and Gyuron to Soyeon's family. Hey, don't use me as a shield. You've met Jurar at the village once. Also, didn't you meet at other places before? Good. Jurar is the dragon Mark admires. Is that so? He's really a normal dragon who's sweet to his wife and daughter. By the way, Mark, when Doors heard the part, the dragon you admire, he reacted a little, so follow up later. So, the one you're using me as a shield for is Gyurond? What did Gyurond? Ah, Mark was almost killed by Gyurond once. Well then, this is your chance to get along. Good luck. Are Soyeon and hers scared of Gyurond? You've only heard rumors, haven't you? It's okay. She's also a dragon who loves her husband. Gyurond, don't be shy and stop beating Jurar. Jurar looks happy, but Soyeon and hers are scared. After that, I invited Soyeon's family for a light tea to hear about them more. That's the plan, but they requested salmon meals. It looks like Doors and Raymarin boasted it to them. I don't mind. That aside, there are only a few people who eat salmon roe, which is salmon's eggs. I've only seen it in Shashato City before, and not in a banquet, but in a trial for solving the dispute with the Seekins. And so, there are only a few people who eat salmon roe in this village. It was only me, an Oni maid, and a mountain elf who can eat them with pleasure. I and the Oni maid had no sense of repulsion to salmon roe, while the mountain elves did not even know what a salmon roe is. Ma, I know that it is bad to force someone to eat something that person doesn't want to. Those who only want to eat should eat. That's why since Soyeon's family requested salmon roe, I'll serve it to them. Recently, Doors and Raymarin have been eating salmon roe too. When it is time for us to hear about what each other has been doing, the topic shifted to the floating island in the sky where the ghost sorceress once lived. To be precise, we are talking about how the number of floating islands in the sky has decreased by 1. There were 20 big and small islands floating in the sky before, but now, there are only 19. It started when Soyeon's family were discussing where they came from. There were 2 lines that should be investigated. One is Mark's line. Grandfather said there were only 19 of them a long time ago, and before anyone noticed it, it has become 20. The other one is Soyeon's line. I was attacked when I was flying around that place recently. I just evaded it and didn't fight back. I was in a hurry back then. Actually, I did not notice them when they said those until Ancestor-san, who's been eating salmon roe, reacted. After hearing the detailed story, a conclusion is drawn. The floating island where the ghost sorceress was living was not an ordinary floating island. I left Ancestor-san's discussion with Soyeon's family and asked Lu a question. What is an ordinary island floating in the sky? It seems like there is a substance in this world that floats in the sky. And that's a floating island. It is stable at a certain altitude and almost doesn't move. Even if it is moved by a typhoon, it will return to its original position as time goes by. They are islands that float in the sky normally. Their number will increase if there's a new island that will emerge from the ground due to a major earthquake or volcanic eruption. Their number will decrease when they are destroyed by dragons or something similar. Their number will definitely not decrease by falling. In other words, the fallen island is an island that floats artificially like the Sun Castle. It was Ancestor-san who said that. Is that so? For that reason, Ancestor-san decided to go and listen to the ghost sorceress for detail. I should accompany you? Well, okay. I left Soyeon's family to Hakurin and left with Ancestor-san to the hot spring. First question, when did the ghost sorceress start living on the floating island? She doesn't remember much. However, according to Ancestor-san's analysis, he guessed from her answers that it should be around 1,000 years ago. What were you researching over there? It seems like she's researching a thing called Grudge Furnace. This is the first time I heard about it, but Ancestor-san showed a visibly disgusted expression. It seems like it's a device that converts a person's grudge to power, and it's a very dangerous device. Lu doesn't look interested. As for me, I thought the Grudge Furnace got out of control, that's why the island fell, but I was wrong. The ghost sorceress has a deep-seated grudge, so she's been buried in studying the Grudge Furnace for revenge. However, it seems like her deep-seated grudge disappeared about 6 or 7 years ago. After that, she was just researching at a leisurely pace. A sample of her research is how to make the color of flowers more vivid. Lu doesn't look interested. The ghost sorceress claims that the grudge furnace is not related to the fall of the island. Ancestor-san also agreed with her claim. If you had sealed the grudge furnace properly, it wouldn't go out of control, right? Then, what has caused the fall? HNN. Hearing Ancestor-san's mumbling, the ghost sorceress was very upset and seemed to have remembered something. No way could it be. It looks like she just left the grudge furnace alone. Chapter 504. Quentin. Ancestor-san and Fushu will return to Ground Zero to check the grudge furnace. That will be hard. According to the ghost sorceress, the island is not using the grudge furnace to power the island, so it is unlikely the cause of the island's fall. Even so, she can only wait for the investigation result. She wanted to accompany Ancestor-san, but she's wanted in the area near the fallen island, so she was stopped by Fushu. She wants to avoid confusion. For the time being, the ghost sorceress will continue her daily life in the hot spring area. I don't mind, but I'm a little worried at what she was gesturing about, as if she forgot something. Well, if you remember anything, just let me know. I returned to the village and am currently in waiting mode. Today's dinner's main course is the vegetable soup made by Ursa. Yeah, it's good. Ursa made that vegetable soup in order for me to lift her ban on carrying weapons. I was going to lift it after the autumn harvest, but I did not tell that to anyone, so it was treated as if it was an indefinite ban. Hakurin complained that it's too much and asked me for a condition to lift the ban. I gave one condition: she must learn to cook something. I thought that even if she could only learn to cook one dish, it will help her in the future. However, we will judge her dishes. If I, Hakurin, and Anne are satisfied, it's okay. Hakurin and I will probably pass Ursa even if she just scorched something, but not Anne. In short, the condition is really to cook something that can satisfy Anne. Thanks to this, Ursa has been studying cooking for a long time. I'm a little happy. Her motivation is not that girly, but it's okay. By the way, what happened to Ragil? Why is he lying his back on an unused earthen pot? He looks reflecting, but what did he do? He's cute, by the way. Ah, they've prepared water. Run. They're going to boil you. Night. When it is time to take a bath, I head to the forge. It's because I'm making a sword with gut. I'm in charge of the handle part. I made it by carving wood. It has already been completed. I gave it to Gut and I'll also leave the rest to him. It's Ursa's sword. It was hard to secretly check the size of Ursa's hand. No, it wasn't that hard to find out. I figured it out from her handprint when she was kneading dough. What was difficult was Anne and other Oni maids are looking at me with strange eyes when I was examining it. I'm not doing anything strange, and I'm not thinking of a new dish. In the forge, aside from Gut and his 2 apprentices, there are about 20 or so beastkins that are working. They came from Howling Village. All of them are blacksmiths. They are happily using the forge of Big Tree Village. Since there are a lot of them, they are working 24 HRS in turns. Because of that, the armor of the Ghost Knight, which would take several months to complete, has already been completed. Currently, other than some orders, they are free to make whatever they want. They made various kinds of swords, axes, and hammers, one after another. The cost of fuel and materials for those is covered by Big Tree Village. Their food and accommodations, too. It looks like all the things they made in their free time will be handed over to the village. I don't mind, but is it really okay for them to leave all their work? There was no problem at all. It seems like they are already satisfied to be able to forge whatever they want. In fact, a blacksmith can't afford to freely make something since he can't make a living unless someone buys them, so they only make made-to-order things. It seems like it is normal for a blacksmith to make the same thing for the rest of their life. For example, spring. For the last few years, they've been making nothing but springs. My apologies, those are Big Tree Village's orders. Ah no, I won't stop ordering. Don't worry. The mountain elves' modified horse-drawn carriages with spring suspension are being sold several times a week. The order will continue for a while. Aside from suspension, there are also other uses of springs. Ha ha ha. The Beastkin blacksmiths are forging things freely here for both studying and change of pace. I don't mind, but be sure to follow Gut's instruction. 10 days later. Ancestor San and Fushu returned. It seems like they discovered something. There is someone else on that island other than the ghost sorceress. There was someone else living there. I asked the ghost sorceress. It looks like she remembered a lot of things. Yeah, it's true. The other one living there with her is Quentin. It's not a person or even a ghost. It's a sword. It is a magic sword called Intelligence Sword. It is a sword with an ego. The ghost sorceress left the management of the grudge furnace to Quentin. She said she left it to it, but there's no way a sword can move on its own like a servant. It looks like it was directly connected to the grudge furnace so it can control it. And she left it unattended. I see, she left it alone. No, I know that you mean no harm, but there's no point in apologizing to me. Apologize to that Quentin, because it is here. I'm holding that sword in one of my hands. Quentin, the intelligence sword. It was brought by Ancestor-san and Fushu. It seems like it can take over the consciousness of anyone who dares touch it, so they brought it in a strictly store manner. I touched it nonchalantly, but it didn't take over my consciousness. Ancestor-san and Fushu are surprised, but the most surprised was Quentin itself. It has been doing various things to take over my consciousness. It seems like it can't do it, so it just gave up. It looks like I'm the only one it failed to hypnotize, so it's a bit lonely. After that, Quentin became noisy. For the time being, since it said it wants to be decorated in the best place, I decorate it on the wall of my mansion. It never said a single thing after that. When I asked what's wrong, Quentin said in a quiet voice, "Idiot, don't talk to me, I'm just a sword." What are you saying? When I was thinking, I thought it's conscious of the other sword decorated on the wall. The sword forged from Guron's tail. I brought it near Guron's tail sword and Quentin broke, both physically and mentally. Please forgive me. That sword's status is way too different. After that, it made a promise of not taking over anyone's consciousness, without permission, so I asked Gut to repair it. And I just received it back some time ago. Quentin is now at the hand of the ghost sorceress. Ghost sorceress-sama, it's been a long time to sue. Yes, it's been a long time to sue. Ere. Somehow, it feels like your blade is more powerful than before. Ah, you notice my change. I was reforged using powdered dragon scales, so I power up a bit. No, I want to try something out. Then, would you like to ask the ghost knights on? They have better sword skills than me. Really, hooray. That should be the conversation between the ghost sorceress and Quentin, but it sounds like Quentin is talking to itself. The ghost sorceress can't talk to and can only use magic. I wonder why Quentin is voicing her out. But that's pretty convenient. We might be able to talk to the ghost knights, who can't talk now. Let's try later. For now, the ghost sorceress apologizes to Quentin. Quentin is, it wants to stay by the ghost sorceress' side. Chapter 505. Quentin move, my name is Quentin. A sword with ego, intelligent sword Kenton. The current me is in charge of the grudge furnace. I'm a sword that was created to kill all enemies, but I have an ego. Because of that, I won't die. I'm also not affected by the grudge furnace. A convenient tool. Well, I'm indeed a tool, so I don't have any complaints if I'm used as one. However, there's a problem with how I am used. I'm a sword, so I want to cut something. No, don't want to be used like a rope cutter. I want to cut enemies. But I'm on a floating island in the sky. Is that the reason why there's no enemy? It might be the case, but yes, I'll just do my job. How many years has it been? I think it's over 500 years. Is it 1,000 years? There has never been a problem with the grudge furnace. It's always in good shape. It continues to generate huge amounts of energy and pour it into the preservation tank. The preservation tank is almost full. Ghost Sorceress-sama, it will be dangerous if you don't change the preservation tank soon, Desuyo. She's not replying. Did she go somewhere? If this continues, the gathered energy will not go anywhere, and it will cause an explosion, so I have no choice but to discard it. It's a waste, but it's better than letting it explode. Sooner or later, Ghost Sorceress-sama will come. She did not come. It has been 5 years. Wait, what does this mean? So far, no matter how busy she is, she'll check the state of the grudge furnace once a year. Is Ghost Sorceress-sama dead? No, she's already dead, so she should be purified. I don't care which term it is. Given her determination and how deep her grievance is, she can be considered as a sorceress of madness, so it is impossible for her to purify herself. In other words, she was purified by someone else. Or sealed. Something big happened. However, given my body, it's impossible for me to move. What should I do? What can I do? It can't be helped. All I can do is use the grudge furnace. Now, let me use the energy of the grudge furnace. Ah, I almost hit a dragon. This is bad. It may get angry and attack this place. Ugh. The dragon just left. Good. That was dangerous. HNN, this is. I should make something angry, not a dragon, and have it attack the island. As long as it touches me, I can do what I want. Ooh, good plan, well now. There's nothing flying around. Figures, it has always been peaceful. It was strange that a dragon passed by, and I should never go against a dragon. I'll just leave it to swords specialized in dragon extermination. Therefore, I'm not frustrated at all. For the time being, I should prepare for anything that will come. First, I'll collect energy from the grudge furnace and absorb it. It'll be fine. It's not fine. It exploded. The island fell too. That was a terrible scene. At least I'm safe. I'm confident in my sturdiness. But I'm in a pinch. In front of me is the preservation tank that stores the energy generated by the grudge furnace. There's a crack in the tank because of the fall. Once it breaks, it will explode. If this explodes like this, I will die. I wonder if it is good to die. Can I even die? I may die. Pinch. WWWHWH, what should I do? When I was panicking, a strange man came. Chance. Touch me, touch me. Ah, if a sword suddenly talks, won't he be suspicious? No, I'll be in trouble if he didn't see me. Let's bet everything. Look, an expensive sword fell here. All right, I succeeded in catching the man's attention. Touch me. Consciousness taken over. Hold me and run. HNN, there are other people. Yeah. This place is going to explode. This place is going to explode. Hurry up and ruin. I got caught for some reason. It seems like the man I have taken over has been considered as the person who induced that explosion. Sorry. I have been taken away from the man's hand, but I can still control him. Yeah, let's escape for the time being. I did my best, but got caught right away. The force sent by Koran religion is too strong. What should I do? When I was thinking of what to do, a great priest came. Just seeing him for a moment, I can see that he has great power. He's like a dragon or even more powerful. It would be impossible to take over his consciousness. I can't do anything. I just watch over what's happening while pretending to be an ordinary sword. What's this? Did he find out that I'm an intelligence sword? I was strictly stored. No, are they keeping me as a magic sword? Ah, probably because I'm expensive looking. I was taken to a village in a forest. Where is this place? No, what is this place? The people around are no good. Everyone's fierce and there's no way I can take over anyone's consciousness. Is there someone here who is more vulnerable? There might be. If no, then I can only despair. Should I start praying to God? HNN? What the? I can't even make a villager go away. Please, don't touch M. What's with this cat? Don't just touch me. It doesn't make sense to take over a cat's consciousness. Ah, to hold the cat, a villager carelessly touched me. Fuahahahaha. I can't take over. What's happening? I instinctively spoke. The priest asked me questions. I'm sorry, but I'm not willing to cooperate. I have a purpose. Yes, it is to avenge Ghost Sorceress Sama. Until then, I will not cooperate with anyone. Yeah, if I can't take over, then I can't take over. That villager, decorate me in a proper place. Don't put me in just any place. You're going to hang me on the wall? Well, okay. Don't put me on a corner. Decorate me in the middle. HNNNNNNN. I pretended to be dead. Idiot, don't talk to me. I'm just a sword. That other sword on the wall is overwhelming. It is presumptuous even to approach it. Ah, wait. Villager, what are you doing? Pardon me, you're going to replace that sword with me. Wait a minute. Wait, waggy it. You listen, please listen to me. Don't do it. I decided to not avenge Ghost Sorceress Sama and commit suicide. I shouldn't be able to do it with my own power, but I did my best. I couldn't bear it. What the villager tried to do is the same as asking a king to give up his seat. Do you understand? You don't understand. I see, as expected of a man who called the guy playing with a cat demon king. I broke my own blade, but I'm still alive. However, I'm only a handle now. Please just leave me somewhere and cover me up. Yeah, I don't mind even in the garbage box. Hey, there's a small box that I can surely fit on. Don't be so mean. Even if you say that. Are you saying that as long as I promise that I won't take over someone's consciousness, you'll have me repaired? I can promise you, but it's not easy to repair me. You have a skilled blacksmith here. Great. Revived. I did it. And the villager, he's not a villager but a village chief. And that village chief said he knows where Ghost Sorceress Sama is. Ooh, she's alive, not technically not alive, but she's alive. Great, truly great. Yes, as long as I can meet Ghost Sorceress Sama, I can talk about anything. Please take care of me from now on. Thus, I was able to return to Ghost Sorceress Sama's hand. I'm happy. Ghost Sorceress Sama's atmosphere changed. Ah, I've changed too. Did you notice it? They use powdered dragon scale to power me up. Ha ha ha, try me and see that I can cut anything. Ah, I can't cut the forest trees. The shield made of dragon scale too. I just got depressed. Amek, village chief, what sword duty will you bestow me? You will be Ursa's body pillow. She's still banned on carrying weapons, so I thought. Body pillow. Your scabbard is special, but make sure she won't be able to take you out. I see. Even if you're on a scabbard, anyone can tell that you are special just by looking. No, I don't want to be a pillow. But didn't you say since you're a sword, you want to be used as one? Yes, but this is not what I mean. Chapter 506. Small case. Now that Quentin is here, I finally was able to speak with the ghost sorceress using language and understood a little about the floating island. That island is an artificial island. It is similar to the Sun Castle. The maker is unknown. It said that the ghost sorceress discovered it and activated it. In that area, Quentin's memory is better than the ghost sorceress. That time, the ghost sorceress is holding an insurmountable amount of grudge that the only thing she wants to do is to destroy the world. That's a little scary. I wanted to ask why she has so much grudge, but now, it seems like it would be better for her to forget everything and start anew. And don't force yourself to remember it. Quentin's maker is also unknown. According to Quentin, it was made by a group of strange mages. However, it seems like its memory about them is either erased or completely forgotten. It also doesn't remember the era when it was made. It also doesn't remember the details, but it said that it met the ghost sorceress around 1,000 years ago. Yeah, given how much time has passed, it's not strange. I was a little confused why a sword would be in the ghost sorceress's hands. A sorceress is a mage too. They shouldn't be related to swords, right? When she heard my question, the ghost sorceress told me with a nostalgic expression. In the era I lived, mages are also skilled with sword arts and fighting techniques. Only a few people can survive with magic alone. I see. In fact, the ghost sorceress's sword skill is top-notch. Though she's not the match of the ghost knights, she can beat Gulf and Daga without trouble. She's amazing. I wonder if she can teach me too. By the way, if Quentin doesn't take over someone's consciousness, it's just a talking sword. Does it even have to talk? Of course, I'm an advisor. Ah, do you mean you can see through the opponent's movement? No, I mean I can tell you if you left something at the house when you're about to go out. Also, even if I can tell the opponent's movement, it will only distract you in the middle of the fight. Sorry. After Quentin broke again, it's when it saw the aft, it began speaking politely to me. However, sometimes it reverts back to its original way of speaking. I don't really mind. I think it is easier to talk to that way. Speaking of talking, I asked Quentin if it can speak for the Ghost Knights. The conclusion, it was able to. Until now, I've only deciphered what they wanted to say with gestures. However, I prefer if you don't rely on Quentin too much. Presently, the gesture language of the Ghost Knights has reached the level of art. It's regrettable to lose this art. That's what I think. The Mercury Asa, who's stationed at the hot spring as the administrator of the teleportation gate, also agrees. The Lion's Pride thinks so too. If there are more than one Quentin, I think it would be convenient for them to always carry one. However, there's only one of it. Quentin itself insists that it doesn't want to leave the ghost sorceress's side. Therefore, she became someone the speaker of the Ghost Knights. Dragons flew side by side over Big Tree Village. Dors, Jurar, and Raymarin are flying a little ahead. They are followed by Hakurin, Suyern, Mark, Doraim, Grafaloon, Sariern, Quarren, Domain, Kaun, Rasudi, and Hells. They are not as beautiful as the group flight of the angels, but they are impactful. Hyakairu, Gyuraru, and Rananen's mouths are wide open as they watch. Looking at the three, Gyurand can't help but smile. Gyurand did not participate since she's not confident if she can fly side by side with them. The dragons are also changing their flying formation like the group flight of the angels. They are not as agile and elegant as the angels, but they are majestic. The villagers of Big Tree Village are also looking up at the sky. Perhaps the villagers of Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 too. I have contacted them in advance so there shouldn't be any confusion. When I was thinking of that, Doors and the others spew out fireballs simultaneously. I'm not informed about that. Yuye, what are you doing? Surprise? Well, I was really surprised, but spewing fireball is too much? The fireballs won't fall anywhere and it will scatter in the air. I see. Good production number, what a relief. A fireball did not disappear. It fell into the forest and boom. Stop, come down, I won't search for the criminal. Someone bring me to the place where the fireball fell. Let's put out the fire. I made a little fuss. In Big Tree Village, there is another big meeting other than the usual meeting where all the race representatives must attend. The only participants are me and the mothers who gave birth to my children. Children can't participate. The discussion is all about turns and children's education. I won't talk about the turns. The important thing for now is the children. I was thinking about why Ursa wants to immediately become an adult, and I finally found the reason. I want to enter Father's room. Children are certainly prohibited from entering my room, whether it is day or night. As for the reason, you already know. We're not being mean, but we have to consider the education of the children. She wants to become an adult fast so she can enter my room. The adults who heard Ursa's answer panicked. And she gave them an additional blow. What are you doing there? Let me join. And thus, this meeting was called. Let me tell you first, Ursa is my daughter, that's it. After that, I was scrutinized whether I'm doing something suspicious. Everyone, why are you more familiar with what I'm doing than me? They also collected information from the Kuros and Spiderlings. The result, all doubts were cleared. Good. However, why is Ursa? Hakurin asked Ursa for an answer. I heard that there are hidden rooms and hidden passages in Father's room. I see, I'm relieved that Ursa's still a child. The mother's meeting was dissolved. Another room will be prepared for me, a room for my children. Of course, there will be a hidden passage there. The high elves and the mountain elves worked hard to put hidden rooms, hidden windows, hidden shelves, etc. to it. Did it become a ninja house? As long as the children are happy, I don't mind. It would be great if Ursa stopped trying to become an adult in a hurry with this. Children grow up in no time after all. Chapter 507. Ursa's Cuisine. Autumn harvest has begun. The village will harvest with everything it has. The angels Malbit, Ruinsha, Suaruru, and Raz Maria also participated. Even the dragons helped. This time, Grafaloon even took the initiative to work hard. I think she was influenced by Doraem's radish harvest. She's not. Yeah, it's because of that. The group flight of the dragons failed. And the one who spewed a fireball that did not scatter is none other than Grafaloon. They did not say, but I can see that Raymarin is quite angry. Because of that, no one dared mention it too. As for the condition she gave her, she said she should help with the harvest. The Lamias of the South Dungeon and the Titans of the North Dungeon also help. By the way, what happened to the Groks in the East Dungeon? Previously, when they were traveling towards here to meet me, they were attacked and injured by a huge boar. That's some time ago. Once the Groks recover, I'm going to see them. Have they recovered? I'll check them out next time. Now, let's focus on harvesting. Fairy Queen, I'm happy that you volunteered to harvest persimmons, but isn't the amount you eat more than the amount you put in the basket? You like soft persimmons more than hard persimmons. I prefer hard persimmons. No, it's not time to eat them yet. Look at the Kuros and the Spiderlings, they are envious of you, right? No, don't share. When the harvest is over, crops are processed to oil, sugar, dried sweet potatoes, dried persimmons, etc. Wheat is also grounded to flour. Some of the harvested cabbage and Chinese cabbage are taken to the reservoir. They are pre-hibernation food for the pond turtles. They have to eat before hibernating. The pond turtles eat those cabbage and Chinese cabbage with sparkling eyes. There was a moderate amount, but it quickly disappeared. Do you want a refill? The pond turtles, though reluctant, still eat the extra cabbage and Chinese cabbage I brought. They know how to eat. The silkworms of the world tree were also preparing for winter. Under the branch of the world tree, they are making cocoons that are the same color as the branch. The silkworms will spend winter in those cocoons. See you next year. Next to me who checks them out is the angry phoenix chick Aegis. Hahaha, postpone your match until spring. I entrust Aegis to the eagle, but it's not here. This is rare. When I thought so, I saw the eagle flying in the distant sky. I was wondering why it was circling the same place, but it suddenly dived. Ooh, it seems to have hunted a pretty big fanged rabbit. The eagle caught the rabbit using its talons and carried it to the village. Recently, food is being prepared in the village for the eagle so it doesn't even need to hunt, but it is still helping us in its own way. Thank you. Normally, it would pass the rabbit to the high elves, but this time, it was placed in front of Aegis. Aegis climbs on the rabbit and plucks the rabbit's fur. Pluck, pluck, pluck. It looks like it can't do it, but Aegis managed to pluck its fur. And while standing on the rabbit, Aegis looked satisfied. It looks like its mood has improved. As expected of the eagle. Afterwards, the high elves collected the rabbit. It looks like its skin has been pricked. It looks painful. Aegis tried its best to do it after all. It's not being mischievous, so let's not scold it. On Ursa's waist lies a new sword. A sword matches the size of the current Ursa. At the same time I lifted the ban on carrying weapons, I gave it to her. You have to treasure it. Lifting the ban on carrying weapons means she was able to cook a dish that was able to satisfy Anne. Actually, I advised her. Ursa doesn't find it difficult to cut, fry, or mix ingredients. What she finds difficult is adjusting fire. Whatever food she'll cook, she'll always use too strong fire. Because of that, I taught her a dish that can be made even if the fire is too strong. Fried rice. First, prepare and cut all the ingredients. Then, put them all in a heated frying pan. The stronger the fire, the better. However, if you're not quick, you'll burn it. This suits Ursa. Using a wok in cooking it, Ursa managed to cook fried rice. It might even be more delicious than I make, and Anne finally recognizes her cooking. Master is sweet with his daughter. Anne is smiling, but I know she's not. Those are words of condemnation. What she's criticizing me for is not that I advised Ursa, but I never taught anyone of fried rice until now. Yeah, that's the reason. No, it's because the yield of rice back in the days is small, and it is laborious to cook an already cooked rice. Yeah, I'll teach you how to make it now. She already prepared the wok. The next few days, lunch and dinner were fried rice. Juror was supposed to return. He really planned to go back a long time ago, but he kept on postponing. He's making all kinds of excuses. By the way, thank you for helping with harvesting. On the back of Juror in dragon form are a pile of crops. They are souvenirs. After saying goodbye to Gurand and Guraru for 2 hours, Juror finally left. After him, Suyern, Sekyern, and Demame's group also left. I want them to relax more, but it seems like each of them has jobs to do. I can't possibly stop them by force, so I give them souvenirs and see them off. Those who'll remain are Dors, Raymarin, Doraim, and Grafaloon. Grafaloon seems to have apologized for her mistake during the group flight, and she's also taking Raymarin's mood into account. She has a good expression while taking care of her granddaughter, Rananen. As for Doraim, Rasudi asked him to help her in making dried persimmons. Raymarin is discussing something with Dors. I heard that they are planning on migrating her. Though I heard it, I'll pretend I didn't hear it until they officially announce it. Raymarin is sweet to Hikaru, but she has a strict side too, not just sweet side. And the way she scolds is scary. Not just Hikaru, but other children too. Therefore, she's not popular with children other than Hikaru. Is she unpopular? Or is she being feared? However, she's popular among adults. After all, she's a mother who raised 5 children, Hakurin, Sugern, Doraim, Sekyern, and Demame. Because of that, she's being relied on in various ways. You can get good advice from her. However, Ancestor-san looks strange while looking at that situation. Whether it is about child making or children becoming rebellious, I think it's not a good idea to get an advice from an ancient dragon. Chapter 508. Salutations. Zabutin and her spiderlings came to me for their salutations before hibernating. Is it already that time? Saddening. See you again in spring. I know. I'm also looking forward to the costumes you made for the spring parade. And the spiderlings who won't hibernate, don't overdo it. Don't forget your thermal insulation stone when you go out. I know red armor and white armor are resistant to cold, but you don't have to be outside the gate even if you are the gatekeepers. It's okay. You're still the gatekeepers inside. Then the pond turtles came. Are you guys going to hibernate now too? Do you really have to hibernate all at once? No, I shouldn't stop you. See you in spring. Looking around the village, the number of slimes walking around is small. They are likely moving to a warmer place. The slimes that are walking around now are slimes that are resistant to cold. Even if you are strong against cold, you shouldn't go out when it is about to snow. Oh, I saw a slime that's trembling in the cold and is already sluggish. I took it and released it in the mansion. There's no problem if I leave it outside, but the slimes are also villagers. I want to help them too. There may be others like it. Let's look around. It is now officially winter. It's cold. However, it is warm inside my mansion. It's hard to go out though. There are 3 kotatsus installed in the guest receiving room. The first kotatsu is being used by Malbit, Ruinsha, Suaruru, and Razmaria. It looks like all of their work is over, so they are in complete relaxation mode. Each of them is holding alcohol made by the dwarves. And there's also roast beef on top of the kotatsu. No, it's roasted rabbit meat, so roast rabbit. Also, there's a board of Sugoroku there, so I guess they're playing Sugoroku. It looks like they are dissatisfied with the content written on the board, so they threw it away. It's just a game, don't take it seriously. However, who the heck made that? Who the heck wrote, "My daughter took my place"? My grandson was caught by an evil heterosexual, etc. on that Sugoroku board. The second kotatsu is being used by Doors, Raymarin, Doraim, and Gurand. The kotatsu became a mahjong table. Are they betting something? Everyone looks serious. I'm afraid that they'll crush the tiles. Graphaloon seems to have to go home soon, but can't part with Rananen. I heard that she should have left 2 days ago, but why is she still here? The last kotatsu is being occupied by Doraim's butler, Gucci, Bulga, and Stefano. On the kotatsu are Yaukin and T. The Yaukin is still at the trial stage, but I think it is already satisfactory as it is. As for the villagers, it is pretty popular. Sweets are favorites of the fairy queen and the children. It is also popular with some adults who like sweets that are not that sweet. And Gucci, who likes not that sweet sweets like Yaukin, talks about how great it is to Bulga and Stefano. That's Gucci's opinion, but sweets should be really sweet like Zenzai. That's according to someone who thinks mochi is great. The kotatsu in my room is being occupied by Kuro and Yuki. Kuro moved a little when he saw me, so I went in for a while. On the other side, sleeping in someone else's room, is the fairy queen. Sleeping in someone else's room is quite a big deal, you know. On the right and left of the fairy queen are Hito on her little fox form and the kitten Samuel. They are sleeping while being snuggled by the fairy queen. Hito has a good relationship with the cats. The cats also treat Hito as if she's their elder sister. I don't mind, but it seems like Hito doesn't like to interact with the children that much. When she's in her human form, she looks like a 3-year-old girl. I can't force her to play with the children if she looks like that. In terms of age, she's far older than me. According to her mother Yauko, she will immediately transform into an adult when the time comes. It is unknown when it will be. However, Yauko's not being impatient at all because the longer her child period is, the stronger she will be. As for me, it's kind of saddening if you can't see the growth of a child. I only muttered that, but Yauko changed her age in front of me. 5-year-old Yauko, 10-year-old Yauko, 15-year-old Yauko, 20-year-old Yauko. Once she becomes an adult, she can freely change her age so you don't have to worry about it. Yauko said that and laughed. Is that normal? That night, I was questioned by Lu why I asked Yauko to transform before me. I'm not cheating. You don't believe me. No, if I want to ask someone to change her age before me, there's Hakurin, Rasudi, no. I mean, Lu's transformation is the best. That was a truly difficult time. I warmed myself at the kotatsu while remembering that. Samuel is here. Does that mean that the Demon King hasn't come yet? It seems like the Demon King will bring his wife to the village soon, so there's frequent consultation and preparation. Samuel woke up and walked out of the room. It seems like the Demon King has arrived. I have to go too. The wine slime dived into the place where I stood up. There's no booze here. HNN? How do you know where I'm hiding it? I just hid it yesterday. I talked to the Demon King, and it was decided that he'll bring his wife 3 days later. At that time, the Beast Boys, Gal, Sil, and Bron will come with them, and 12 more. Those 12 seem to want to meet me in Village 5. You can bring them to this village, though. No, what do you mean it's impossible? Okay. So what's their purpose of wanting to meet me in Village 5? Marriage greeting? Who's getting married? The Beast Boys. When they came back to the village before, I think I heard that it's only. Is that so? But those three are still children. Well, let's hear from them directly later. By the way, this is just a confirmation. No, I heard that Sil got a lot. He even asked me for some advice. I will not pursue that matter. I'll listen to the person himself later. I only want to prepare. That's the only reason why I want to confirm it. All those 12 have never married before, are they? It seems like they sent their relatives as representatives. Even a member of your 4 heavenly kings, who is written in here. That means the marriage partner will either be whose little cousin or little sister, right? Chapter 509. Demon King's Wife's Visit. My name is Annie Richour. I'm the principal of the Gulgald Noble Academy, and I'm also the Demon King's wife. I apologize to my husband for saying this, but I'm dissatisfied being the Demon King's wife. The person I married became the Demon King before I knew it, and I never intended to marry the Demon King. His name even changed. However, it can't be helped. For my loving husband, I'll accept it as long as I can. I talked about it with my husband countless of times. As a result, I have to live my life separated from my husband, but I accept it. My husband comes to see me often, and I can also see him anytime I want, so I'm not that lonely. Speaking of loneliness, Yuri is our only daughter. Although I think she's still a child, she graduated from the academy in no time and was sent somewhere to work. I'm happy for my daughter's growth, but I can't hide my loneliness. One day, my husband invited me for a trip. It's only a day trip. It seems like we will be sent and took back by Count Chrome's teleportation magic. It's a very attractive proposal, but the timing was bad. It's currently summer. The school has to fully participate in the founding festival, so we're quite busy with the preparation. If I overdo it, I might take a day off. Yeah, let's do that. I told my husband since it's only a day trip, however, I won't even have time to sleep for the next 2 days after that. Where is he planning to take me anyway? Why do I need to have at least 3 days off? That's a harsh requirement. As for autumn, I have to see off those graduating students every autumn, so it is also another busy time. Basically, students graduate after spending a certain time at the academy, but there are students that apply for graduation suddenly, and they should be handled immediately too. As a worst-case scenario, there will be a student who will apply for immediate graduation every 3 days. Students who applied for graduation suddenly are students who have to inherit titles or students who have to marry. 1 day delay in their graduation can change their lives. I don't want to ruin their lives, so I have to be at the academy 24/7. I have no choice but to do so. However, it's still heartbreaking to refuse my husband's invitation. Even so, there were more than a dozen people who suddenly applied for graduation, suddenly, so my decision to remain at the academy is correct. And it's also surprising. Since you want to graduate, did you all really found your other half? You are not being swindled, are you? There are a lot of fraudsters there who target noble ladies, and I've seen several victims already. Have you checked the other party's identity? Don't smile. I'm seriously worried about this. When I think of the old graduates who would just come home crying, I'm uneasy. Also, some things happened that involved certain teachers of the academy. Those 3, I don't really want to, but I'm certainly correct when I decided to stay this autumn. Winter. I finally got 3 days off. Phew. I started my preparations. Clothes to wear and change of clothes. It's only a day trip, but I don't know what kind of place it is, so it is better for me to be prepared. My husband told me that we're going to a village where his acquaintance lives. He's inviting me there, so maybe the scenery is wonderful, or maybe the food there is truly good. I'm looking forward to it. However, I won't let my guard down. I'm the Demon King's wife after all, so I might be targeted. I won't be able to bear it if something happens to my husband because I drag him down. I have to be prepared, on the day of our departure. For some reason, my husband brought additional clothes for me. Is that place dirty? And 3 familiar beastkins are here too. Are they going with us? I have this bad feeling. However, I can no longer say that I won't go. We greet Count Chrome, who will send us there. His teleportation magic is stunning as ever. The place we were teleported to is outside a village. Given my husband and Count Chrome's position, they should be able to teleport inside any city directly. Why are we outside of a village? It is probably because of the three Beast Boys. It will be a violation of manners if they suddenly get teleported in the middle of the village. This village, it's quite a big village. The field is also wide, and I can't help but think if it is really winter. By the way, husband, when we arrived in this village, why were my amulets destroyed? All 7 of them. If we let our guard down, we might suffer. However, it doesn't make sense. It is as if it is pointless to equip them in the first place. What does this mean? Also, I feel unusual presence from both inside and outside of the village. I don't think that my husband would harm me. Then, could it be that Count Chrome betrayed him? The 3 Beast Boys who came with us should be acquainted with Count Chrome too. And we are alone with them in this village. The 3 Beast Boys suddenly ran to the village. Hey, Dad. Those 3 ran towards a man and several women. I saw 2 familiar faces among them, Yuri, my daughter, and Forum, Count Chrome's daughter. There, I remember. It was the time when the 3 Beast Boys came to school as students. Their recommendation letters were written by Yuri and Forum. Yuri should be working as the administrator of Village 5. As for Forum, I heard that she was appointed as a governor of a certain village. In other words, is this Village 5. However, no matter how I think about it, this can't be it. I heard that Village 5 is a city built on a mountain. This is a village, there is no mountain. There are mountains around, but they are so far away and it is surrounding, Isn't that the sun castle above? That's an old relic. Where on earth are we? For the time being, Count Chrome. You didn't set us up in a trap, did you? Good. Then, husband, you haven't explained anything to me yet, have you? Yeah, I demand an explanation. There are many things I want to ask, but there's something I want you to explain to me first and foremost. There are 2 dragons fighting in a place a little away from here. Is that okay? Or am I hallucinating and I'm the only one who can see it? Why does no one gives a darn? Chapter 510. Introduction Order. Since it is almost time for the Demon King's wife to arrive, I went to the residential area of the village. My destination is one of the entrances of the village, the one on the south side of the residential area. I decided this place to be the main entrance of the village. In the past, the entrance at the south end of the village was treated as the main entrance, but Lou and Tyr said that it is not suitable to be the main entrance of the village because I made a dungeon near there. If you ask me, I'm fine with anywhere, but for some reason, the residents are sticking to it, so I listened to them. Next time, let's make a slightly luxurious gate. I thought it would only be me because it was cold, but Frau, Yuri, and Anne accompanied me. Thanks. HNN? Red armor will accompany me too? I don't mind. The Kuros wanted to accompany me too, but the Demon King asked me to greet her wife with as few people as possible. The Kuros usually accompany me with a group of 10. I'm sorry, but you can't this time. When I arrived at the south gate of the residential area, the Demon King's party had already arrived. They were the Demon King, a woman who is probably the wife of the Demon King, Beezle, and the 3 Beast Boys. It looks like they checked out who's with me first, and after that, the Beast Boys rushed up to me. I thought that they would tackle me, but they immediately stopped when they saw Frau and Yuri next to me. They slowly came in front of me and bowed. Village Chief, we're back. Welcome back. The Demon King's wife seems to be experiencing some trouble as soon as they arrive. Several small objects dropped around her. Could the string of her accessory break? The Demon King and Beezle pick them up. I also want to help, but I was stopped by Frau as she says introduction should come first. Then, let's introduce each other. I don't think it is necessary to introduce the 2 since I'm already familiar with the Demon King and Beezle. That means I only need to introduce myself to the Demon King's wife. The Demon King's wife should be the one who introduces herself first. The Demon King's wife stepped forward once and stuck out her chest. Peasant, you dare introduce yourself to me like this. I'm the Demon King's wife, Annie. You should have pre-mmm. The Demon King's wife is still talking, but her mouth was suddenly covered by the Demon King and Yuri who jumped out from here. Frau and Beezle stood side by side in front of me to hide the Demon King's wife. Excuse us, it seems like she was not briefed. Please wait a moment. Like what Frau said, I waited where I was. The Demon King and Yuri are explaining various things to the Demon King's wife. What is noble language? Is it the language they use in court? Reenactment. Nice to meet you. I'm the Demon King's wife, Annie Richour Dessous. Please take care of me from now on. The Demon King's wife introduces herself normally. I'm the village chief of Big Tree Village, Haraku Desu. I welcome you. I replied with the introduction I had prepared. I feel like that kind of introduction is not good, but according to Frau and Yuri, that should be the normal introduction. After that, we only need to introduce each companion, so I ended up having to introduce just Anne and Red Armor, because we are both familiar with the others. This might be the reason why the Demon King only wants us to greet each other with a small number of people. He wants to finish the introduction without taking too much time. With Anne's lead, we head back to my mansion while guiding her to the residential area. Still, the Demon King and his wife are doing love with each other. At first, they are only walking side by side, but before I noticed it, they are already holding each other's hand. And it even comes to the point that the Demon King is already princess carrying his wife. For the time being, let me confirm it first. If you find it hard to walk, should I call for a carriage? That's not the reason. I knew it. For the time being, I explained each village facility to the Demon King's wife who's being princess carried by the Demon King. That building over there is the alcohol factory. The dwarves here are responsible for making alcohol. That building is the bath. If you are a resident of this village, you can use it freely. That tree over there is the world tree. There are some cocoons of silkworms at the base of the branches, so don't touch them. Ah, that is the inn for guests, and that big building over there is my mansion. I'm sorry if it's kind of far. Ah, those fighting over there are Graphaloon and Rhapsody. It's a mother and daughter quarrel. Graphaloon can't bear to leave her grandchild, Rananen, so she tried to take her with her. I apologize for showing you something unsightly. Don't worry, there won't be any damage. Doors is working hard to make sure that the village is protected by a barrier. By the way, Rananen is currently with Raymarin. Raymarin not only likes Hyakairu, but Rananen too, but she was not able to show her affection to her until now because of Graphaloon. She's taking her time now with her. We arrived at my mansion. The Kuros are waiting in line in front of the entrance. There are more of them now compared to when they asked me to accompany me earlier. Okay. I'm sorry for making you wait even though it's cold. White Armor is also gatekeeping. You've worked hard. When I waved my hand, White Armor raised one of its legs and waved back at me. Are you going to return to your gatekeeping, Red Armor? Good luck. Take a break if you have to. It is warm inside my mansion. The Demon King's wife looks calm too, but first thing first. I introduced Lu, Tyr, Senna, Gulf, and Gut, who were waiting in the hall, to her. I introduced Lu and Tyr as my wives' representatives. Senna shouldn't even be in the mansion, but since the Demon King's wife has taken care of the 3 Beast Boys, she came to my mansion. She introduced herself as the representative of the Beastkins of the village. Gulf and Gut are supposed to be Senna's companions, so it was her responsibility to introduce them. Originally, I should have introduced my children too, but it was delayed because of the Demon King's request. It is also the study time of the children, so I don't mind. I'll introduce them to her at dinner. By the way, it seems like the Demon King's wife overreacted when Lu, Tyr, and Gulf were introduced to her, or is it only my imagination? Next, let's bring her to the guest receiving room. Ah, she wants to change her clothes first. When Yuri first came to the village, she also changed her clothes many times. It is probably related to culture. I learned something new. We have prepared a guest room, so please use it to your heart's content. Anne will guide Yo. The Demon King will take you there. Their relationship is really good. After some time, the Demon King's wife finally changed her clothes, so I brought her to the guest receiving room with her husband. I know that it takes time for a woman to change her clothes, so I did not complain. What I'm complaining about now is that Malbit's group is drinking on the kotatsu in the guest receiving room. I told you to not do it today since there will be a guest. Well, it looks like the Demon King's wife and Malbit knew each other, so I guess it's okay. The Demon King's wife, I was surprised that she raised a strange voice. Then she said a storm of abusive words. That's true. How can an influential person of the Garrett Kingdom drink here as if there's nothing else to do? I think so too. Please say more. Then, she targeted Ruintia. She said the vice chief can longer get a grip. No, I think Ruintia is working hard enough. It's true. It looks like she knows Suaruru too. She's an angel that is regarded as dangerous to the Demon King's kingdom. Since she's drinking alcohol during the day in a carefree manner, the Demon King's wife says that she might be planning to do something bad again. Demon King's wife, she indeed has evil plans, please stop her. Also, is Suaruru really considered as dangerous? I didn't know. As for Razmaria, it looks like she knew about her too. It seems like the Demon King's wife knew the angels who refer themselves as godkins. However, Demon King's wife, you can say bad words, but please don't freely badmouth the physical characteristics of others. Don't say cow or milkers. Calm down. Demon King, help. Fuh. The Demon King's wife finally calmed down. She introduced herself to Malbit's group again. Great. Next is Door's group. However, that's not possible because Grafaloon and Rasudi's battle is still ongoing, so let's introduce them to her next time. Then. Well, what is Ancestor-san's real name? Oh, you'll introduce yourself to her? Then, I'll leave it to you. The Demon King's wife raised a strange voice again. Currently, the Demon King is introducing the cats to his wife. The cats Ragiel, Jewel Cat Jewel, a Nico's Meal, Rael, Yule and Gale, and the kittens Ariel, Haniel, Zerol and Samuel. The Demon King introduced them to her in great detail. The Demon King's wife is also listening earnestly. And smiles, a good smile. It is probably her best smile ever since she came to this village. Are they a cat-loving couple? However, a Nico's and kittens. When I'm the one who's calling you, you never came over, but when the Demon King calls you, you gather at once. No, I'm not complaining. I just thought that I should send you away when you're using the kotatsu in my room. But if it is Ragiel and Jewel, it's okay. You guys come when I call you. Ah, I shouldn't just mind the cats too much or the Kuros will get angry. Kuro and Yuki are waiting to be introduced to the Demon King's wife. I stroked Kuro and Yuki's heads and asked them to wait a little longer. The spiderlings who did not hibernate are also waiting for their introduction. Instead of a simple introduction, they'll show off a dance as a way of introducing themselves. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 511. Annie Stay. My name is Gulgold. I am the Demon King of the Demon King's kingdom. And next to me is my wife, Annie. Annie looks older than me, but she actually looks younger than me. Comparing her to a human, she looks like a 13 to 15 years old girl. She's a demoness, so it's not unusual for her to look so young. It is also an evidence that she possesses a huge amount of magical power. That is something to be proud of. However, she can't show her young appearance since she's the principal of the Noble Academy. Thus, she changed her appearance to an appropriate age. Comparing her transformed appearance to a human, she should be around 30 years old. If she's really thinking about appropriateness, she should have transformed into a 60-year-old human woman. I told her that time when we were having dinner and everything on the table came flying to me one by one. After that, I never said anything age-related to her. Not even once. However, I have to discuss that with her again this time. Annie, you've transformed to your original appearance. If you show yourself to village chief, he will be surprised, so transform back. Kipsley, I am really scared. Kipsley was my name before I became the Demon King. When I married Annie, I was not the Demon King yet. After I became the Demon King, Annie stopped calling me Kipsley. Though it's saddening, it can't be helped. I'm the Demon King after all. However, I'm glad that she called me that again the first time after a really long time. Ah, no, that's not what I want to say. Annie, are you okay? Your mind is a little clouded. This is not our house and there are others around. Act accordingly a little more. No, she's not cooperating. Annie has completely returned to what she used to be during the old times. She pouted and made a pose of rejection. When she becomes like that, nothing I say will make her listen. I understand. There's no other way. Let's not think about Annie's sanity at this moment. Let's just enjoy it. In front of me and Annie are the spiderlings who are dancing in perfect sync. Kipsley, they're amazing, truly amazing. Ah yes, they're amazing. They are certainly stunning. They are even wearing top hats and they look great. Oh, one of them stepped forward and performed solo. It made a rhythmic tap dance on an iron plate. Some of its legs are wearing iron shoes, but it's not painful to the ear since the sound is edited by magic. When the solo part's performance was finished, the other spiderlings came to its left and right. Are they going to do it with that number? Will that be all right? I think if one of them made a mistake, it will be clear and the sound will surely stand out. Ah, no one missed a step. Wonderful, I applauded generously. After the spiderlings' dance performance, it is time to meet with Dragon King Doors. I'll introduce Annie. Ado, the battle that's happening over there, is it over? I see. I looked at Annie. Her sanity hasn't returned yet. Should I introduce her to the Dragon King later? No, I think it will be easier to introduce her in this state. I introduced Annie to the Dragon King. Annie greets him accordingly. Annie Richard Dessous. Please take care of me from now on. Good, it looks like she can still do it properly. As expected of Annie, the Dragon King greets her back. Dragon King, doors. When greeting or introducing someone, the higher the position, the lesser the words. It is to avoid careless remarks. Because of that, I'm not dissatisfied with the introduction of the Dragon King. However, it seems like Annie doesn't think the same. Wait a minute, were you not taught on how to greet someone? I thought we were surely dead. I've thought of that a number of times ever since I came to this village. We're saved because the Dragon King laughed. We were spared. Annie, please don't say another word. Please, before dinner. Annie regained her sanity. It is probably because of the healing effects of the cats. How many times have I been healed by the cats? Annie, Samuel is mine. Don't hug her too much. Please be satisfied with hugging a stuffed toy cat. Hold that one over there. It seems like Annie somehow remembered what she had done. Annie, who was in agony, turned her anger to me. I'll accept it all. Just think that it is love. Before going to the dinner table, Annie apologized to the other party. Of course, I'm with her. The dinner is nabe. In the pot that is heated by a magic tool are miso-based soup, pork, chicken, fish, cabbage, carrot, and radish. It's a yosnabe. I'll be sharing it with Annie and Yuri. Being able to share it with my family, it's kind of strange. If we're at the royal castle, this would never happen. It's because I'm the Demon King. In that aspect, I feel regret. However, if I hadn't become the Demon King, the Demon King's kingdom would have fallen into chaos. In order to not feel regret, I kept telling that to myself. Annie, are you okay? Do you know that you still look young? You don't want to show that form to Yuri, right? Also, Gal and the others are looking at you awkwardly. I already gave up since everyone already saw me. As for those three, since they are old friends, it is all right for them to see me like this. Is that so? How about Yuri? When I was still a little girl, I've already seen her like that several times after introducing herself as my older sister. Annie, what on earth are you doing? No, there's no point in winking, you're cute though. All right, let's leave it for now and enjoy the nabe. When some of the ingredients were eaten, I asked if they wanted me to put noodles. I have no idea, so I'll leave it to you. Father, how about putting mochi first before noodles? Mother will surely like it. Ah, right, then I put in some mochi. If I leave it alone, it will stick on the pot, so I have to be careful with it. Ah, Annie, don't talk about marriage to Yuri. It's still too early. Certainly, I'm envious of those with grandchildren. By the way, it seems like the battle that's been happening this morning was settled when the gatekeeper dragon barged in. As expected of the gatekeeper dragon. However, it is the gatekeeper dragon that has suffered the most damage. His wife and daughter finally stopped fighting when he took all their attacks with his body. Can I do that too? That's right, Annie. Next to the Dragon King is Raymarin, the Typhoon Dragon. Next to the Typhoon Dragon is Gironde. Yes, that enemy of God. I saw her dragon form and she's certainly amazing. Let's go and say hello later. HNN. You don't want to? I don't think there's a need for you to hold back. Ma, if you say so, I understand. After the noodles, rice was cooked next. This is the goodness of nabe. However, it seems like there's dessert after this, so we shouldn't fill our belly. Then, let's go to the hot spring together after dinner. Yeah, it's good to go leisurely in a carriage, but let's rely on Beazle. Hot springs are great. Your everyday fatigue will be healed. It's a shame that it is segregated by gender. Ah, no, I don't mean anything. I just want to use the hot spring with my family. That's it. I know, I don't want to be hated by Yuri. When I was waiting for dessert, Village Chief introduced his children to Annie. Alfred. I feel envious every time I see this excellent boy because I want a son too. I'm not dissatisfied with my daughter, but I also want a son. It's not like I can't have one, but it will be difficult for a principal to get pregnant. I was able to force her with Yuri, but it took us a lot of hard work. If I ask her again, she'll hesitate. I'll talk with her tonight. Ursa. A very energetic girl. And someone who needs attention. Yeah, someone that needs to be cautious of. I don't mean it in a bad way, but you can never be too sure. Next year, she will enroll in the school with Alfred, but will it be okay? I will have to ask Gall's group to do their best. No, should I ask village chief to send a villager to the school? Someone that can suppress Ursa, probably no. No matter who comes, I can already see a miserable future. Let's just be prepared. It will be okay. Prepare to endure. After dinner, we went to the hot spring. I forgot to tell Annie about the ghost knights, the ghost sorceress, and the lion's pride. I'm sorry. Here, a stuffed toy cat. Use it to take back your sanity. Chapter 512. The Three's Marriage Partners. The Demon King's wife was scheduled for a day trip, but it was decided that they'll stay overnight. Did she like the hot spring that much? It seems like she's fine with the food too. Speaking of which, the Demon King and Yuri come to this village often so they were able to use chopsticks without problem. However, I was surprised that the Demon King's wife can also use chopsticks. According to her, it seems like the three Beast Boys have spread the use of chopsticks in the Demon King's kingdom. What are they doing to be able to accomplish that? But it looks like there's no problem, so I guess it's okay. By the way, you three, I heard that Gall, Syl, and Bronn are getting married. Is that true? After hearing my question, Syl ran away. Gall and Bronn tackled him. No, I don't want to get married. Syl screams, he's half mad. Gall hits him to shut him up and bows before me. My apologies, it looks like Syl is a bit troubled before his wedding. No, I'm worried. I'm pretty sure he said he doesn't want to get married. But it's impossible for him to say no now. Is that so? Yes, unfortunately. I see. My condolences, Syl. There are things that you can't resist. For the time being, I, Syl, and Bronn are presently in relationships, and we are indeed going to get married. I apologize for only informing you now. According to Gall, he is going to marry 2. Syl will marry 9, and Bronn will marry 1. Let's listen to Syl's 9 brides later. Who are your 2 brides to be, Gall? Yeah, well, that is a lot of things happened. One of Gall's partners is the 7th daughter of Count Pudyaru, Miss Endery. They became friends for about a year and switched to being in a relationship with the intent of getting married after. The other one was the 5th daughter of Count Glitch, Miss Kirasana. Count Pudyaru and Count Glitch are rivals. However, they don't have any aggressive relationship. They even cooperate with each other if their interests crossed. It looks like the children were influenced by their parents, so they look like they are getting along on the surface, but they view each other as rivals. Because of that relationship, if Miss Endery wants to get married, the other party won't intervene. On the other hand, Miss Kirasana even wants Miss Endery to get married. The marriage between Gall and Endery does not involve politics, and it will not even lead to status improvement of Count Pudyaru. However, Miss Kirasana is disturbed. She tried to get in the way of Miss Endery's marriage. Though it is already confirmed that Miss Endery is not being forced to marry and she's not asking for help, she still gets in the way. Her reason is simple: pure jealousy. What are you trying to prove? That you can get married before me. Just that. However, the battle between Miss Endery and Miss Kirasana begins there. Gall got caught in it. In the end, Gall ended up having to marry both Miss Endery and Miss Kirasana. Now the two of them are even colluding to make sure Gall won't escape. Gall, you're looking too distant. Are you okay? I see, you're okay. Good. Bronn's partner is an Oniasan that works in school. When they were still students, they have become indebted to this receptionist Oniasan, and it continued when they became teachers. The teacher and receptionist relationship goes steadily until the Oniasan proposes to Bronn. Bronn said yes. The end. That's normal, super normal. Wait, hold on. What is the receptionist Oniasan's race? She's not an undead or something, right? No, an ordinary demoness, just a little older. How much? 15 years. No problem. However, Bronn, you chose someone older by chance. Do you have a fetish? I know that when you were still midgets, the ones who were taking care of you are the beast girls who were slightly older than you. Please let me apologize for that. Bronn responded to my apology with a smile. It's not that I like older people, it's just that the person I like was older. I see. I wish you happiness. Now the problem is Syl, there are 9 brides to be. Won't it be pointless if I asked how did it happen? No, is it? All right, let me hear it. At first there were only 3. Yeah, at first, really funny. Aren't you alone at first? Sorry, go ahead. Syl had a good relationship with the first 3, Miss Irene, Miss Lovia, and Miss Konjit. As Sil only wishes to marry one of them, he's been thinking hard. However, the three seem to disagree and colluded with each other. The three started to act in the direction of getting married. Sil didn't notice as usual. No, he might have noticed. He's been treating the three equally after all. As the days passed, the barrier of those three gradually narrowed and someone broke through. It was when Gaul resolved a certain pandemic of a certain count's territory. The earl's relative came to give her thanks. Her way of thanking is being a wife. No one knows. Of course, Sil, who accepted it, doesn't know too, the fifth intruder. The other party is an artificial life form that has been guarding one of the deepest parts of a certain dungeon. Gaul's group captured that dungeon, and it was Sil who accidentally found her. Sil felt sorry for her and couldn't leave her alone there, so he brought her out. However, it seems like the other party doesn't think so. Thereafter, she started calling him master and began to act as his wife. The sixth one. A merchant's daughter. This is simple. A caravan was attacked by bandits while they were traveling. There were more than 10 guards, but the bandits were over 50 in addition to the bandits ambushing them. Sil, who happened to pass by, appeared. He repulsed the bandits. The caravan was protected. Seeing his strength, the merchant used his daughter to attack Sil. No matter how strong he is, Sil is still a child. He was led by that merchant and had him take care of her at the academy. The seventh. A desert elf slave that happened to meet Sil when he went to a human kingdom. There are slaves in the Demon King's kingdom, but they are basically criminal slaves. They are enslaved as punishment and will be released once he serves his sentence. However, the slaves in human countries are not just criminal slaves. There are many types of slaves, and slaves are treated in various ways too. Seeing how cruel they treated slaves, Sil crushed a slave merchant and freed the slaves. Most of those who had become slaves were kidnapped and enslaved, so they happily returned home. Sil also gave them money they can use to go home. Except one. The desert elf, who no longer has a home to return, has nowhere else to go, so she followed Sil. I see. By the way, how were you able to crush the slave merchant? Also, isn't it normal for slave traders in that place to treat slaves like that? Don't you think it is wrong to go to another country and rampage, just because the way they do things is different from your own country? No, the slaves are certainly poorly treated. I won't tell you that you shouldn't have helped them. However, you can't just crush something because you can do it. It will haunt you in the future. In addition, you'll buy grudge. Since you took care of it legally, then I'm glad. Ma, since you crushed it legally, that slave merchant deserves it. You didn't use fraudulent means, did you? Good. Let's return to the story. Eighth. Assassin sent by the crushed slave merchant. She's a beastkin and she felt nostalgic after you repulsed her. Okay. Ninth. The adventurer who went to the human country with Sil. She's a mage and seems to have teamed up with Sil. She's a good person who cooperated with him to crush the slave merchant. The reason why he wants to be Sil's wife is his cooking. She said she's already a prisoner of his dish. I see. And those 9 repeatedly fought until they colluded to seal Sil. Sil finally realized it all and became fearsome of women. He ran away with everything he had, but he was caught. He was caught. It seems like Gaul and Bronn have also joined those who caught him. They were forced with the use of the cooperation of their brides-to-be. Coordination is important for the three's brides. Don't call them traitors. Ah, yeah, I'm on your side. Okay. Look, love is infinite, it has no limit. That is the basics. On top of that, let me teach you how to make a shelf in your heart. Any kind of shelf is okay. What important are those people who will you put on those shelves? It's not difficult. Not difficult at all. That day, I had a long conversation with Sil. I have never spoken so long before. Even if we're not connected by blood, you are my son. Okay? Stick your chest out. The most important thing to remember is the shelf in your heart. They should be equal. Never forget that. Ah, Gaul and Bronn, you are my sons too. Ha ha ha. Chapter 513. Face-to-face meeting. The day after the Demon King's wife came to the village, I went to Village 5. My purpose is to meet the brides-to-be of the Beast Boys. Initially, I planned to meet them the day the Demon King's wife came, but it was shifted to the next day. There's no problem because I informed them in advance. Most of the brides-to-be of the Beast Boys are living in the Demon King's kingdom's capital. Beazle worked hard to teleport them to Village 5. Thank you. Ah, have a cup of tea. It's chartered today. The place where I'll meet the brides-to-be of the Beast Boys is the sweet store Kuro and Yuki. Yaoko's mansion is a good choice too since it's spacious. In order to not intimidate the other parties unnecessarily, I decided to do it in Kuro and Yuki. It's a store I run, so there shouldn't be any problem. Accompanying me are my wives Lu and Tyr. Senna's with us too as the representative of Big Tree Village's Beastkins. There are also 2 members of the civil servant girls and guards, which are Gulf, Daga, and 5 lizardmen. Originally, that should have been enough, but Yaoko is the acting village chief of Village 5, so she should be there, and Flora, who came to Village 5 for quality control of fermented foods. Sightseeing, I think that's her real purpose. There are also the Demon King and Beazle. Beazle is the teleporter, so he should really be here. But why is the Demon King here too? The Beast Boys are valuable war potential. If they'll get married, he would like to meet the brides to be first too. I see. War potential in baseball, right? Do you really need to be here? Okay, got it. Since you said that your intention is pure, I can't say anything else. Ah, there's one actually. How many layers of pancakes are there in front of you? You limit the toppings to strawberry jam? No, I won't listen to your food review. Ma, the Demon King should be here too. It seems like those 3 have been taking care of several things in the royal capital. Well, I'm not really bothered by the Demon King, but the 4 regular customers who are in the store even though I reserved this place. No, please continue what you're doing. Don't worry. Yes, thank you for your patronage. However, we reserved this place today. Ah, it's no use. They're not listening. I thought that I would be able to reserve this whole place, but it seems like it will inconvenience a lot of people. I got it. We are going to talk about something very important over there, so please don't make a fuss and don't say anything aloud. I left the regular customers to Kinesta, the assistant manager of Kuro and Yuki. We're not going to talk about a top-secret thing, so it's fine. Now, there are 3 tables prepared at the inner part of Kuro and Yuki. Gal's table, Sil's table, and Bron's table. The size is dependent on the number of wives, so Sil's table is quite large. Those 3's brides-to-be are already sitting on their seats waiting for me. First of all, I stand in a place where everyone can see me and introduce myself. Self-introduction and congratulations on their marriage. I'm not good at this kind of thing, but I'll do my best. After me, Senna introduced herself. Her introduction is better than mine. I wanted to introduce myself like that. Next, greeting each table. Originally, it should be the Beast Boys and their wives who should be moving to the place where I am to introduce themselves, but we have to think about the number of people. The question now is, where should I go first? I head to Bron's table. My apologies, Gal and Sil. I'll deal with complicated things later. Instead of me, Lu went to Gal's table and Tyr went to Sil's table. Next to Bron is Alessia, the receptionist Oniason of Gulgold Noble Academy. She's a demoness. Her age, she was born 15 years earlier than Bron. My first impression of her is legit office lady. She usually ties her hair back and wears glasses, but today, her hair is straight, and she's not wearing glasses because she needs to greet me. I asked her if she's okay if she's not wearing glasses, and she says that as long as she's not doing some paperwork, she'll be fine. We introduced ourselves to each other and asked her to take care of Bron. I want to talk to her more, but time is limited, so I can't. Okay, next. I head to Gal's table and replace Lu. To the left of Gal is the 7th daughter of Count Pudjaru, Miss Endery. To his right is the 5th daughter of Count Glitch, Miss Kirasana. Both are demoness who are 2 years older than Gal. Both of them are wearing elegant dresses and their hair are elegant drills. One glance, you'll know that they are Ajao-samas. Miss Kirasana is the one with more drills, but I don't think it represents a villainous character. Honestly speaking, if these 2 introduce themselves as sisters, I'll believe them. They said that they are relatives. I see. Anyway, I said my greetings and hope that they'll get along well. Gal, make sure you get along with these 2 too. After I finish my greeting, I call 2 of the civil servant girls who came with me. These 2 are the elder sisters of Miss Endery and Miss Kirasana. A strange coincidence, or not, they went to the same academy and lived in the village with Frau. As for the brides-to-be, Gal met them at the academy. That's it. For the time being, give your blessings as the elder sisters, Are. Miss Endery and Miss Kirasana froze. What happened? They are probably nervous because they haven't met you in a long time. That's what the elder sisters said, and that's really convincing. Miss Endery and Miss Kirasana nodded too. Then, I'll leave this place to those two civil servant girls. I went to Sill's table. I went to replace Tyr and greet them. Aside from Sill, there are 9 women. Yeah, this is confusing. Now 8. I don't know if this was intended, but all 9 have elder sister attributes. There's not a single little sister type. I wouldn't think of anything if there's only one elder sister type, but they are all elder sister types. Ma, I think it's because. Thinking about it, Gal, Sill, and Bron's wives-to-be are all elder sister types. I don't really mind, but I feel guilty about something. I'm sorry. I exchanged greetings with the women around Sill. The third one is Miss Konjit. She's one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's kingdom, Huleg. I was told of that in advance. And yesterday, Hu herself gathered the Demon King, Beazle, Glatz, and Randon. What is her purpose? There's no alcohol involved, but she told them about her love for 2 hours straight. Ma, Hu seems to be serious about marriage. Nobody has a problem with that. The Demon King, Beazle, Glatz, and Randon recognized her intent too. However, they attached conditions to her marriage for the time being, that she has to continue working after marriage. Hu also considered her position and accepted that term. Basically, it will last as long as the current Demon King is the Demon King. However, she is allowed to take leaves during pregnancy, childbirth, and taking care of her children. I feel that there's something wrong. However, I don't think keeping it to myself will solve anything, so I asked her to confirm it. Does Sill know? No, however, I'm willing to bargain with love. Is that so? Is that some kind of strategy? Yeah, it's difficult to judge. For now, since both Hu and Sill admit that they want to get married, I'll give my blessing. Ma, I'm sure they'll get married even without my blessing. After the greeting, I asked those 9 to take care of Sill. That's it for today. The main purpose is to meet each other personally and say hello. As for talking with each of them some other time, this meeting should have been dissolved already, but I have to wait a little more. Ah, they're here. Ancestor-san with 6 male and female beastkins. They are a little older. They are around Gulf's age, and they are not villagers from Big Tree Village. Gal, Sill, and Bron, do you mind if you'll receive blessing from them too? Hearing my question, the 3 beast boys seem to have guessed who they are. They are villagers from Howling Village. Gal, Sill, and Bron's parents. Today's greeting was a day late because it took some time to call them. There's no problem taking them here with Ancestor-san around. The problem is the psychological aspect. Although there were circumstances, they were still sent away when they were still toddlers. The 6 claimed that they have no right to give them blessing in their marriage, but me, Gulf, and Gut persuaded them. Since the beginning of me sending messages to Howling Village via Small Wyvern, the parents of the 3 have received detailed letters about them. Even though they wanted the 3 to forget them, I was able to persuade them saying that they only needed to congratulate them. It is a surprise for the 3, but I indirectly consulted them before. And I did not decide this alone. I consulted majority of the villagers if I should call the 6 to this place. Yeah, the congratulations are short, but I'm sure it was good that they were called. Chapter 514. Kirasana. My name is Kirasana. Kirasana Randrid Glitch, a daughter of Count Glitch. Well, how do I say this? Suddenly, though it has only been a few months, I'll get married. I'm thankful for that. No, it's not an arranged marriage, but it is I who decided whom to marry. He's a wonderful person. He is Gal Sama. He's a beastkin with a slightly unusual status that is equivalent to a head of a baron family. Being equivalent to a head of a baron family, in a sense, is the same as a head of a baron family and will naturally be treated as a noble. However, it is still too low for me who came from a count's house. Because of that, my father has opposed my marriage. In addition, I'm not the only one who'll marry him. That made my father oppose it more. The other person who'll marry Gal Sama is Enderi, daughter of Count Pajuru, who my father views as a rival. For me, Enderi is both my rival and friend. Never in my dreams have I thought that we would have the same husband. To be honest, I originally intended to get in between Enderi and Gal Sama. From our parents' point of view, Enderi and I are equal. However, as a modest wife, I have to take a step back. My father opposed my marriage, and I tried to ignore it but couldn't. I can ignore my father's will and get married, but I can't turn a count into an enemy. If I really want to get married, I can only get my father's blessing. Because of that, I challenged him to a duel. Yeah, a battle between me and my father, and as expected, father won. I'm not convinced with just one loss, so it will be 3 battles. My hand hurts, I can't do it. Ma Gal-sama healed my hand? Phew. Anyway, Gal-sama successfully greeted my father. My mother worked hard to keep him in her headlock. Yeah, my family is like that, and I'm thankful for it. My father is strict at work, but he acts like that at home. The problem now is, I also have to greet Gal-sama's father. He said that he is not his real father, but it doesn't matter. What matters is Gal-sama recognizes him as his father. Besides, adoption is not uncommon in the nobles' society. However, the father of someone who's equal to a barren family head is a village chief without peerage. How did that happen? Should I ask my father to make a move so that he'll receive some kind of peerage? When I consulted Endori, I found out that she's thinking the same thing. As expected, Desu. However, peerage is bound by duty. There are various duties of a noble, and to put it simply, a noble must protect the country. That's it. It is not something that anyone can do. There are even those who voluntarily return their peerage because they can't fulfill their obligations. Gal-sama's father might decline too, and so I decided that I'll make my move after meeting him. Gal-sama is also saying this often. Something that makes you happy doesn't mean that others will be happy about it too. I shouldn't force my belief on anyone. It was set up in no time, and the day where we'll meet Gal-sama's father has come. It was postponed for a day, so I thought that I'm already prepared for everything. However, my heart is pounding hard. By the way, why are we going to meet in a meeting room in the royal castle? Is it really okay? Isn't this place where they discuss important things like national politics? Ah, Count Chrome. Good morning. Ado, we're here for, okay, Desu Yoni. Since this room was set up for us and you are here, it means Count Chrome will bear witness. You're the one who will send us. Teleportation magic, 4 heavenly kings, Count Chrome. No, I know that Count Chrome is close to Gal-sama, but isn't Count Chrome's teleportation magic exclusive for national affairs? You're sending General Glatz to his wife every 10 days? Ahahaha. Good joke. Count Chrome's teleportation magic plays an important role in the diplomacy of the Demon King's kingdom. Is this part of diplomacy? Really? I'm not convinced, but I pretended to accept it with a smile. In this marriage greeting, in addition to me and Endori, Sil-sama and Bron-sama, who are like Gal-sama's brothers, are also going with us together with their brides-to-be. Because of that, Sil-sama and Bron-sama's brides-to-be are all here. I've heard about it, and I've met some of them, but this is the first time I've seen all 9 brides-to-be of Sil-sama in one place. Why do I feel that there are people here who shouldn't be here? Or is it my imagination? Like that one on the far right. Isn't she the kingdom's finance minister, leg of the 4 heavenly kings? She was picked up by Count Chrome, Konjit. I understand. Nice to meet you, Konjit-sama. I'm Kirasana Desu. Please take care of me from now on. Bron-sama's wife is Normal Desuni. She's really calming. Then there are Gal-sama, Sil-sama, Bron-sama, and Demon King Sama. Why is he here, Demon King Sama? I instinctively screamed. The others screamed too, so my scream was not noticeable. Great. If you think about it calmly, it is not strange that Demon King Sama is here. Gal-sama, Sil-sama, and Bron-sama are members of the baseball team that Demon King Sama coaches. Ha 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 ha. Like that's the Risuwoon. Ah, I'm going crazy. Don't. Calm down. Ado, even if Gal-sama, Sil-sama, and Bron-sama are members of Demon King Sama's baseball team, this is a private affair. It means that he's also the one who arranged this thing to happen in the royal castle. If that is the case, does that mean that Demon King Sama cares for my and Endori's father that much? Impossible. The current Demon King Sama is powerful. It is said that he's the strongest in history. He won't waste much time on my father or Endori's father's affairs. If there's someone Demon King Sama and Count Chrome cares for, it is the finance minister leg, I see. Demon King Sama is truly caring. So that's how it is. I clearly see it now. In other words, Demon King Sama will come with us to specifically support Finance Minister Leg. That must be it. This means Demon King Sama is not, in any way, related to us in this. Finance Minister Leg is going to marry Sil-sama after all. It has nothing to do with Gal-sama and me and Endori's marriage. Don't get too excited in discussing baseball. Chapter 515. Kirasana, continuation. There were a lot of unexpected things, but everyone in that meeting room departed as it is. Let's calm down. The person I'll meet later will be Gal-sama's father. From what I heard from Gal-sama, his father is a very kind person. Some people are gentle with their relatives, but are strict with outsiders. I won't let my guard down. I sent my gaze to Endori. In case anything happens, we'll support each other. This is the continuation of our maiden agreement. She's fine with it. Let's go, Village 5. It's a big city that occupies a whole mountain that Demon King Sama built and the royal princess Yuri Sama managed. It has only been a few years since it was founded, but it is very beautiful and lively. However, this Village 5 is riddled with mysteries. First, although it's only a day far from Shashato City, this place is infested with monsters and demon beasts. There are many other safe places, so why would a city be built in such a place? It is a mystery. Another one, the representative of Village 5. Yauko, who's someone that can't be provoked, is working as the acting village chief for some reason. No, why are they even calling this city a village in the first place? According to some, it is intended to confuse the scale of this place with non-demons. If that is the case, why is Yuri-sama an administrator and not a governor? No matter how I think about it, I can only think of contradictions. If they really want other countries to not notice this place, it is so wrong to make Yuri-sama the administrator. Anyway, this is the place where we'll meet Gal-sama's father. The place is the same as was decided before. There shouldn't be any problem, but my head thought of a problem. I feel stupid for only having thought of it now. Usually, a marriage greeting with the son's partner will be at the groom's house. In other words, Gal-sama's father is the village chief of Village 5. From what I heard from Gal-sama, he's the village chief of Big Tree Village. Perhaps Gal-sama's father thought of us. I and Endori are nobles and so do some of Sil-sama's brides-to-be. He wants to greet us in a slightly better place. I see. Fufufu, he doesn't have to do this. We won't mind. No matter what village it is the place where my beloved Gal-sama grew up. I will love it too. Then, this means that the village of Gal-sama's father is near Village 5, right? If you're the village chief, you won't be able to leave the village for that long. If possible, I would like to see the village where Gal-sama grew up. Anyway, the place where we were teleported by Count Chrome is a little far away from the main gate of Village 5. We will have to travel to the venue where we'll meet with Gal-sama's father. I think that it would have been better to directly teleport us to the venue, but it is against ethics to directly teleport inside a city or town. Everyone will surely be surprised if we suddenly appear in the city. It can't be helped. Let's work hard in climbing that mountain. There were carriages prepared. It's the latest model of the Goron company. My father also has one. And there are 20 of them now. One per person? I guess he only rented them, but is Gal-sama's father rich? The carriages stopped in front of the store with a sign saying, Kuro and Yuki. This is the sweet store that is highly praised by our intelligence agents. This is the venue. However, according to the intelligence reports, this store is always full of guests, so it is impossible to make it the venue for marriage greetings. It was rented out. I'm convinced Gal-sama's father is loaded. There's no doubt about it. In addition to the staff, there were a few people in Kuro and Yuki. I thought one of them was Gal-sama's father, but I was wrong. It seems like they are just regular customers. But isn't this place rented out? Also, it seems like there are 2 former 4 heavenly kings among the regular customers. The manager of this store is the princess of the former elf empire. I wouldn't have noticed them if Demon King Sama did not come with us. I look around. The others are also looking around like me. Endori, some of Sil-sama's wives, and Bron-sama's wife. We formed a circle silently. It doesn't matter whether it is a noble or a commoner. We have one heart. We also said the same thing. I have a really bad feeling, but let's do our best to survive. It's for our wonderful marriage life. Gal-sama's father is normal. Yeah, it's true. He doesn't even give off the village chief feeling. He seems like a normal villager. However, if you look at him closely, his clothes are super high quality. Although it looks like something that was made for a villager, the fabric is of the highest quality. That's the most negligible thing anyone will notice. The people around Gal-sama's father were even more strange. Not the clothes, the person themselves. Vampire Lulushi and Angel Tyr, aren't they dangerous individuals who were rampaging around human countries? Those two are Gal-sama's father's wives. I heard that Lulushi and Tyr are rivals who fight whenever they meet regardless of what country they are in. How could this be? Also, why is Village 5's acting village chief Yauko here? Does Gal-sama's father know her? However, Yauko's acting like she's his subordinate. Let's not think about it. Ah, the Beastkin Senasan is normal. Next to her is the sword god Gulf-sama. I wish I didn't notice it, but there was someone there that I would never miss no matter what happens. My Ani-sama Desu, my second Ani-sama. I heard she was missing. And there's also Endori's elder sister who went missing at the same time as my second sister. They are older than us, but I know them well. Since I was little, I know that my Ani-sama's peers have a strong desire for power. Their influence is not limited to the noble academy that I went to, but also to the royal castle, and they were even gathering military power. Negotiation, persuasion, acquisition, intimidation, violence. I've only heard of all of those when I came home when she went missing, and I can't believe a single thing I've heard. If I were to summarize it in one word, overkill. I can still remember what my father and mother have said when we had a meeting after she went missing. They said that they made a mistake in raising her. After the family meeting, it became prohibited to talk about my Ani-sama. My Ani-sama's peers. There's a rumor that they offended someone they can't offend. However, they are still alive. Great, it was great that tears did not come out of my eyes. I'm not disappointed that my Ani-sama is still alive. Why is my body trembling? I'm only being moved by my reunion with Ani-sama. Yeah, I'm not lying. My memories of her. Ah, my head. The past that I've already buried in darkness. A lot of things happened, but the greeting was over. Great, really great. Once again, we formed a circle. There are now more members compared to earlier. It's okay. Please join the circle without hesitation. We have one heart. After this greeting, I think our unity has become stronger. Gal-sama's father said that the food has been prepared. I'm very happy to hear that. I'm really stressed about this day's greeting, so I wasn't able to eat that much in the last few days. Now that I have peace of mind, I'm hungry. It's an invitation from my future husband's father. It is impossible to refuse. However, Kuro and Yuki is a sweet store. When I was thinking that the menu here will be unsuitable, it seems like we are going to move to another store Desu. So that's how it is. Our destination is Niz's Alchemy. This is a meat and alcohol store that is highly praised by our intelligence agents. The alcohol is superb, so I wanted to try it at least once. I'm looking forward to it. When I tried to get out, the regular customers of Kuro and Yuki stopped me. I thought something happened, but it seems like there's an order on who'll go out first. The order is Gal-sama and Endori and me, Sil-sama and Sil-sama's wives, and Bronze-sama and Bronze-sama's wife. Gal-sama's father and his wives, the biological parents, Demon King Sama and Count Chrome are last. I thought of something. A parade was prepared outside, and in front of us are 10 open and roofless carriages. It seems like we're going to go around Village 5 while riding those. My family is a noble family with territory. Therefore, I have experienced parading before the people of our territory. I've experienced it a number of times. However, there are too many people now. I can't see the end of the line of residents. Ha 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 ha. Ah, it was Yuri-sama who's in charge of this parade. I see. Circle, let's form a circle. Yes, we have one heart. Let's get through this ordeal. Side story. I'm sure Gal-sama's father is the village chief of Big Tree Village. However, it seems like he's also the village chief of Village 5. I'm not sure. Is it possible to be the village chief of 2 villages? He's also the village chief of several more villages. Ah no, could it be that? Doesn't that mean that Gal-sama's father is a lord and not a village chief? I don't understand why he would stick to being called a village chief. Side story 2. Demon King Sama, Demon King Sama. Are you not going to give Gal-sama's father a peerage? What peerage will I give? True Demon King or Super Demon King? Demon King Sama, what on earth are you saying? Chapter 516. Dinner Banquet in Village 5. I greeted Gal, Sil, and Bronze brides-to-be. After that, it should be a normal dinner according to schedule, but it was delayed. The residents of Village 5 prepared a parade in celebration for their marriage. It was led by Lu, Tyr, Flora, Yauko, Yuri, and the Holy Maiden Cells. The two former four heavenly kings worked hard for it too. They stayed inside Kuro and Yuki as regular customers in order to report what's happening inside in coordination with the preparation outside. Thinking about it, when I tried to drive them away, Lu, Tyr, and Yauko defended them. They should have just informed me sooner. It's a surprise for Gaul and the others, and you were scared that I will be against it. You thought I would hate it since it's kind of flashy. I see, I certainly dislike it in a certain meaning. However, it is a parade to celebrate their marriage, so I would have helped you. Ah, I'm not lying. It's not like it's my first time to participate in a parade. However, why should I ride a carriage that's more flashy than the carriages that Gaul and the others will ride on? Shouldn't Gaul and the others have the leading role? Ah no, Lou, I'll ride it with all my heart, so don't make a sad expression. It's an open-type carriage. Since the Demon King and Yauko are with me, I won't stand out. I think they'll think of me as the secretary of the Demon King. Impossible. It was the Demon King and Yauko who acted as my secretary. Isn't it weird? Ah, I should wave over there. Got it. I thought the parade would be just the route from Kuro and Yuki to Niz's Alchemete, but it took 2.5 laps in Village 5. Most residents of Village 5 watched the parade and enjoyed the stalls around. I'm glad that they welcome us, but does it really need to be this grand? Certainly. First, it means that their marriage is recognized by everyone, making it valid. So it seems like marriage is not just a promise between the couple. After this, we'll be asking for divine providence in the Church of Village 5. Certainly, God's blessing is important. It was Ancestor San and Cells who prepared the church. It was in a full wedding mode. It is beautifully decorated with flowers even though it's winter. Most of the flowers are artificial flowers. If possible, I would have preferred to do this in spring. Next reason, Gaul and the others are treated as my children. If it is a marriage of the children of the village chief of Village 5, it is necessary for all the residents of Village 5 to know it. Considering the population of Village 5, it is impossible to inform everyone, but they have to do something that would at least show the populace that they tried to inform them. To be honest, I find it hard to understand, but Yauko explained it to me in an easy-to-understand way. Wouldn't it be a shame for the people if they don't even know that the son of their king is going to get married? I finally understood. However, even if you say that, can you stop comparing me to a king? Finally, the biggest reason. At the tail of the parade, couples will be walking. They are residents of Village 5 who are thinking of getting married. Today, they can participate in the parade for Gaul and the others, and they will also be blessed in the church for free. Well, it's not really free, but the cost will be shouldered by me, supporting the people who are hesitating to get married because they can't afford it. Happiness is one goal of marriage. Because of that, I even had the stalls give away food for free. However, it was surprising that more couples participated in the parade than expected. Is the church's blessing expensive? No, it seems like people who just got married also participated. If that is the case, why don't everyone who is living in Village 5 participate? Make it grander. You don't have to feel anxious. Everyone who wishes to participate will not be rejected. I would like to reduce the attention of the audience to me by reducing the audience and increasing the participants. Of course, I'm not forgetting what we are celebrating. So stop shouting, Village Chief. At the end of the parade, Gaul and the others were greeted by the children of Big Tree Village led by Alfred, Tysel, and Ursa. Gaul and the others were surprised. Even I was surprised. No, I never meant to exclude the children from participating. However, today is only for greetings. I was just thinking that the ceremony itself would be grander, and I will have the children join us then. That's right, today is supposed to be dedicated for greetings. Now it became something like a wedding parade. Are you telling me that we'll do this on the day of the ceremony? Let's consult Gaul and the others before deciding. For the time being, Ursa, Tysel, and Nut, I understand that you want to ask them various questions, but don't ask them now. They are already in trouble. The dinner at Niz's Alchemete proceeded without problem. Not only food and alcohol from Niz's store were served, but dishes from the other stores as well, and it made the atmosphere lively. However, the smells of the food mixed. There are sweets on the right side, yakiniku on the left side, and ramen in front. Children, no alcohol. For Gaul and the others, I think it's still too early, but in this world, it is already okay for them to drink. They said there shouldn't be any problem since they are even going to get married soon. But don't drink too much. Some of them are wary of the trouble that will be caused by alcohol and did not drink too much. There's no need to be that anxious. But that's a good thing, even who did not drink that much. Hang in there. After dinner, the marriage partners of Gaul and the others will be teleported back to the royal capital via Beelzebub's magic. Gaul and the others will return to the capital too. Gaul and the others want to stay in the village until they get married, but Alfred and Ursa will attend the academy next year, so they'll have to continue living at the royal capital for a while. The Demon King, Beelzebub and Glatz also requested to have them stay at the royal capital. I'm happy that they want to return to the village, but you should consult your brides to be first. Life in the city is completely different. I don't think that everyone wants to live in the village, and I don't think they are even familiar with village life. Also, they have jobs of their own. Like who, she promised to continue her job. Well, it's not for me to decide. It should be the husbands and wives. I'll think about it as soon as they consult me. For the time being, we should start cleaning up, but the number of people did not decrease. As soon as someone leaves, another one enters. The celebration is still ongoing outside. How long will this last? Maybe all night? Are you serious? Ma, let's just be thankful that I was able to spend some of the too much accumulated money. I've been hearing a lot from both Yauko and the Goron Company for some time already. Children, you can't stay up all night. You should go home. If you want to stay, stay at Yauko's mansion. You'll just be annoyed if you stay here. Hakuren, take care of the children. I don't mind you drinking, dorame and doors, but don't cause trouble. Release the Demon King. Chapter 517. Congratulatory Present. I was surprised when a parade suddenly began, with the supposed greetings, only meeting with the three's brides-to-be. However, I think it's good since we were able to spend some of the money we accumulated. Instead of money, we received congratulatory presents, but there is a mountain of them. Deliver all of them to the three. Not all of them are for those three. I see. Then let's check the list. Yauko gave me a list that contains the name of the item, the number, and the name of the sender. I'm familiar with half of the names written, while I don't know any of the other half. HNN? Those people are related to Big Roof Shashato. They don't know who those three are, but because they are relatives of the owner of Big Roof Shashato, they sent their gifts. The Goron Company gave gifts too. The list indicates the items given. Isn't this too much? The quality and quantity of congratulatory presents are important. I see. Looking at the goods, artworks, crafts, weapons, armor, crops, research presentation. Information. What is this research presentation? I ask Yauko. It is the result of an independent researcher's research. If you think it has value, you can hire him. Research topics include magic, medicine, cooking, tactics. Do I really need to evaluate these? Impossible. Let's leave it to Lou and the others. How about the next one? Information. It's literally information. To be honest, we've received some hard-to-handle information. Let's leave it to the civil servant girls. Don't give them to the Demon King or Beelzebub since we can't control it. Yeah, that's it. However, it should be gifts for marriage celebration. Why did they send information such as certain royal family members' infidelity, rebellion plan, or even independence plan? Let's not think about it. For the time being, the artworks will be used to decorate Yauko's mansion. We can't. Then, can we decorate them in Sweet Store Kuro and Yuki and Niz's Alchemite? As for crafts, just use them as practical as possible. For weapons and armor, just treat them like artworks if needed, and those that have practical value should be sent to the guards of Village 5. As for crops, to the warehouse of Village 5. Use them as emergency food. So is there anything else? Okay, there are people who want to greet me, I understand. They are already waiting in the next room. Got it. Call Ruinsha from Big Tree Village. I need her support. Yeah, there are too many of them. It is impossible for me to handle them alone. The coldness of winter has become severe. The village was quiet. There are two reasons. One is because Ursa and Alfred are going to attend the school, so they are undergoing an ethics course with the civil servant girls. Their ethics course is not only held in the morning, but also in the afternoon. All children who can read and write to a certain degree participate, so there's no noise coming from the children. The high participation rate of the children is because they want to accompany Ursa and Alfred to school. If it was only for me to decide, I'll let everyone who wants to accompany them, but age-wise, only Nut, Tysel, Ririus, Riguru, Rat, and Taurine can accompany them. In addition, it seems like the three had a problem before because of ethics. It seems like ethics is indispensable to the school where many noble children are attending. Especially table manners. The children use mainly chopsticks, so their table manners, when using chopsticks, have no problem. However, they are a little troubled with eating using forks and knives. According to my eyes, they are already good enough, but according to the civil servant girls, they are still tender. According to the three, chopstick manners in the school were based on my teaching. But what I taught them is the bare minimum of don't make sounds while using chopsticks. I think it is better for me to summarize chopstick manners first. In any case, the civil servant girls told them that they will not let them accompany Alfred and Ursa if they can't learn ethics. Because of that, the children are doing their best. The other reason is almost all dragons are not here. That includes Dorame, Hakurin, Rasuti, etc. There are only 2 dragons who are still in the village, Gurand, who still can't fly normally, and Rananen, who can't transform into a dragon yet. Even Hyakairu and Guraru went out because of Dor's emergency call. Their purpose is to subdue. It seems like flying whales suddenly showed up from somewhere and started flying in the sky. One theory says they came from another dimension. Flying whale. If they are left as they are, it seems like disaster will strike the world for some reason. Small whales cause typhoons and large whales cause major earthquakes, tsunamis, drought, and flood. A horde of whales suddenly appearing in the sky is a nuisance itself. The flying whales are not strong, but they are big. A small whale is already 30 meters. A large whale is said to be 300 meters. On top of that, it seems like nothing can beat them in the sky aside from dragons, since they are good at flying. Fortunately, the dragons have sensed that it is their mission to subjugate those flying whales. Something like this has not happened in the last hundreds of years, but it is not really a problem. Dorime said that this time, it was also the same. They're reliable. However, is it a good idea to bring Hyakairu and Guraru with you? I'm a little uneasy. I get into the kotatsu and relax with the kuros and the cats. Ha. Of course, I didn't forget about the spiderlings. There's another reason why it's quiet. The 4 angels, Malbit, Ruinsha, Suaruru, and Razmaria are scouting the village. They are doing it in Kudal and Koron's stead. Yeah, it was discovered that those 2 are pregnant. Gran Maria was the happiest when the pregnancy of those 2 was discovered. Now, she's taking care of them. However, she's strict. Especially to Kudal. She's afraid that Kudal would dive bomb even if she's pregnant. No, I think she won't. Chapter 518. Proactive Dorime. Dors is at the lead, followed by Jurar, Raymarin, Hakurin, Suhirn, Maxbergak, Sekirn, Quarun, Dorime, Grafaloon, Rasuti, Demame, and Quan. A little behind them are Hyakairu, Guraru, and Helzenark, and around 30 impure dragons acting as their guards. If those who know the power of dragons see this group, they will probably say that they will destroy the world. They are flying towards a pod of flying whales. There are 40 small whales that are around 30 meters, and there are also 15 large whales that are around 300 meters. This pod of flying whales alone is the biggest pod recorded in history, but there's an additional surprise. There's a gigantic whale that is around 1,000 meters. It is clearly the boss of the pod. However, even if it is gigantic, a whale is a whale. Their defense is high, but their offensive power is low. In addition, it can be said that they are dull compared to dragons. They are not that mobile. The dragons will launch an attack on them like always, and it was supposed to get rid of them like always, but there's an unexpected thing that happened. The pod of flying whales is accompanied by escorts this time. Flying sharks. They are around 10 meters big and are faster than dragons, and they even have offensive power capable of wounding dragons. There are 7 sharks. They were hiding in the shadow of the giant whale. They succeeded in their surprise attack. However, there's no need to panic. Dors, Jurar, Raymarin, and Hakurin, who were the vanguard of the group, evaded the shark attack and accurately counterattacked. It quickly turned 4 sharks into charcoal or even completely disintegrated. They thought that the remaining 3 would immediately suffer the same fate, but those flying sharks are cunning. They avoided doors and the others and targeted the weakest dragons. In other words, they moved towards Hyakairu, Gyuraru, and Helzenarch. It was Dorame who protected them. Therefore, Dorame was badly wounded when they returned. He even can't transform back from his dragon form. The bite marks look painful. However, it is great that his life is not in danger. He was already healed with healing magic and only needs to rest and take some medicine to fully recover. I offered him Leaves of the World tree, but Dorame declined. Is it because it's not even comparable to Guron's injury? Don't mind it. For me, I can only be grateful since you protected my son. And so, I listened to his heroic saga for the 3rd time with a smile. Also, Raymarin, can't you forgive those impure dragons who are doing a reflection pose over there? Not yet. I don't really mind, but all of them are in their dragon forms, so snow is starting to pile up. Won't they die of snow that way? You might be right, but yeah, I guess it is impossible to persuade her. Raymarin is pretty angry. However, not only her. Dors, Jurar, Hakurin, Grafaloon, and Rasudi are angry too. They are currently taking care of the rescued Hyakairu and Gyuraru. I think their soothing would have been more effective if Helz was with them, but that would only mean that an angry Suyern and Mark will stay here. Hel's family of 3, Sekyern, Quarren, Demame, and Kwon already returned to their places without dropping by. I'm a bit disappointed that I wasn't able to meet them. The only thing I thought I could do for Dorame is to use the aft in the hot spring area. I'm going to make a big hot spring that Dorame can use even in his dragon form. It is hard to stay outside during this cold winter, but there's no problem as long as I use the aft. In addition, the ghost sorceress also raises the surrounding temperature using magic. I'm not the only one who's making the hot spring. I have the help of 30 impure dragons. At first, I was worried if they would follow my instructions, but did what I asked. They might have been thankful of me for freeing them from Raymarin. The large hot spring was built on the south side of the hot spring area. It is big enough to accommodate 2 dragons. The center is deeper. The shape is an inverted cone. This hot spring is for Dorame, but the first use is the privilege of those who made it. When I asked the 30 impure dragons who worked with me, they refused with all their might. Ma, it is probably one of those social standpoints again. You don't have to explain. You can do so after Dorame. For the time being, I tried using it alone. It's a very deep warm pool, and it's slightly hot. It's a little away from the source, so the water here is stagnant and not steady flow like the others. This is pretty dangerous for humans. You have to swim. If you dive deep, you might as well be boiled and die. Using it needs carefulness. I put a fence around it and even put a signboard. I also talked about it to the Death Knights and the Lion's Pride. After that, I'll wait for Dorame's review on what should be improved. Dorame was sleeping in the hot spring. His head is out of the hot spring, so I'm sure he did not drown. How about your back? When I first saw him, I was so surprised that I thought he drowned. This is a secret, but I was relieved when I heard him snoring. What, you want a headrest? Got it. I worked with the impure dragons to make a place that will serve as a headrest. Alcohol and food? Prepare some barrels of alcohol. We'll cook the flying whale you just subjugated. Please wait a little for it. They brought back 10 30-meter whales. I'm thankful, but I thought we won't be able to eat them all. It's a good thing that it's very popular with the Kuros, the Spiderlings, and the lions. There's no problem with the consumption since they can eat them raw. Of course, we also took our part too. Whale meat. I don't really know how to cook whale dishes, so I just used them as ordinary meat. Sashimi, steak, karaj, broiled. The taste is different from beef and pork, so everyone's happy that there's a change of flavor. Hyakairu and Gyuraru, on their dragon forms, were the ones who carried the food for Dorame in the hot spring area. Of course, Raymarin's with them. Impure dragons you can eat too. You don't have to hold back. According to Dors, including the gigantic whale, only half of the flying whales were defeated, the others were driven away. They could have annihilated them, but there's no point in doing that. However, the flying sharks were all destroyed. It seems like there's no problem with annihilating them, so it's okay. In addition, they can't forgive them for endangering Hyakairu, Gyuraru, and Helzenarch. Then, are you also angry that your son Dorame has been wounded by them? He's embarrassed. Dorame was completely cured after sleeping and eating while soaking in the hot spring for about 3 days, as expected of a dragon's regenerative power. After Dorame was completely cured, it was Dors who slept next in the hot spring on his dragon form. Yeah, Father and Son, Chapter 519. Whale Meat and Weird Patient. After a long time of trying to leave, Juror finally went back home along with the impure dragons. Whatever, just do your job first. He said he'd come back early. Why do I feel like you're treating this as a business trip rather than going home? No, you're right. The place where your wife and daughter are is indeed home. In the village cafeteria, the children are all lined up eating grilled fish using knife and fork. Everyone is struggling to remove fish bones. Next to them is the phoenix chick Aegis, who has just finished eating with only clean fish bones left. That's a very nice smile. It's impossible for the children to imitate it. If they imitate it, they have to eat using beak and talons. Eagle, don't overdo it. Just eat the way you used to. It is only Aegis that can eat a fish and leave the whole fishbone clean. Lou left 3 days ago. She was called by Ifra School in Shashato City. It's not because of a research but because of a disease. It seems like there's a patient who has traveled to Shashato City by ship from a human country by only relying on rumors that Lou is there. Lou initially told the patient to come to Village 5, but the patient's condition has deteriorated due to long ship travel. The patient can't leave Shashato City. Lou reluctantly went to Shashato City, and so she treated the patient. In addition to her, there are many staff of Ifra School that have been long involved in medicine, so the treatment of the patient seems to be going well. I'm receiving status reports from the lizard men who accompanied Lou. However, in case of a sudden change in the patient's condition, she won't be able to come back for a while. Won't the patient be treated immediately if you use the leaves of the world tree? However, the village council has decided that there are requirements that need to be met in order to use it. It was decided by the council after Gurand arrived at the village. The angels, including Hakurin, strongly opposed the usage of the leaves. They said that anything that is related to the world tree should not be spread to the public or even hide its existence. The world tree leaves can cure any disease and injury completely. That is amazing and certainly something that can't be publicized. Also, if the existence of the leaves of the world tree is publicized, almost all research related to medical field will stop. No matter what result the research has, it will never match the effect of the leaf of the world tree. People will certainly rely on the leaves of the world tree. After that, what will happen to the world if the world tree suddenly withers? No matter how you think about it, there will be no right direction any longer. The village council participants, including Lou and Flora, concluded that the use of the leaves of the world tree has to be restricted. To use the leaves of the world tree, 3 conditions must be met. 1. Must reach Big Tree Village on their own without the use of teleportation gate or teleportation magic. 2. Authorized by village chief. 3. Resident of Big Tree Village, Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, or Village 4. There is no problem with the first one. If you want the leaves of the world tree, go to it on your own. No one will complain about that condition. The second one, don't you think you give me too much authority? I only thought of that and didn't say anything. As for the third one, I thought of giving the residents of Village 5 the privilege, but Yauko stopped it, saying that it will be no different from publicizing it. I guess so. After that, Yauko told me about the scourge that would happen if the existence of the leaves of the world tree was to spread to the public. I immediately ordered to hide its existence completely after. I even ordered them to not use the term world tree outside the village. If you absolutely have to use it, you should say big silkworm food. The lizardmen contacted us requesting for whale meat in order to restore the patient's physical strength. 3 whales are already nothing but bones, but we still have plenty of whale meat. We make sure that the hibernating zabuton and spiderlings will still be able to eat whale meat when they wake up. I cut a large piece of raw whale meat and have it delivered to Lou. Village chief, are you really going to send only raw meat to Lou-sama? How about sending smoked and salted meat too? An Oni maid with the barrel of raw whale meat asked that. She's lifting the barrel with 50 kg of whale meat with one hand. Right, then, let's send smoked and salted too. Let's send some to the employees of Marla too. Understood, I'll start packing. Please. It will be the Garon company that will send them to Lu. The lizardmen messenger will escort it. Ah, right. Let's share some whale meat with Michael-san too. Later, I received reports saying that monsters constantly attack the carriage of Goron Company that's transporting the whale meat. The monsters are clearly targeting the cargo. I'm glad that I had the lizard men guard it. The patient being treated by Lu was a prince of a certain country. As soon as he got better, I heard that he proposed to Lu and got beaten up. Yeah, I would have plowed him if I was there. He dares propose to a married woman. The treatment fee was collected after, and it was distributed to Ifra School and Marla. I have no problem with that since I'm not troubled with money. As for Lu beating up a prince, the prince's entourage treated it as part of the treatment. It looks like they are also troubled with the prince proposing here and there. They even consulted Lu if she can secretly do something about it. When Lu proposed to cut the prince's manhood, the prince's entourage seemed to have considered it seriously. It looks like they are struggling with the prince's character. After staying in Shashato City for 10 days, the prince's party went to the royal capital. They talked about making a secret alliance between their country and the Demon King's kingdom. Why do I know the story of the secret alliance? It's because I heard it from the Demon King while he was playing with the cats. Do you mind if I ask you a question? It's supposed to be top secret, right? Isn't that a disrespect to the prince's country? That prince proposed to your wife. Edo, diplomatic problem. Due to the efforts of the prince's entourage, it hasn't gone that far. I see. However, since the prince was beaten up by both the Demon King and his wife, he won't be able to move for a month. He's calling for Lu. I won't let her go. Chapter 520. A day of winter. I woke up. I seem to have fallen asleep after lunch. What's more, in the kotatsu. I know that I won't catch a cold. However, even if I have a healthy body, I shouldn't let my guard down. I have to take care of myself. Kuro and Yuki, wake up. You let your guard down too. Ah, Kuro is yawning. If Anne sees you, she'll get mad. Also, spiderlings. Stop going inside the kotatsu. You might scare someone. Wine slime, why are you inside the kotatsu? Ah, you couldn't move because you were surrounded by the spiderlings. Forgive them. You already feel too hot, so cool down somewhere. But don't go outside, you'll freeze. Go to the basement if you want. Inside the kotatsu is a hairball. This is Hito. Are you sulking? Why? Did you have a fight with Yauko? Yauko praises Aegis, but she doesn't praise you. Ah, on eating fish. No, Aegis is indeed incredible in eating fish, but that's something only it can do. You're still a child, so you should eat the way you want. All right, I'll tell Yauko for you. Will that be good? Then, you should leave the kotatsu. From now on, don't dive in there, and if you really want to, your head should be out. However, the Ainikos and kittens dive into the space where the spiderlings were. Why are you complaining that I'm too late to get out? You're acting rough just because the Demon King's not here. HNN? Aegis and the eagle also came. Ah, wait Hito, don't hit Aegis. Aegis, evacuate to a high place. Eagle, wait. I know you're angry that Aegis was attacked, but wait. If you attack Hito, Yauko will get angry. Yeah, understood. Hito, bad girl. However, when it comes to discipline, it should be the parent's job. That's what I believe. Ma, I'll just explain what happened to Yauko in detail. She'll probably scold Hito. I carry Hito in the cafeteria. Do you want some sweets? Then, transform to your human form, and she did. Okay, just wait a minute. I know. Though I only asked Hito, I'll also make some for the Fairy Queen. Sweets. Looks like there's still some zenzai. Are you okay with that? Hito and Fairy Queen, how many mochi do you want? Hahaha, can you eat that much? Okay. However, since it is for Hito, I cut the mochi into small pieces. There's a risk of it getting stuck in her throat if it is big. While grilling mochi with a brazier, I made additional zenzai. It's because it's going to run out soon. As expected, the smell of grilled mochi attracted Gran Maria. How are Kudal and Koron? Is there any big problem? Only a small problem. Ah, their tastes change. Just give them what they want. Then, zenzai is they're fine with it. Got it, can you take their share to them? Sorry. I'll go see them later. But before that, I'll give Hito and the Fairy Queen their share of zenzai. Of course, I gave them the number of mochi they requested. Then, Gran Maria's zenzai, which are for Kudal and Koron, the Ainikos and kittens suddenly run. Perhaps the Demon King has arrived. That means I have to make the Demon King and Beasel's share too. Yes, yes. For Malbit, Ruintia, and Suwaruru too. Thank you for scouting, but something doesn't feel right. Right, where's Razmaria? Ah, she took the prey you hunted when you were scouting to the High Elves. That means she'll be here soon. Let's prepare Razmaria's share too. Ah, these footsteps, the children. Is your class over? However, didn't you just attend an ethics class? Ha ha ha, you shouldn't only walk quietly in front of me. Even if I'm not around, you should walk quietly. Do you want zenzai? Machi only? Okay. Ursa and Alfred grill everyone's share. Everything will be up to the two of you. However, if you can't eat dinner later, you'll be scolded. All machi will be consumed soon? Are, did we already eat that much? Ah, it's because Jurar and the impure dragons brought some as souvenirs. Since we received flying whale meat, I gave the machi generously. For now, we are still okay. Good. Let's pound machi tomorrow. Ha ha ha, it is impossible to pound now. Machi rice must be immersed in water or steamed first. It's hard to prepare. Right, you should be thankful to the Oni maids. Evening, using the teleportation gate, I headed to the hot spring. The big hot spring that I made is being used by dragons in turn. They are fine soaking at the hot spring in their human form, but they feel a sense of liberation if they soak while in their dragon form. It is currently Guron's turn. It is common sense to not approach women when they are bathing, but it is fine since she's in her dragon form. However, I ring the bell twice before approaching her to be sure. Who knows if she's bathing there in her human form? Yeah, she's in her dragon form. I was instinctively relieved. Village chief, is there something wrong? Gurond lifts one of her heads and asks. My purpose is the demon beast that Gurond hunted before soaking in the hot spring. Panic caribou. It seems like she's not in her dragon form when it saw her, so it was caught off guard. I went to the place Gurond pointed, yeah. Something that can't be shown to people with weak hearts. I only figured out where the horn is after assembling what's left. I plowed what's left with the aft. Gurond, you overdid it. But I'm glad that she didn't let the panic caribou escape. This will be included in dinner. By the way, are you going to eat dinner here, or are you going back? I'll return after soaking for a little more. Got it. After dinner, I went to the guest receiving room. Recently, the Demon King and Beazle are often talking with Lou. It is because Ursa and Alfred are going to attend the academy in the city where the Demon King is staying. However, sometimes their expressions are too sour. Do they think that Ursa and Alfred are too much trouble and they are so anxious about it? Also, we won't send the children alone, we'll also send someone who will watch them. The first candidate was Gulf, but he was rejected by Lou saying he'll only spoil them. Asa, who manages the teleportation gate of the hot spring, was chosen next. In addition to his butler-like outfit, he's also serving as the butler of the Lord of the Sun Castle. It was Belle and Gu who recommended him, saying he's a perfect watcher for Ursa and Alfred at the academy. Because of that, someone else will take over his job of managing the teleportation gate of the hot spring area. There won't be any problem though, since Village 4 said that they will dispatch his replacement. Aside from Asa, 2 more watchers will be dispatched. The first one is Ursa's clay doll, Earth. He said he absolutely must follow Ursa, and I understand where he's coming. However, he shouldn't only look after Ursa. He should look after other children too. Currently, Earth is learning whatever is necessary for the children's school life with the children. The second one that will be dispatched is an impure dragon. When they came here during the flying whale incident, that impure dragon specifically asked me if there's anything she can do. She seemed the honest type. It seems like she's fine staying at school for several years in her human form, so I got her. Thank you for volunteering. In addition to those 3 watchers, I don't think there's anything to worry about since Gaul, Syl, and Bronn are also there. When I told them that, the Demon King, Beazle, and Lou replied together. Overly optimistic. Overly optimistic? Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 521. Killing Time in Winter. Winter? Basically, we are all confined to our houses and rarely go out. The only ones who are going out on a regular basis are the Angel Scouts, the Kuros, and the Centaurs. After them are the High Elf Hunters. However, if there's a blizzard, no one will go outside. Even monsters and demon beasts don't dare run around when there's a blizzard. And even if there were monsters and demon beasts that can freely move even if there's a blizzard, They won't dare approach a place where there is a pack of inferno wolves. Even if one comes, it will be killed by either Hakurin, Rasudi, or Gurand before they get close to the village. They're reliable. As for Doors, he's sleeping in the kotatsu. In any case, I don't go out much in winter and spend my time doing something indoor. I'm not dissatisfied with just being indoors, though everyone seemed to be stressed by only being able to converse a little less with others. Because of that, they gather in the hall of my mansion even if there's a blizzard. There are many villagers there that talk to me too. The hall is large, but it is warm because of proper heating. We do this every day. Since it would be boring if there's a lot of people doing nothing but talking with each other, we ran an event every day. Mahjong tournament, reversey tournament, chess tournament, bowling tournament. Since we are indoor, we don't have any sword or bow tournaments, but there are physical events such as sumo tournaments and arm wrestling tournaments. In addition, there are also new dish presentations, alcohol tasting events, and even sweets eating events as requested by the Oni maids, dwarves, and the fairy queen. Since they are sudden, it is only small scale, but recently, the villagers gather 1 hour earlier first to decide on what event to hold. They have established a good communication method. Their enthusiasm is amazing. By the way, I will not let them do a gluttonous event or even hold a spicy food event. Well, even if I don't stop them, the villagers have experienced food shortages before, so they hate something that can be categorized as wasting food. Therefore, the sweets eating event is not an eat all the sweets you want event, but a simple sweets tasting event. As for today, it's not a sweets eating event but a chess tournament. All participants will have to play chess at least once. Then, the losers will move to the bowling alley or play mahjong in the next venue. Of course, if they want to stay and watch the matches, they are free to do so. The bowling alley and the mahjong venues are casted with soundproofing magic, so they won't disturb the chess players. It is not the magic that makes sound muffled, but the one that isolates the sound in the venue. When you pass through a partition where that soundproofing magic is casted, you will feel that you suddenly went to a different world. In the bowling venue, those who have lost first in the chess tournament are already throwing the bowling ball. Once a certain number of people gather there, they plan on holding a tournament too. There are various matching methods that can be done, but the most common in Big Tree Village is battles of teams of 3. There are many lizard men, high elves, mountain elves, and beastkins who participate there. In the mahjong venue, those who lost at the chess tournament are having fun too. Mahjong will start once 4 participants gather, so there are those who have already started. There are many dwarves here. They said that this is the best thing they can enjoy while drinking. There are also tables and tiles designed for minotaurs and titans here, but there are fewer of them, so they basically play with the same opponents. But that's not a problem since they can still enjoy it. The Demon King, Beazle, and Doraim are there too. I think the 3 of them participated in the chess tournament, but did they lose already? And playing with them is a team of spiderlings. There are 20 of them on the chair. They are moving tiles using web, and the scene basically looks like a factory back in my world. But who's in charge? Do what you want as long as you follow the rules. And apologies for disturbing you. Immediately after that, the spiderlings tap the board. I see they are tapping the board instead of shouting. They have already tapped pawn twice and taken others' tiles. Smart. Beazle was the one they took the tile from, and he looks like he can't believe what just happened. And it did not end with that. They made a Chinrautu and a Yakuman at the same time. And since the spiderlings are the dealers, they got 48,000 points. Yeah, the highest score. In Big Tree Village, the person who made a pattern and got the highest score can leave his name on an exclusive board. I'm currently stuck with what name I should write. What should I do? The spiderlings are looking at me with eyes of expectations. In this case, let's put a team name. How about Team Chinrautu? No, okay, Team Yakuman. From now on, strive for doing various patterns. Good luck. As for the chess tournament, it went on smoothly. They are currently at the best 16, and as expected, Curian and Malbit are there. The others are 6 Kuros, Tyr, Kirbit, Ruintia, and Rhea. And 4 more? She lost to Curian. What about Flora? She's still playing but losing. Flora is playing against Suaruru. The battle ended. Suaruru won. Hahaha, I'll comfort Flora. Yes, of course, Lu too. You, Kuro too. Hahaha, who did you lose to? Eagle? Ah, the eagle who's being cheered by Aegis remained in the best 16. Surprising. When the chess tournament was burning hot, the children, whose class just ended, came. Ooh, they're not running. It looks like their class finally has an effect. However, stop marching in line. It feels interesting? I know. Since the fairy queen is already sitting there, I guess it was time to start. Anne and the others are preparing for you, so sit back. Ah, you want to help carrying it? All right, let's carry it together. Ah, this is an event that I thought the children could participate in. Of course, it's not related to swords and bows. Even if the veteran Gulf and Daga are here, it's not okay. The walls and the floors might get damaged. And if that happens, it will be difficult to look at Anne. Well, I know that they are better than me in that aspect. I can't win against them. Ursa and Alfred are strong, I'm serious. Aside from the children and the fairy queen, we asked if there's anyone else who wants to participate. Then, I cooperated with the high elves and mountain elves to make an event venue for the children. I call it an event venue, though it is only a partition. There are 4 billiard tables, and the one in the center is a children-size billiard table. You know the rules, don't you? I made the billiard tables before, but they are all adult sizes. They are too big for the children to use. So this time, I made one for the children. From the cue to the balls, everything's child size. Oh, wait. The mountain elves are measuring the level. They are making sure that the billiard is not inclined anywhere. The height of the tables is adjusted after checking. As a final check, they tried putting a ball in the middle. Okay, it didn't roll. Play in turns. Don't monopolize it. Several civil servant girls are here, so I'll leave this place to them. Ah, if there's something wrong, don't hesitate to call me. It was not only the children who couldn't play billiards because of the size of the table. The Minotaurs and Titans, too. High elves and mountain elves, can you make big cues and a big table? I'll make the balls. A perfect sphere can't be made unless the aft is used. I think making a perfect sphere is a good research topic. Night. It's time to relax. In the chess tournament, it was Curian and Malbit who clashed in the final. When it was time for dinner, they already drew 3 times, so their match will continue the next day. Lizard Men won the bowling game. It was amazing since all 3 got perfect scores. As for Mahjong, they are still enjoying it even after dinner. The children seem to have fun playing billiards. However, Ursa doesn't seem to enjoy it that much. She has no problem with taking turns, but it seems like she's frustrated in waiting. That's the same reason why Ursa is not playing bowling. Maybe she'll have more fun playing alone. On the contrary, Alfred seems to like billiards. He even took several positions to hit the ball with the cue properly. A little more practice and he'll manage to hit the ball the way he wants. Ha ha ha. It's their first time today, so it can't be helped. Let's make a dedicated room for the children's billiard table. Chapter 522. Perks of a certain Oni maid. I'm an Oni. I serve as a maid at the residence of Hiraku-sama, village chief. One winter day, there was an inferno wolf lying down in the hallway, not moving an inch. It's still morning desu. I asked it if there's something wrong, but it just shook its head, telling me not to worry. It will probably answer the same even if it was Anne-sama who asked it. Magic was casted all over, including the hallway, so it's impossible for it to be unable to move because of cold. Honestly, I'm a little worried. Though it already replied that there's nothing wrong, there's no way an inferno wolf would do what it's doing. It looks like this inferno wolf has already stayed there since dawn. It was previously lying on its back. The inferno wolves have horns in their foreheads, so there should be a specific position that they must do if they want to lie on their back. Unfortunately, this inferno wolf did not do it. That made its horn pierce the floor. It managed to get out using its physical ability. It was relieved that its horn was not broken, but the floor got damaged. That's bad. Anne-sama will surely be furious, and if you make Anne-sama angry, you won't be able to eat. After thinking of what should be done, the inferno wolf decided to lie down over the damaged floor. So that's how it is. Then, what will you do after this? I thought the inferno wolf was smart, but maybe it's not. For now, I think I'll just look over it. Of course, in between jobs. That night, the inferno wolf asked for village chief's help while grieving. Village chief seemed to have accompanied the inferno wolf to go and apologize to Anne-sama. A good boy. After that, the inferno wolf rushed to the toilet. Of course, It has been lying over there for a long time. Ah, watch out. It is already night and I'm already at my night rounds. I'm checking if the windows and doors are locked and checking the lights. Right, there is someone who did not from noon, just like the Inferno Wolf. Malbit-sama Desu. She hasn't moved out from the kotatsu since noon. Is she all right? She's not dead, is she? I asked Suwaruru-sama, who's in the kotatsu with her. She was shocked at her loss from the chess tournament the other day. Is that so? Kirbit-sama did not support Malbit-sama and cheered for Kurayan-sama instead, so she's sulking. I see. Kirbit-sama lost to Kurayan-sama. If the opponent who defeated her wins, she'll feel a little comfortable, so she cheered for Kurayan-sama. I think Malbit-sama understands her. As a mother, you want to be supported by your daughter, no matter what. I guess so. I don't have a child yet, but I understand how you feel. However, kotatsu time has already passed. It is already night, and my apologies, but I have been instructed by village chief that the use of magic tools like the kotatsu must be stopped. No, it's still safe to use Desuyao. Lusama, the one who made it, proudly said that it's okay to keep it running continuously for 10,000 hours. The futon on the kotatsu is also made by Zabuton-sama, so even if you put it on fire, it won't burn that much. The reason for village chief's instruction is because there are a lot of people who sleep in the kotatsu. Yeah, it seems like sleeping in kotatsu is not good for the body. I'm sorry, but I have to turn the magic tool of the kotatsu off. Malbit-sama grabs my arm, not letting me press the stop button of the magic tool. Ado, Malbit-sama, would you like to turn it off yourself? You won't. I see, I understand. I can't do it after all. Since it has come to this, I'll call Ruinshi-sama. Problem solved. Ah, my apologies if that will drive you out too, Suwaruru-sama. You've been trying to figure out when to get out? If you can leave now, that would be great. I continue looking around that night. During winter, guests and villagers often sleep in the mansion, and along with it are troubles. Ah, dwarves, please stop drinking in the hallway. I know, it's an alcohol tasting event. However, this is the best place to look at the moon and snow. Ah, I see. The moon and snow are certainly beautiful. However, you're a hindrance to traffic. I ask you to leave. No, I'm currently working. Even if you say that. That is, I understand. I'll just drink 1 cup and you'll leave. A little more won't be a problem. Hey. Ho-hoo, this is quite good. It would probably be a great partner with grilled fish. You're grilling fish? You brought a brazier here. You'll be scolded. I'll overlook it today. Okay, just a bite. It's really a great match. Try the other one. Okay. The next morning, the dwarves have been scolded harshly by Ansama. I already asked them to stop, but it seems like they continued to drink. It's their fault. As for me, even though I drank a little, I did my job well. Ansama, is there anything you want with me? Yes, it was my turn to look around the hallway last night. Yeah, I overlooked them. I'm sorry. I won't say anything else. I will just be scolded more if I do. I'll clean up the dwarves' alcohol tasting event. They sure drank a lot. You're getting in the way, wine slime-san. Can you move over there? Ah, you'll help me out. Ija-san, don't eat the leftovers. Kittens, you can't fool me with your sweet meowing, so don't act spoiled. It looks like they know it won't work on me, so each kitten took the leftover grilled fishes. Should I chase them and get the grilled fishes back? Because they suddenly bite them and run away, it is already too late. However, I cannot allow such lawlessness. Discipline is important. The moment I tried to chase them with everything I have, the kitten's mother, Jewel, got in the way and took the grilled fishes from them. Well done. No, you did well. However, make sure you'll discipline them. Ah, there's no point in returning those grilled fishes. Let them take those. Also, it seems like the Ainikos did something over there. Please take care of them too. Hall of the mansion. Various things are decorated near the entrance. The ones that are standing out are the mini trophies. Also, the Mahjong achievement board. There is the new name Yakuman on the achievement board. I'm not envious. Anyway, at the top of that achievement board was the name of the very first one who achieved something, my name. Fufufu. Ah no, I don't mean anything. Every time I stand in front of this board, I'm so happy that I forget the time. So you are Yakuman, right? Even so, you have to do your job properly. After I said that, the team Yakuman responded by waving their legs. Yeah, let's do our best. Right, let's play Mahjong. Let's invite Beezle-sama too. He said he won't lose next time. It will not end like the previous one. Everyone from Team Yakuman is enthusiastic as if they can't wait to fight. Of course, I won't lose. Well, I have to work hard. I won't aim for perfection, though. I'm not being lazy. I'm just doing my role. I'm aware that us Oni have gone too far seeking for perfection. That village chief, who's the lord, feels suffocated. What I'm doing is a countermeasure. I mean, a black sheep is a role itself. I'm a cute Oni maid after all. Ma, it's not like I'm doing it intentionally. But my reputation with the villagers, including village chief, is not bad. Ask anyone who's the Oni that is easiest to talk to, and they'll say it's me. Ma, they'll also say that I'm the one who always screws up. Well, I don't care since there are perks like being able to drink alcohol, and being able to play while working, and village chief is also kind to me. Oh, mountain elves, if you want to play, use that room over there. Ann Sama will be around here soon. Be quiet until she leaves. I will do my best today too. Chapter 523. Wadagang. Darn it. This is really disgusting. However, there's nothing I can do. Give up. Give up and move on, using a carriage to go to your neighbor. It would have been faster if I walk, but nobles must move using a carriage. I get off the carriage after arriving at the gate of the mansion I'm heading to. I managed to get in without problem since this is not the first time I came here. The owner didn't even bother welcoming me. I've also come to know him. The lord of this place. I also know the floor plan of this place since I've been here a lot of times. Even if there's no servant to guide me, I can go on alone. After arriving at the place we'll meet, the lord is already there, waiting for me with a smile. Yeah, darn it. My name is Wadagang Pudjaru, head of a count family of the Demon King's kingdom. The lord of this mansion is Bezel Chrome. Like me, he's also a head of a count family of the Demon King's kingdom. However, this guy has higher social standing compared to me since he's a member of the 4 heavenly kings. I'm envious. Well, not really. The 4 heavenly kings are always busy. I often see them at the castle. They are working like no one should bother them or else. On the contrary, you can always meet them if you want. Welcome, Count Pudjaru. What can I do for you today? Oh, I should have greeted him first. It's a courtesy for having an intimate relationship. Also, you should be firm when you say your greetings. My business for today, I'm sure you are aware, Count Chrome. Yes, Count Chrome knows why I came. That's the reason why he's already waiting for me here. Yeah, darn it. Count Chrome was waiting for me at the game room of his mansion. There is a huge rectangular table installed at the center of that room. It is something heavy. It also has a mechanism that makes sure it's perfectly flat. You can consider this thing as a work of art. I want it. I super want it. That billiard table, I absolutely want it. But I also have pride. Before I claimed that I wanted that thing, I already tried making it in my territory. And that, I can. However, the furniture craftsman said that he has not seen the real thing, so it is impossible for him to make an exact copy, though he says that he surely can make it. Furniture craftsman in my territory, you are amazing. It seems like it will take a year to complete. Darn it! There are a total of 6 holes on the table, on the 4 corners, and at the centers of the long sides of the table called pockets. Though punching a hole is easy, the mechanism of the balls rolling down from the hole to the same place to collect them all is troublesome. The furniture craftsman suggested that we can just make a collection point on each pocket. That is feasible, but I feel like I lost to Count Chrome, so please do your best instead. By the way, he said that it is possible to do that, but it is impossible to make the billiard balls. A perfect sphere made of wood. The center of gravity should also be uniform. He can make one. However, it seems like it is already impossible to make a number with the same size. Ma, I thought it was because he's a furniture craftsman. Because of that, I asked a woodwork craftsman, but the answer is the same. If that's true, why does Count Chrome have them? Are the woodworkers in his territory more skilled, or did he discover a new type of magic? Because of that, I have asked the Woodworkers Guild and the Mage Guild of my territory to study the creation of billiard balls. I'm expecting good news from them. As for now, nothing. It is regrettable, but there's nothing else I can do. That's why I came to this mansion. To play billiards. I've been playing billiards lately. The action of poking a ball with a stick is fun. It is also exciting to make your ball move the way you want it in order to make the other balls move to the pocket. My only complaint is that I have to go to Count Chrome's house to enjoy this. I want one in my mansion too. Which cue are you going to use? Count Chrome shows me his sticks. Fuh. Thank you, but I'll use this. I showed the cue I brought. This cue was made by one of the woodworkers of my territory. It is decorated, but only enough to not get in the way of playing. It is the only stick suitable for me. The material of the stick used by Count Chrome is good, but its design is focused on practicality. As something that nobles will use, I think it is better to improve aesthetics. Fortunately, only the material and size of the tip are specified, so the material and design of the grip can be devised the way you want it. My stick, in addition to being good-looking, is also easy to grip. I see. Your cue looks good, however. The game is not decided by tools. Of course, I know, but for the woodworker that made this stick, I can't lose. My billiard match with Count Chrome started. 9-ball rule. On the table, there are balls with number labels 1 to 9 plus the cue ball. The cue ball must be poked by the cue ball stick, and the ball it must hit first should be the ball with the smallest number. If the cue ball dropped into the pocket, the player will change. The one who will be able to make the 9-ball drop into the pocket will win. It sounds easy, but the other balls will get in between the cue ball and the 9-ball, so it is pointless if you can only poke the ball to go in a straight line. Also, even if you can hit the ball with the smallest number but can't make any ball fall on a pocket, the player will change. It's quite a strategic game. Our match started with a toss coin. While Count Chrome is playing, I will be waiting quietly. 2 heads of 2 Count families are too precious, so it is only not a competition. We also exchange information. I heard that the Prince of Goruzin Kingdom has come. Goruzin Kingdom is one of the human countries. They came to the Demon King's kingdom to form an alliance. Until now, they were a hostile country, but for some reason, it seems like they changed. I want to know why. Their purpose is food. Food wasn't the food situation of human countries already improving. You even helped them behind the scenes, right? They were hit by a disaster. Disaster. Do you know the floating island in the sky of Goruzin? It fell. And no way. It's true. It seems like it fell to their major river, so the farmland downstream was severely damaged. There are no casualties because of the support of the Koran religion, but it will take time for their farmland to recover. They can no longer feed their own people, so they have no choice but to rely on other countries. And that's where the Demon King's kingdom come in. The Demon King's kingdom and Goruzin were hostile to each other, but they never had a war. People will easily accept it. I see. Does that mean that the prince is their messenger? There's a rumor about an incident in the castle, but it sounds blurry. That prince is excellent. He only proposes to women who will surely reject him. Exactly, isn't that kind of blurry? Could there be a succession battle there? The only feeling he gives is he doesn't want to be a successor. I see. Then, how about his disease? It's true, he continued to travel here to form an alliance disregarding that he's on the verge of death. Quite a man. Count Chrome made a mistake. Phew. The remaining balls are 8 and 9. And their arrangement is pretty simple. I got this game. The second game started. I won, so I'll continue to play. The balls scattered in good positions. As long as I don't let my guard down, there won't be a problem. Count Chrome is watching me play while drinking a glass of wine. Fufu, are you in love with my solid poke? By the way, Count Pajuru, how's the royal capital cleanup? Royal capital cleanup. Once every 10 days, the residents of the royal capital are required to clean up. Of course, I'm doing my part. However, he's probably talking about the other cleanup. You mean the backstreet? There is no such place that is officially called backstreet. Backstreet means several organizations that are moving behind the scenes that are involved in theft, assassination, kidnapping, and so on. These organizations are open secrets, and they are utilized as necessary evil. They are not a hostile force that stands out in the Demon King's kingdom. However, Demon King Sama began moving against the backstreet as soon as it became summer. They crushed all vicious places and left the obedient ones. On top of that, he ordered them to reduce their activity for several years starting next spring. Any resistance was crushed by the army. There was also an organization that moved to assassinate Demon King Sama, but they were exposed by a high elf. There's also an assassination who openly challenged Demon King Sama. That's fine. However, that organization was obliterated by 3 dragons hired by Demon King Sama. I thought they were just women with nothing else to do but swing a wooden stick in the castle. I never thought they were dragons. How did Demon King Sama manage to hire them? Anyway, those in the backstreet judged that resistance is impossible, so they asked Count Glitch to arbitrate for them. That happened at the end of fall. What Count Chrome wants to hear is what happened to that. Demon King Sama informed them why he did that, and he got them to agree with the activity reduction. The other party also said that they would have obeyed him if he had asked them in the beginning. That's not possible. I agree with Count Chrome. I'm screwed. That's because I'm talking while shooting. There is only one reason why Demon King Sama cleaned up the backstreet. There will be state guests that will attend Gulgald Noble Academy. During that period, he wants to prevent those people from getting involved in crime as well as seeing one. I think he's being a little overprotective, but Demon King Sama said that it is related to the survival of the kingdom itself. Because of that, he did not inform the guys in the backstreet when he started. Certainly, there will be those who will try to get involved for fun. The second match, I lost. Frustrating. Third game, oh. The first thrust of Count Chrome made the 4-ball fall into the pocket, but the position of all other balls are bad. The 7 and 8 balls are hiding the 1 ball, which is the smallest number so he can't shoot it. It will also be difficult to use the wall for rebound. Lucky, it will be my turn, or so I thought, but Count Chrome sat on the table. What is he doing? Then he held the stick vertically. What is he trying to do? I move a few steps forward to look at what he is trying to do. Count Chrome poked the cue ball from above and made the cue ball curved through the 7 and 8 balls and hit the 1 ball. What's that cool trick? Phew, it is a shot called mass. See, cheater, you're the only one who can do that. I learned that from your daughter. Daughter Enderi. Your 4th daughter. Krakexi. You're not messing with my daughter, are you? Don't say something dangerous. If my wife hears you, I'll be killed. I know that your daughter is pretty, but do you really think I'll do it? My apologies. Your 4th daughter is living peacefully at the place of Demon King Sama's friend. I've carried several letters from her to you. Right. I suspected that it was a fake letter at first, since there's no way my daughter Krakaxi will do what she has written on those letters. But the letter was written using the code that only our family knows. In addition, is it someone from Village 5? Are you referring to Yauko Dono when you say Demon King Sama's friend? A beautiful and intelligent woman. And she's a woman with power that seems to be comparable to Demon King Sama. I doubt that she's Demon King Sama's mistress. It's her boss. I guess I'm wrong. Yauko Dono's boss, Krakexi, is serving that person. Together with my daughter. I know, I heard that Holy, the one in charge of this mansion, also went there. I want to ask him and listen to the details, but my instinct is telling me to stop. I say instinct, but it's really a skill. This skill has no name. From generation to generation, the head of Pudjaru family will gain this skill. It's like an oracle from God. Is it stupid to go against this instinct? I followed this instinct and got to where I am now. Because of that, I'll continue to follow. Don't leave the barrier. Yeah, good, the 3rd game is Count Chrome's victory. It doesn't matter. I'll admit defeat. But before we start the 4th game, you have to teach me that mass thing. That's absolutely cool. Also, we are talking about you, so there should still be some tricks under your sleeves. Teach me those too. Chapter 524. Preparations for spring. After a few days of blizzard, a warm day came which made me feel that winter is ending. However, I will not let my guard down. There might be another blizzard. According to my past experience, there will be. Ma, I shouldn't get upset if there's no blizzard. Some of the Kuros are running outside making marks on the snow. They might have been stressed staying in their sheds or the mansion to avoid the blizzard. By the way, it was the Kuros who were born last year or this year who were running. As for the older generations, they stay in their own sheds or the mansion. They know that winter is still ongoing and they are already used to it. Kuro and Yuki are enjoying the kotatsu in my room. In the old days, even if there's a blizzard, they are outside guarding the village. Now, they are taking refuge when there's a blizzard. There are 2 reasons for that. First is that they can detect monsters or demon beasts' attacks even if there's a blizzard and they are inside the mansion. The other reason is that the Fenris are fine wandering around even if there's a blizzard. Presently, the Fenrir has partnered with a Kuro and birthed 15 pups. The pups born this year are still small and cute, but the other 12 are already as big as their mother, or they might even be bigger. The Fenrirs are not only watching over Big Tree Village, but also Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3. Unlike the Kuros, they don't want to get inside a shelter when there's a blizzard. On the other hand, the Kuros are working hard aside from winter. You can consider it as division of labor. Of course, the Fenrir family is not playing outside when it's winter. Those 12 big pups of the Fenrir. I was thinking if they would go out of the village to find partners like the Kuros, but they didn't. Like their mothers, they've chosen Kuros as their partners. Racially speaking, is that okay? Are the Fenrirs incapable of finding partners somewhere? I don't particularly care if they are okay with it though. HNN? The Kuros, who have been taken by the Fenrirs as their partners, looked at me with an anxious expression. No, I'll never oppose it. You've breached the size barrier, and you are also approved by the mother Fenrir and her Kuro partner, so I have nothing against it. I just thought that the Fenrirs will also go out like you do. Yeah, even if it's getting warm, snow is still piling up. I know. It's okay, don't overdo it. No matter what form love has taken, it is still love. Anyway, it is almost spring. The day Alfred and Ursa will start attending school in the royal capital is coming too. The two of them are working hard in various ways in order to prepare, so I will not cancel it. In addition, it was decided that Tysel will enroll at the school along with Alfred and Ursa. Nut, Ririus, Riguru, Rat, Taurine, and some of the hatchlings were also selected as their companions, but only Tysel was chosen. Malbit said that if we send the lot of them there, they'll just group among themselves and the purpose of sending them there won't be achieved. Certainly. If there are a number of people who know each other, they'll just rely on each other so befriending others will be less. There is no point in sending them to school that way. It would look like they just changed their place to study. I was convinced, so I decided that only the 3 of them will enroll at the school in the royal capital. I asked the others if they want to study at the school in Village 5 or Shashato City, but they said that if they wouldn't be accompanying Alfred and Ursa, they would just continue studying in the village. Okay. We'll be lonely if the lot of you enroll at a school away from the village. We'll also feel uneasy. Even if I want the children to see how wide the world is, I have to respect their choice of staying in the village. Even if they can't go this year, that doesn't mean they can't enroll at the school in the royal capital next year, right? Let's talk with their mothers. A person named Tu arrived from Village 4. Tu Faguma. A man that looks like a captain and is around 50 years old. I said he looks like a captain because he's wearing a captain-like clothes. It seems like when the Sun Castle is still fully utilized, he was the airship captain of the Sun Castle's exclusive airplane called Prom. I said airplane, but it's not really an airplane but a ship without sail. According to my imagination, it should be a flying cruise ship. Since it's an airplane, he should be called airship captain rather than a captain, but it seems like Tu prefers to wear like a captain. However, due to the financial difficulties of the Sun Castle, the airplane called Prom was sold. Won't that be a problem? How can people go and leave the Sun Castle then? It looks like there are regular flights to and from the Sun Castle, so there's no problem with the traffic. Since Tu has nothing else to do, he was put to sleep in order to save fuel. Even now, there are no planes in the Sun Castle or Village 4, and there's no plan on buying it back. Because of that, Bell originally planned to wake him up last, but Asa will move to the school, so he woke him up to replace Asa as the manager of the teleportation gate in the hot spring area. According to Bell, she already convinced him to work as the manager of the teleportation gate of the hot spring area, but Big Tree Village has the universal ship, a ship that can fly in the sky. When he came to Big Tree Village, he tried riding it. He had an incredible expression. Tu returned to Village 4 by riding the universal ship and brought a woman back to the village. This girl will manage the teleportation gate, so please make me the captain of that ship. No, I'm even willing to be the lowest sailor. I beg you. Wait, I'm the person in charge of weapon management in the Sun Castle. That place is no longer called Sun Castle. It is called Village 4. Also, the weapons you manage are no more. They were sold off. You no longer have a job. Do you have any complaints? I do, there's still the ultimate weapon. It's my job to manage it. I heard something about an ultimate weapon. Will that be all right to leave as it is? What ultimate weapon? It's nothing but throwing stones manually. I guess it's okay. Is your head empty? Do you want to experience being hit by a stone thrown from that altitude? And how many stones will it take you before you hit me? I'll kill you. The rampaging woman can't move her arms and legs though, since she's tied up. Untie me. For the time being, I pulled two and the woman apart in order to continue. I also untied the woman. The woman's name is Yoru Fuguma. She has long, wavy hair and glasses. She gives off the secretary of a major company impression. If she shuts her mouth, she can be considered a beauty. After I released Yoru, she bowed to me and dashed towards Tu, but Asa stopped her. Asa came here after hearing that Tu gave up being his successor. The three of them discuss it. Well, not really. It's only Asa and Yoru. Tu is basically just nodding behind Asa. It looks like persuading Yoru was left to Asa. Yoru, though the management of the teleportation gate is not difficult, it is an important job. Yoru is more suited to take care of it compared to Tu. Even if you say that, I have a job at the Sun Castle. The Sun Castle no longer has weapons. You no longer have a job there. And my job is to adjust the ultimate weapon. Sorting stones to throw can't be called adjustment. Look at reality. And never there are weapons. There are none. Also, do you understand that if you continue your claim, we'll be accused of hiding something? Please refrain from saying dangerous remarks. It will be helpful for everyone if you have a sense of unity. So, can you take over the management of the teleportation gate? What are the defensive equipments around the teleportation gate? None, it's in a safe place. What do you mean none? I'm someone in charge of weapons. I have to manage weapons. There is a river nearby. You can get stones and throw them as much as you want. Yoru started to cry. Yeah, I can't do anything about it. There are no weapons or anything dangerous in this village. Or so I thought, since there are those who don't think so. The mountain elves. One of the mountain elves patted Yoru's shoulder and pointed her to look somewhere. Trebuchet. When did you assemble that? And it's even loaded. Moreover, behind the trebuchet are neatly arranged bullets. From the right, they are ordinary stone, ordinary stone, ordinary stone, ordinary stone, and barrel. Barrel. The moment the barrel hits something, it will release smoke. It's a smokescreen. When did you make that thing? What's inside that smokescreen? I don't know what those are, but they are not dangerous, right? It won't explode, right? I was worried about the barrel, but what Yoru cared about was the ordinary stones. These stones, good choice. Yoru and the mountain elves seem to have understood each other. They are shaking hands, and look at me. All right, you can put that trebuchet in the hot spring area. However, it should be disassembled and stored if you're not going to use it. It's dangerous after all. However, if that thing is disassembled, she won't be able to assemble it alone. I'll just keep silent about that. It was decided that Asa's successor is Yoru. Asa took Yoru to the hot spring area to teach her what she must do. There's only two here. He's smiling. Yeah, well, if you really want to work on the universal ship, I won't mind. Get along with the devil sailors who are working there. They are all residents of Village 4, so everything should be okay. 3 days later. Yoru assembled the trebuchet alone. It is physically impossible, but magic exists in this world. Honestly speaking, I think she's amazing since she can assemble and disassemble the trebuchet alone. However, when she asked me to add a new trebuchet, I was troubled. As for Tu, he became the captain of the universal ship. It seems like it's not usurpation, but ability. Certainly, someone who was created to be a captain will be the most suitable captain. If the devil sailors are convinced with his ability, there's no problem. As for the former captain, he's the vice captain now. Good luck. I was worried about Tu and Yoru's relationship now, but it seems like there's no problem. Until now, they only asked me if they can mount a trebuchet on the universal ship. No, side story. Asa, on the race column it says cow. Are they minotaurs? No, they are normal cows. During winter, they often go here. We're talking about cows, right? It's cow all right. But why do they have personal names in the username column? I named them myself for the purpose of individual identification. Please rest assured, I will teach you all of them. Ma, I'm just wondering if it is really necessary to identify a cow individually. Chapter 525. Spring of the 17th year. It is now spring. It's a nice day. The wind is still cold, but the sun is warm. There is an ice cracking sound in the pond. It should be the pond turtles. They woke up. In the world tree, the silkworms come out of their cocoons and eat leaves vigorously. It's kind of strange seeing the leaves growing again after being eaten. By the way, the phoenix chick Aegis challenged the newly awakened silkworm again, but was devastated with its defeat. It was an instant kill. The reason for its defeat is obvious. It probably ate too much last winter. Moreover, because it's old, it doesn't fly that much. Yeah, it's pretty plump. Eagle, you shouldn't spoil Aegis. The match doesn't matter, but being overweight matters. HNN, what's wrong, soldier bee? The same thing happened with the queen bee. It is twice bigger than a normal bee. But isn't it normal for it to grow like that? No, is that so? Got it. I'll go check the hive hut later. But let me say this now. Don't expect too much. Next is cats. It was Anne who removed the kotatsu in my room. No, I also think it's too early. There should still be a kotatsu in the guest receiving room. If you go there, Malbit and the others are fighting there. That's certainly not a place where you can enjoy a kotatsu. I get it, don't scratch me. I'll tell Anne to set up a kotatsu for you in some room. That's all I can do. I don't know if Anne will do it. There's no point in complaining to me. If you get used to an environment where there's no kotatsu, you'll forget that it even existed. Look, Kuro and Yuki, who had been stuck in the kotatsu last winter, are now running around energetically. They will surely get muddy, aren't they? Ah, it's some sort of protest to Anne for removing the kotatsu. Is that all right? Before returning to the mansion, take a bath or go to the hot spring. I went to the guest receiving room and found the fighting angels. They are fighting to reject returning home. Malbit, Suaruru, and Razmaria, who won't get out of the kotatsu, insist that it's still winter and there's Ruintia who's dragging them out. They usually fight against each other since they are from different factions, but they have a good relationship. A little far away, there was Grand Maria holding Rose Maria. Rose Maria has become bigger. She's about a year old now. In the future, she'll surely become a beautiful woman. Next to Gran Maria is Gull, who's holding his grandchild with a sloppy face. His grandchild was born last summer, so she's still small. However, Gulf is already saying that she'll be the strongest warrior. But she's a girl, right? Is that all right? Also, did you get permission from your son or daughter-in-law when you took her out? Yeah, Gulf. Permission in taking the child out and kissing or hugging the child in the room is different. I don't think you are authorized to take her out. I praise you for being able to leave, but see, your daughter-in-law came. Can I back you up? I'm scared too. Only this time. It worked out for Gulf, but the angels did not make any progress. No, when Rose Maria entered, Raz Maria dropped out. Ah, when Grand Maria brought Rose Maria, it was Ruintia's plan all along. I see. As for the remaining two, they are leading in firepower. It is 2 against 1, so Ruintia is at a disadvantage, but Malbit and Suaruru can't move because they are at the kotatsu, so they are at a disadvantage too. Ah, Malbit attacked Ruintia's eyes using the juice squeezed from the peel of an orange. How evil, but Ruintia brilliantly avoided it. And the juice of the orange peel went to Suaruru's eye. A sisterhood match breaks out. It is only a matter of time before Ruintia's victory. For the time being, let's evacuate. I don't want Rose Maria to see them. Since it's already spring, Zabuton has woken up. Zabuton is already working with her spiderlings to make costumes. Not for the parade. They are school uniforms for Alfred, Ursa, and Tysel. There is no school uniform in the school they're going to enroll at, but it was the request of the Demon King. He wants the 3 of them to have an identifiable mark that they are from Big Tree Village. As it is the request of the Demon King and the civil servant girls, it proceeded immediately with the plan of drawing the emblem of Big Tree Village on their cloaks. I also permitted it, but I opposed it when the prototype was made, because the big tree was embroidered with gold thread while the cloak is pitch black. It's cool, but it's a little flashy. No, it is too flashy. What's more, this cloak too. Not only for the 3, but it is planned that every villager will get one too. It may not be embarrassing if everyone wears it, but please spare me. Since I opposed it, it was necessary for me to issue an alternative. And so, I proposed a uniform. There will be a different one for males and females, but their design is similar, so there shouldn't be a problem. I told Zabutin the blazer-type uniform I knew. I'm sure she'll be able to make a uniform that suits Alfred, Ursa, and Tysel. That aside, it was decided that I'll wear the prototype cloak during the parade. Just during the parade. Chapter 526. The Three's Departure. The spring parade ended safely. The main protagonists of this parade are Alfred, Ursa, and Tysel. They won't be coming back for a while, so we went around each village. Especially in Village 5, since they will be from Village 5 in papers. I don't really mind, but unlike the other villages, why does the parade there doesn't feel like a departure parade? The residents of Village 5 are taking the three too much. They are even wielding swords and spears, and it looks like if something were to happen to the three, they will not hesitate to attack. Glatz, who's participating as someone from Village 4, is from the army, and it looks like it is normal to him. He said that it is to show that the Demon King's kingdom is on their side. At the end of the parade in Village 5, the face of the Demon King, who played the role of welcoming the three, is twitching. According to the script, after the Demon King greets them, he will take the three and leave, but that's not what happened. We all came back to Big Tree Village. They will leave tomorrow. Accompanying them are the Clay Doll Earth and Asa, the former teleportation gate manager of the hot spring area. There's also the impure dragon that just arrived a little while ago. My name is Medora. Please take care of me from now on. She's a bluish-white dragon, and a woman in her 30s in her human form. She's wearing a classic maid outfit, the one with a long skirt. I thought that a dragon in maid's clothes is unusual, but Dorame explained her situation to me. She seems to be one of the impure dragons that are working at Raymarin's place. She's also one of the impure dragons that were called to go with them during the flying whale attack. Of course, Raymarin already permitted her to go with the three. By the way, she has another name, and that name is Dandeji. That name sounds familiar. Hakurin has said her name to me before. She's the strongest impure dragon. The reason why she has another name is because she doesn't like the name Dandeji. Another reason is that if she calls herself Dandeji, there will be a lot of others who will challenge her for the title of strongest impure dragon. No matter how many times I win, there will always be Dors-sama and Raymarin-sama far above me. I'm not really proud of it, but there are a lot of others who are fascinated by the word strongest. Dandeji looked a little troubled. No, she's Medora. Well, no matter how she calls herself, I won't mind. It would be better to go with the person herself. The question is, can I leave the children in the hands of the strongest impure dragon? As she was serving Raymarin, I don't doubt her abilities. And she's also not rude, but... Dorame perceived my anxiety, and he laughed because it is a completely unfounded concern. Medora won't shy out if she's to serve someone, and if she doesn't like it, even if Raymarin orders her, she won't even come to this place. In addition, one of those she will take care of is Ursa, who is treated as my and Hakurin's daughter. Daughter of Hakurin means granddaughter of Raymarin. Medora says that she has no problem serving her. Is that how it works? Let's just think it like that. By the way, Hiraku-sama. Medora suddenly looks serious. What's wrong? Are those three over there the kids that I'll take care of? Medora is looking straight at Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel. That's right. Please take care of them for me. From what I was asked, my work content is to take care of your son and two daughters who are going to enroll at the school in the Demon King's kingdom's capital. Is that true? That's true. It's the truth, right? There shouldn't be a problem. Excuse me, but are you sure we are not going to invade the Demon King's kingdom? What kind of dangerous thing are you saying? What part of them did you even get that idea? They have so many inferno wolves around them. They are just saying goodbye to them. As the three of them are going to leave tomorrow, I will talk to them one by one and urge them to be careful. I might seem annoying, but as a father who cares about his children, I can't help but remind them. Ma, I'm only reminding them that they should be cautious 1 out of 10. As for the rest, use it to enjoy the world outside the village. If you experience something not good, if you are in pain, you may come back anytime. Don't think that running away is a shame. The most important thing is to survive. I still want to talk, but I was forced to stop by Lou and Tyr. Hey. Ursa is 13 years old this year. Both Alfred and Tysel are 10 years old this year. I don't care if they are going to school, but I think it's still too early for them to live in a dormitory. That night, a grand banquet was held for their farewell party. I usually don't drink so much, but I have drunk a lot. The next day, the 6 of them, Ursa, Alfred, Tysel, the clay doll Earth, the former manager of the teleportation gate of the hot spring area Asa, and the impure dragon Metora left via Beazel's teleportation magic. It's the simplest way to travel. In addition to Gaul, Syl, and Bronn, they have a lot of acquaintances in that place like the Demon King, Beazel, and Glatz, so I shouldn't be too anxious, right? I'm so anxious that I can't do my job. I'm in a daze in my room at my mansion. Lou and Tyr are worried about the children too, but they don't show others how they feel. It's the usual. Maybe they only miss them a little. Lupumarina and Aurora are here after all. It is probably only Zabuton who's as lonely as me. She's pretty lonely too. Zabuton is particularly fond of Ursa. She said she's the one that needed the most attention. Ah, darn it, I feel like I'm going to cry. No, I must believe in the children. I recovered after noon with the help of Zabuton. Now, everything's back to normal, or not. After seeing the children off, there is someone who hid in her room. Hakurin. Hakurin did not want Ursa to leave. However, she continued acting like everything's okay. She also told them to be tough, but she's been crying all this time. I visited her room several times to cheer her up, but I wasn't able to do so. Raymarin was also like that when Hakurin ran away from home. During dinner, Dors said that while remembering the past. Let her be like that today. If she's still acting like that tomorrow, I'll take care of her. The embarrassed Raymarin said. No, it's not like I'm angry at her or anything. I even want to praise her for being strong in front of the children. Raymarin, when Hakurin ran away, you kept crying for a year. Dors was beaten up by Raymarin and fell from his chair. Are you okay? That was a strong punch. You're alive, right? Good. Dors returns to his chair and admonishes Raymarin. Hakurin is weeping thinking of her child. Shouldn't you be glad? But that girl gave birth to Hyakairu too. I'm frustrated that she seems like she's forgetting him. That's because you care about Hyakairu too much? Ah, no, I didn't say anything. Ado, she only needs time to recover. How about letting her take her time? How can you be too strict to your own daughter when you yourself acted like that too? Ursa left because she's going to attend school. Hakurin ran away from home. I didn't even know where she was back then. Yes, but when Hakurin ran away from home, she's already at that age. I even got reports and complaints from several countries. But Dors is working hard to suppress Raymarin, so I decided to check Hakurin. We're talking about Hakurin, so I think she won't keep crying for a year. She should be fine in a few days, I'm sure of it. I believe in Hakurin. 5 days later, Hakurin was resurrected. The reason for her resurrection was Ursa's letter. No, I want to believe that my encouragement helped her too. Chapter 527. Ranch Expansion and Letters from Ursa's Group, Day 30. Author's note. The title will include how many days have passed since Alfred and the others leave. There will be different point of views, which will make the time go back and forth. The day will make it easy to understand the timeline. It has been a month since Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel went to school. Aside from me, the villagers have already gotten used to the life without those three. But as expected, there are small changes. First, the children's leader position was taken over by Nut from Ursa. She was not officially nominated, so I thought Ririus, Riguru, Rat, or Torin would do what they could, but they followed her without question. Maybe because Nut is a little older than everyone else. Nut is working hard as everyone's elder sister. In fact, it was determined that she has enough talent to go to school. At first, it was decided that Ursa, Alfred, and Nut will bill the ones who will be sent to school, but later, she was changed to Tysel per her request. I thought she's holding back because she's not one of my children, but it seems like there's another reason. Ursa and Alfred thought that they would no longer be able to stop Tysel. It looks like only Ursa or Alfred can stop Tysel. In other words, Nut insisted that it will be dangerous if those three are not together. I said that there's no way things will be like that, but when I asked Alfred for his opinion, he agreed. And thus, Nut was replaced with Tysel. Given what happened, I feel sorry for Nut, who now won't be able to go to school. I have to do something to make up for her even a little. Next, the ghost sorceress came to be part of the children's education. The ghost sorceress will be the crying Hakurin's replacement and will continue her role as their teacher. Since the ghost sorceress can't speak, the intelligent sword Quentin will speak for her. Because of that, the ghost sorceress was called Sword Sensei, and she's even popular with the children. She mainly teaches magic. Since magic is convenient, it is best to teach that to the children. However, I would prefer if you focus on simple magic called life magic. For some reason, all other teachers are teaching the children large-scale destructive magic. I think it's still too early for the children to learn those, and I think it's difficult for them to learn those too. And even if they manage to learn them, they don't have any use for it. Finally, it seems like the communication time between me and the children has become longer. I didn't even notice it. I only noticed it when the Oni maids pointed it out to me. Ma, as long as the children are happy, there's no problem. If there's something that I consider a problem, every time Hikaru comes to me, Raymarin would be shaken up. I feel a little bad for Raymarin, who has been taken care of Hikaru since birth, but Hikaru is my son. I will not hold back. But will it be okay if I have Hikaru go to school in the future? I have to talk to Hakuren and Doors about it. I wonder if this can be considered a small change. In detail, there are changes in the shift of the Oni maids and the amount of food they cook. They've got used to it now too. Ursa, Alfred, and Tysel going to school was a big incident in my heart, but its impact on the village is minimal. That's relieving, but I also feel regret and disappointment. In order to sort out my state of mind, I expanded the ranch area. The ranch area, which had been 12x36 until now, was expanded to 16x52. And it is no longer a simple plain. There are now hills, slopes, meadow, forest, etc. The pond on the north of the ranch area was also incorporated into it, and it looks like no one has a problem with it. I planted various long and short grasses in it. Though it has become difficult to know where they are now, the cows and horses were delighted. By the way, I did not expand the ranch area just because of the state of my mind. The number of cows, horses, sheep, and goats has increased too. Therefore, there's also the need to expand the goat shed, barn, stables, and sheep shed. For some reason, I went to the barn at night and found that even I can live there. With the expansion of the ranch area, the place that the Kuros need to guard has expanded, but it seems like there's no problem since they can easily cross the ranch area. Sometimes, the Kuros and Spiderlings are even relaxing in the ranch area. The Kuros will be fine, but the Spiderlings might get trampled by the goats. They are safe with the cows, horses, and sheeps. Those guys are smart. They will not step on them. The goats are smart too, but they are mischievous. They might step on them on purpose. I know that something of that level will not kill them, but let's plant some tall trees where they can take refuge. Until they grow up, you'll have to use this table as a refuge. To reply to me, the Spiderlings raised their legs cheerfully. Good, good. On the other hand, the Kuros are looking at the Spiderlings on the table enviously. Okay, what do you want me to make for you? You don't need me to make anything. You want to play with me? All right, let's play fetch the ball. Their eyes flashed as soon as I said that. The Kuros who were at a distance also came running. Ah, this is the ranch area. Let's not bother the cows, horses, sheep, and goats. I played with the Kuros until the sun went down. While we were playing, I was surprised when a cow brought the ball back to me. I praised it. While I'm expanding the ranch area, Malbit's group has returned to the Angels' village. Malbit always does something to the last minute, but she's obedient this year as if there was some kind of discussion behind the scenes. Malbit, Ruinsha, and Suwaruru left. Gran Maria's mother, Raz Maria, stayed. She's taking care of her granddaughter, Rose Maria. She stayed at the Angels' villa with her granddaughter. While Gran Maria is working, Raz Maria is taking care of her. Rose Maria also seems to be fond of Raz Maria, so there's no problem. The pregnant Kudal and Koron are also spending their time leisurely there. The two of them are moving around after overcoming the early pregnancy illness, so it was hard to make them not do something vigorous. Raz Maria managed to stop them. They have been with Gran Maria for a very long time, so they are also close to Raz Maria. Did they expect this to happen? Is that why they left Raz Maria here? I have to thank the three for that. It seems like Tyr, Aurora, and Kirbit often visit Raz Maria. It looks like they are discussing problems that only angels experience. I'm worried about what they are talking about, but I'll refrain from listening. There are problems that only angels experience. For example, wings itch when they are flying. How can they gracefully scratch their wings? No, I think they are talking about something deeper than that. Maybe. Recently, Lou is often discussing something with the Demon King and Beazle. I thought it was about Ursa and the others, but it seems like they're talking about something different. They are talking about opening new businesses, economy, and logistics. According to Lou, what they are talking about doesn't have that much impact on the village, so I did not listen. She'll summarize it for me later after all. Other than that, I'm more interested in the letters that Ursa and the others sent to us that Beazle brought. Zabuton is already waiting for me to read them with her. Ha ha ha. I also want to read it immediately. I give them a large amount of paper and ink in order for them to be able to write to us in detail. Also, they will be sending us letters at a steady pace, which is once every 5 days. This time, we received letters from Ursa, Alfred, Tysel, and Earth. Let's read Ursa's letter first. There seems to be no problem with her school life. Gal and the others have already prepared things for them, so there's no inconvenience. Her new friends have increased, but it looks like she's a little bored. She also wants to register in the Adventurers Guild, but is that okay? Zabuton, who's reading the letter with me, said that it's okay, so I guess I'll reply okay. This letter is so Ursa-like. I'll give it to Hakurin later. Next is Alfred's letter. He wrote that every day is fun with new discoveries. That's it. Also, my son, don't you think it would be much better if you wrote more? No, wait. Isn't this the content of his last letter? Zabuton quickly brought the last letter. Yeah, he just changed the wording, but the content is the same. Is he not aware of what he's doing? He's right in not making unnecessary stories, but he should be able to create a simple letter. I'll give this to Lou later. Next is Tysel's letter. This is Tysel's first letter. I wonder what she wrote? This is not a letter but a report about the Demon King's Kingdom. Organization, chart of the Demon King's Kingdom, human relations, movement of funds. How did she find out? HNN, she got acquainted with a merchant. I see. Even if she got acquainted with a merchant, this is too detailed information. Is she okay? That merchant is not a strange man, is he? Woman, good. No, that's not good. Michael-san's acquaintance? I guess it's okay. When I meet Michael-san, I'll talk to him in detail. She did not write any closing. There's more. Malbit and the others went to school. It looks like they stopped by on their way home to check how they are doing. That's a little sly since I also want to know how they are doing there. For the time being, Tysel's letter, no, this is useful since it is detailed, right? Yeah. Let's just reply while saying not to cause that merchant she got acquainted with trouble. I'll give this letter to Tyr later. Last is Earth's letter. He opened a store in the city and requested some coffee beans and tea leaves. No, I don't mind if he started a business, but is Ursa okay? When it was decided that Ursa is going to school, you strongly wanted to accompany her since you wanted to stay by her side, right? The answer to my question was also written. Asa and Medora are reliable, so everything will be okay. He wrote that he wants to help Ursa by doing something himself, and that's by starting a business? Okay. He wrote that the coffee beans and tea leaves don't need to be of very high quality. Is he holding back? We are increasing their production since they are necessary for the store in Village 5, so there's no problem even if I send him the best quality. But that's what he requested, so let's send him some second-class products. I'll send him funds too. If he has enough money, the trouble he'll encounter will be minimized. Zabuton said that I should send seasonings too, so I'll prepare it. I feel bad for Beazle since he's the one who's going to bring them all. If he can't, I'll ask Ancestor-san. I haven't seen Ancestor-san recently. He seems busy. I heard why. It has something to do with the flying whales that doors and the others subjugated. Because of those, it seems like various disasters struck several places. The scale of the disaster is minimal because they exterminated them quickly, but it seems like there were too many of them. Local churches are providing relief and rescue operations. Ancestor-san is not making a move himself, but it seems like he's packing goods in the church headquarters. Next time Ancestor-san comes, let's give him a reward for his hard work. For the time being, I can only ask Beazle. Of course, I will compensate him accordingly. Let's keep Earth's letter in Ursa's room. Spiderling. Are you going to step on me? Goat. There's no way in hell I'm going to do something that dangerous. Chapter 528. Life in the capital, Alfred. My name is Alfred Machio, one of the sons of the village chief of Big Tree Village. Since I am the firstborn, Our mothers are always telling me that I'll follow my father's footsteps and become village chief in the future. That's why I'm studying and working hard. But honestly, I thought it was impossible. Why? I don't think I can do what my father can do. For example, plow a vast field in a day, make something amazing, defeat a grappler bear in one blow, throw a spear to destroy a castle in a very distant place, or calm the angry mother-Lu. I don't think I can do those. The only things I can do are take care of animals and mediate the quarrels between Kuros. However, unlike father, I'm a bit inferior. I think the only thing I can win against my father is fishing. I'm definitely better than father in fishing. However, it would be impossible for me to become the village chief just because of that. Father told me that there's no need for me to force myself to follow his footsteps and become a village chief. At first, I thought he had given up on me, but I was wrong. There are different kinds of jobs in this world. That means I can look for what I'm good at and choose it myself. I'm still 10 years old. It seems like it's still too early to determine if I'll be the next village chief. However, if I still want to become a village chief after seeing various jobs and thinking over it, Father said that he'll support me. Also, he said that I don't even need to imitate him to become a village chief. If there are 100 people in the world, it seems like the way to become a village chief is just as much. I gained a lot of courage. I don't know if I'll become a village chief, but I'll do my best. And now, we're going to attend the school in the Demon King's kingdom. Father said that he wants the children of the village to learn by seeing places other than the village. I think it's a good opportunity for me to see various types of jobs. Going there with me are Rani, little sister Tysel, Clay Doll Earth, Village 4's Asa, who is managing the teleportation gate at the hot spring area until a while ago, and the impure dragon Metora. Rain and Tysel will go to school like me to study. Earth, Asa, and Metora are supposed to take care of our daily lives, but Metora is the only one attending to us. Metora is taking care of our daily lives alone. I thought she's having a hard time, so I tried doing several things alone, but I gave up because Metora looks lonely. I can wear my clothes by myself now, though. There's no major problem in our school life. Gal-Annie, no, Gal-sensei. It was because everything was already prepared by Gal-sensei's group for us in advance. In particular, I get along with the students who are taking the class of Gal-sensei's group. At the welcome party on our first day, I brought out all the 30 Stalin cakes I brought to school. I originally wanted to enjoy them little by little, so it's a shame. I'll just tell Father to send more. Annie has no problem too. She's enjoying her leisure school life with her new friends. Tysel seems a bit dissatisfied. It looks like she's interested in the faction struggle at school. However, the group we belong to now, the group that takes Gal-sensei group's class, is the biggest faction in school. We don't have to deal with the faction struggle since we're already in the biggest faction as soon as we were admitted. Moreover, our faction is at the upper end, and that is what dissatisfies her. Does she really want to join the faction battle that much? For now, the number 2 force got involved with Rani, but no duel happened. It seems like there are things they need to prepare first before proceeding with a duel. Tysel got even more frustrated because she never got her turn. However, she's been in a good mood lately. It looks like she became acquainted with a merchant. That person is not someone who goes to school, but since Tysel is happy, I guess it's okay. Today is also a peaceful day, or so I thought since a problem occurred. The number 2 force found a helper to help them with the duel. Tysel is not here. My little sister's luck can't be this bad. No, I'm the one who's out of luck. HNN. The number 2 force's helper was thinking of challenging Rani to a one-on-one battle. Rani, don't look at me with sparkling eyes. It's useless. No, it was us who they challenged. I have to negotiate properly. Yeah, I won't just accept the things as they are. I know. Yes, I'm expecting this negotiation to be troublesome. I would like to make some adjustments to make the duel fair. That's what I said. The other party replied saying that's what they want. Great. That means no one will die in this duel. For the time being, I'll chain up Rani. Rani can use swords in both hands, but her right hand is her dominant hand. So I chained up her right hand. She'll be holding a sword with her left hand. Let us not use swords. Let's use wooden sticks instead of swords in this duel. I think it is also necessary to put some weights on her feet. Because of that, I put her feet together and tie them to a rock. Is this enough? When I was staring at Ranny who I chained up, Uncle Glatz was already beside me. She can still move. If this is not enough, how are we going to seal her movement? Can we still do anything else? Rather than weakening Ursa, let's move to strengthening her opponent. Uncle Glatz gave them equipments used by the army. Now, he's heavily armed. Can he still move? Ah, you will strengthen him with magic. I see. While I was praising his brilliant plan, Uncle Glatz came to me with a troubled expression. That man, he still can't fully control his body after being strengthened by magic. It will take time before he'll get used to it. Can you delay the duel for about half a year? But they were the ones who challenged us. I see. However, if you can you only use half of your power? When Uncle Glatz and I were troubled, Uncle Beazle came. That shouldn't be a problem. Uncle Beazle took the wooden stick from Ranny and gave her a straw. If you attack the opponent using anything other than that straw, it will be your loss. I see. With that, she won't be able to attack using her hair or clothes, as expected of Uncle Beazle. With this, everything's ready. Now, let's start the duel. When I was thinking that, the opponent cried and collapsed. What happened? No, even if you talk about pride, this is troublesome. We have to do all of this to prevent your death. Ranny can still do so. For example, sticking that straw in your nostril. I think she won't use it to your eyes, though. That's what I want to believe. If I blindfolded Ranny, can we still continue the duel? In the end, the duel was washed out. Good. However, Ranny's mood worsened because she wanted to fight. Also, my reputation took a hit because I tied up Ranny. It was a hard hit. At a later date. It turns out the number 2 force made that commotion for a reason. They wanted to eat Stalin. Because of that, I no longer waited for father to send it to me. We made it all together. The taste was not good, but it was fun. After that, the biggest faction absorbed the second largest faction. The school is peaceful. Chapter 529. Life in the capital, Tysel departure. My name is Tysel Mashio, one of the daughters of the village chief of Big Tree Village. The heir is Alani, so I'm in a very free position. However, when I said that I'll just live a leisurely life, my mother got angry. Because of that, I'm doing what I can to support Alani. Ma, most of my efforts will just be wasted. We're still too young. Also, my idea as a 10 years old is a little ahead of my father's. Occasionally, my idea is diagonal compared to his. Most of the time, the opposite, but father is truly amazing. Now, we are going to the royal capital of the Demon King's kingdom. Our objective is to go to school. Honestly speaking, there's nothing to learn. Father said that making friends was important, but those friends were also prepared by Galani's group. Disappointing. I was expecting a faction struggle like dancing over blood and boiling meat of the enemies, but none of that happened. It's because the faction that Galani's group has prepared is the school's biggest faction. When we enrolled, we automatically belonged to the biggest faction. I expected a lot from the number 2 faction, but they were easily repulsed by Ranny. They're useless. Why are they targeting Ranny? If you want to target us, no matter how you plan your offense, the target should be me, right? Putting Ranny, Alani, and me side by side, I look the weakest. Why didn't you target me who looks weak and target Ranny? I can't take it anymore. Considering the school system and the life of demons, it shouldn't be strange if there are powerful students. Thinking about it, Mother Frau took those promising individuals and brought them to the village. They are the demoness aunties called the civil servant girls. After that, Aunt Yuri took the talented demoness out again. There are only a few promising demons that remained, and they became Galanis and the others' wives. Are. All those promising demons that were pulled out or became wives are demoness, right? That means there should be promising demons left. However, why can't I find any? There's no way a powerful man won't be caught up by my search. But it is also possible. When I thought of that, I asked one of the students from Galani's class. There are many women who move behind the scenes or conspire. Men are often the type who attacks without thinking. Those who attack without thinking are already educated by Gal Sensei's group in advance, ahahaha. In fact, I was also one of those who attack without thinking, but now, I'm farming while thinking before doing anything. Do you want some radish? The school no longer has what I want. I clearly understand it now. We live in a house built inside the campus. It is a 2-story house built by the craftsmen of the royal capital. Galani, no, Gal-sensei's group prepared them for us in advance. It is very small compared to our house in the village, but it is nice because the rooms are close to the dining area, and the dining area is really close to the entrance. There are 6 of us living here: Urani, Alani, Earth, Asa, and Metora. On the first floor, there's a kitchen, dining room, bath, and toilet. The dining room also serves as a living room. The second floor is all private rooms. The private rooms are so small that you can only put a bed and a table. The walls are thick so you won't hear anything from the next room. Taisel, let's eat. Like I was saying, it's easy to communicate with each other in this house. After eating, I laid out my course of action. If I can't find it in school, I have no choice but to look outside school. The royal capital of the Demon King's kingdom. I can expect a lot from it. When I tried to leave with enthusiasm, I was stopped by Asa. "Oh no, Asa, why did you grapple and pin me down on the floor? It doesn't hurt, but if I move, it will hurt, right? And what stop resisting are you saying to a little girl? If someone sees us, they'll surely say that what's happening is nothing but a little girl being abused." "Asa, what did Taisel do again?" "Taisel, don't cause Asa too much trouble. Ursa, Alfred, and Taisel." Urani, Alani, you're terrible." Asa is a resident of Village 4. He had been in charge of managing the teleportation gate in the hot spring area for a long time, but he was chosen as one of our companions. I don't think it was planned, but the one in charge of Urani is Earth, and Metora is taking care of Alani. In other words, Asa is in charge of me. I see. It was my mistake to ignore Asa before moving out. I have to explain it properly. I thought of making friends in the royal capital. You can't. I already explained my purpose, but it was rejected. Why? Of course you can't. You can't, all right. Urani, Alani, can you shut up for a moment? Ada. You don't have to say anything else. It will surely be not anything good. I don't think Asa and I have been associated with each other for a long time, so I don't know why he has the "I know what you'll do" expression. Also, can you stop grappling me? That only means it is easy to grasp your intention even though we have only been associated for a short time. Please, just go to school obediently. Also, when you're going to school, you shouldn't do anything underhanded to settle the situation no matter what. I won't release you until you say yes. Yufufufo. If that is the case, it can't be helped. My last resort. I command you as the daughter of the village chief of Big Tree Village. Asa, set me free. It's taboo to us brothers and sisters to order someone using our position as the village chief's children. It's because father hates that kind of thing. However, I can't choose the means now. For freedom, I command you as the son of the village chief of Big Tree Village. Asa, hold Taisel down. Alani. After a very, very long negotiation, I won my privilege to go out of school. I did my best, I really did. There's a rope wrapped around my waist. Am I a baby or something? The end of the rope is held by Asa. On top of that, I can only move by being held by Asa. I'm not allowed to walk on my own feet or fly. There's no freedom. Isn't this the human rights violation that father was saying? I don't really understand what human rights mean. Moreover, since Asa can't move freely because of this arrangement, Earth was lent out by Urani. Earth has the look of despair, but it was because he would leave Urani's side. It's not because he's with me, right? Asa and Earth are dressed as butlers. I wonder if I look like an Ajao-sama walking around with 2 butlers. In any case, I'm finally moving around the capital just like I want. Tied up, then something happened. There are 5 thugs. As expected of the capital. However, Earth, isn't it a bad move to suddenly beat them down? We have to listen to what they have to say first. No need, I see. The thugs have withdrawn, they're gutless. Asa, Earth, what are you doing? Chase them. Taisel-sama, we don't have to do that, do we? Asa disagrees, but Earth agrees. How naive, but this is what I'm looking for. Don't you remember what the thug has said before he ran away? It was, remember this, right? Right, correct. What about it? Lacking in brain department, huh? Remember this means, I'll definitely take revenge, so remember this. Or is it my misunderstanding? No way that's true. There's no way they'll say, I'll go to you to apologize later, so remember this for appropriate compensation. I feel like it's impossible for them to say that. It is so wrong to let someone who'll say they'll get revenge go. Moreover, their revenge target won't always be us. Urani, Alani, and even the villagers, there are a lot of targets. They agreed with what I said and started running. That's good. Their expressions have changed too. They have the eye of someone who'll eliminate the enemy of the village. Taisel-sama will chase them, but do you know what we should do next? Do you have a method to deal with them that village chief won't dislike? It's okay. If you keep hitting them, someone will eventually call the one we can talk to. It would be great if that's the case. They are heading to, is that their hideout? Earth, make one of them ready to speak. As you wish. Thus, our debut in the royal capital begins. I wonder if there's someone who can enjoy being behind the scenes and conspiring with me. This is so much fun. Author's note, Taisel's story began before Alfred's. Chapter 530. Life in the capital, Earth. My name is Earth. A clay doll made by Ghost King Sama. Though the Ghost King Sama has transformed to Ursa-sama, my loyalty doesn't change. I will give all of my life for Ursa-sama. That is my reason for living and my mission. Earth, I want you to support Taisel today. Even though Ursa-sama only said it once, it resonated in my ears. That's why I'm walking around the royal capital with Taisel-sama and Asa. If I really have to walk around the capital, I would prefer being with Ursa-sama. No, I'm not dissatisfied with Taisel-sama. However, my loyalty is with thugs suddenly appeared. Strange Desu ni. It is only me, Asa, and Taisel-sama. Why are they targeting us? Did they think we're good targets because of our clothes? In any case, just beat them. There are 5 opponents. It will be troublesome if I make them faint, so I'll only hurt them. I remember this. What a corny parting line to sue. That's what I thought, but Taisel-sama doesn't think so. Remember this means, I'll definitely take revenge, so remember this. I was shocked. She's certainly correct. That's exactly what it means. And the other party dare said that. It means they'll truly hunt us for revenge. That awakens me. It means that they are enemies that need to be annihilated. Hurting them is not enough. They should be killed. But if I kill them, the number of people who praise Ursa-sama will decrease. Let them live and convert. Let them glorify Ursa-sama. The escaped thugs entered a suspicious building in the back alley. Though I saw them, I don't want to enter because that place doesn't look like it has been cleaned. However, we can't let those thugs escape, so I rush in. Taisel-sama said that it is enough to leave one of them conscious, so I will not hesitate to knock them out. There are around 20 of them, but they're not my opponents. I'm strong enough to hunt rabbits in the forest after obtaining a magic clay body created by Lu-sama. It was over in a few minutes. As Taisel-sama requested, I kept one of them awake. PPL, please forgive me. I chose the most powerful one in this place, but did I made a mistake? He's desperately apologizing. What should I do? Since it has come to this, I'll leave the judgment to Taisel-sama. Earth, how can you be so half-hearted? Half-hearted? What part? I don't understand what she's saying, so I continue to listen obediently. That man, his right leg is broken, but his left leg is still fine. Ah, I see. But wouldn't that make an imbalance, since both of his arms are okay? Of course, that's why he'll break both his arms too. I was about to do it, but Asa stopped me. Now, if he's being cooperative, then there's no need to hurt him anymore, right? Asa, you're so naive. Overly naive. Even if he's like that now, he'll always have a deep grudge that he'll release later. We have to be thorough. We have to make sure he'll never have the idea of going against us ever again. I agree with her, Desu. Wasn't the conversation too good? He answered all of our questions without hesitation. I'll spare you from breaking your bones. Now there's a problem. These thugs did not target us by chance, but they were asked by someone to target us. He said it was a man who calls himself Tony. Well, it could be a fake name. It looks like they took it because they were given an advance payment of a reasonable amount. So that's how it is. I see. It is clearly an enemy that can't be left alone. Taisel-sama, don't be so happy. No, I'm glad that we found out an existence that is hostile to us too. Understood. Let's find that man who calls himself Tony. Yeah, it will be annoying if he hires other thugs to do the same thing again. But how do we find him? As we heard, the way he contacts the thugs is one-sided. It's okay. Taisel-sama, do you have any idea how to? There's already a lead. Someone's peeking through the window, and he ran away. It might be a trap, but we still chased him. It was Taisel-sama's decision. Is that escaping guy the man who calls himself Tony, or just a liaison? Let's name him Suspicious Man A for now. I'll be able to catch up with Suspicious Man A if I run with all my might, but we only followed him as instructed by Taisel-sama. We made it look like we lost him. And I secretly tracked him. I'm not really good at tracking, but this is much easier compared to tracking Ursa-sama. Suspicious Man A entered 2 buildings before going to a certain ruin. That ruin looks suspicious. In addition, the ruins look like there's a basement in it. I used the stairs to go down. Asa and Taisel-sama have not arrived yet. What should I do? If there's another exit underground, I will probably lose Suspicious Man A. It would be great if Suspicious Man A's companions are here Desu. Let's just go down. I left a message for Asa and Taisel-sama and headed underground. To think you'd really follow me here, idiot. Suspicious Man A was waiting for me in the large space of the basement. He knows that I'm tracking him. I should reflect. And Suspicious Man A transformed. I see, so Suspicious Man A was neither a human nor a demon. Undead. An undead called Lich. Suspicious Man A snaps his bony fingers and summons skeletons in the basement. It shouldn't be 100, but it would be more than 50. The large space suddenly becomes narrow. My name is Tony Armage, one of the subordinates of the Ghost King, and the one who'll bring your death. Ah, so Tony is really his real name? That's disappointing. And he's a subordinate of the Ghost King. Ghost King. I see, you're a colleague. My apologies. I never thought that I'd be able to meet a colleague in a place like this. If he told me that earlier, I wouldn't follow him in the first place. And I even did something bad to the thugs he hired. I don't know what's your purpose, but I'm sorry. See, colleague. He didn't get it? Ah, excuse me, I haven't introduced myself. A subordinate of the Ghost King. My name is Earth. I was digging a tunnel in the west before. Tunnel? Yes. Didn't you participate in the tunnel digging before? Well, you can say that I'm in a field supervision position. What the heck are you saying? There is no way the Ghost King will order something like that. You don't know anything about the tunnel. No. Die. Ah, I see. It's a trick. Ghost King Sama is famous after all. I see. I'll kill you. I'm currently waiting for Asa and Taisel-sama while cleaning down the ruins. The magic circle is cleverly hidden in the basement. I guess he was able to summon a large number of skeletons using it. It's a simple thing. I'll break it. He can't even summon skeletons without using something like this. I can. Though I did not do so because they are not suitable for digging tunnels. But what should I do now? Before I could hear why Tony was targeting us, I already extinguished him. I hope I can find something in this basement, though that's very unlikely. If Asa and Taisel-sama arrive before I could think of something, they'll be mad. HNN? Someone's invading the ruins. It's not Asa and Taisel-sama. There are a lot of them. 20, 21, no, 22 people. Their formation is not that much. Their equipments are broken things, but their individual skills are not bad. The division of roles is well done too. In other words, adventurers. Finally found you, subordinate of the Ghost King. Well, I'm certainly a subordinate of the Ghost King, but what you're looking for is not me, right? What should I do? Chapter 531. Life in the Capital, Asa. My name is Asa Fuguma. I'm one of the Mercuries made to operate the Sun Castle. As for what a Mercury is, it's kind of complicated, so I'll have to refrain from talking about it. What matters is my role. I was expected to work as an assistant to the Lord of the Castle in terms of his private life. In short, a butler. I'm proud to say that I have specialized abilities as a butler. Now Earth Dono, how did this happen? I'm speaking with Earth Dono, who's in Seiza in front of me. He's an excellent colleague, and according to my assessment, he is a very reliable butler like me. I recalled the scene I and Taisel-sama saw as soon as we arrived at the basement of the ruin. There are more than 20 unconscious adventurers, and Earth Dono is at the center of that. They dare to interfere badmouth the Ghost King Sama with only this much ability. When they start badmouthing Ghost King Sama, I snapped. There is nothing to not understand. I will do the same if someone badmouths the Sun Castle. Yeah, I'll blow them up with all my might. Thinking about it, Earth Dono is great since he did not kill them. They just fainted. His self-control is wonderful. But what do we do now? When I was troubled about it, Taisel-sama, who I have been carrying in my arms, spoke. Let's get Galne's group involved. We have received reports that Gal-sama's group has a good reputation in the Adventurers Guild, in the royal capital. But if we get them involved, wouldn't that make things bigger? It is already big. If we can't get things here under control, we'll be in trouble. Certainly. Earth, Tony is a lich, and he claimed to be a subordinate of the Ghost King, right? Why, yes. However, he's lying and I'm certain of it. I don't care if he's lying or not because this time, it doesn't matter. It matters. It doesn't, for the time being, Earth, go and get Galani's group here. As you wish. After a while, Earth Dono brought Gal-sama, Sil-sama, and Bron-sama back. After a short conversation with Taisel-sama, they immediately consented. I can feel their deep trust. No, it looks more like they gave up. Gal-sama's group is moving quickly to prepare. I'm sorry. I'm carrying Taisel-sama, so I can't help you. Earth Dono will do his best to help you instead. I'm alive. The first adventurer woke up. Since you woke up, maybe you can come here. Gal-sama, who spoke to the adventurer who just woke up, sat down on a chair and threw a board for notes at the table in front of him. Did you not understand? Do you know where you are lacking? And asks questions one after another. The adventurer who just woke up looks around confused. Then he realized. Standing behind Gal-sama is Earth Dono. Why it's the subordinate of the Ghost King. The adventurer that just woke up quickly pulled out his sword, but Gal-sama and Earth Dono did not move. On the other hand, he sighed and spoke. He's the examiner I've prepared. Examiner. That's right. This quest is basically a test to check the ability of adventurers. If you think about it, you should have thought that there are various holes in this quest, right? Exam. Do you get it now? Yeah. There are certainly a lot of weird things. Earth Dono's rampage was solved by saying that it's an exam for the adventurers. It was Taisel-sama's proposal. I thought it was absurd, but it's unbelievably effective. Why are you doing this? Why? We were just asked to test the adventurers too. You can rest assured that our client is not a suspicious person. He is an honorable man. I'm sure you know Count Chrome. That's Taisel-sama for you to sue Yoni. Is that so? Given this situation, it looks like we failed. What will happen to the reward? Ado, what kind of reward was promised? 5 silver coins per person as advance payment and 25 silver coins per person after the completion. How will you receive it? It has been arranged to be received in the Adventurers Guild. Well, you defeated the subordinate of the Ghost King, so you'll receive the reward in the Adventurers Guild. Is that okay? It's okay. We've caused you a lot of trouble. However, I would like you to wait for the other members to wake up and help me explain the situation to them. Okay. By the way, Sil-sama and Bron-sama are not here. Sil-sama went to investigate the place that we attacked a while ago. It seems like they are ordinary thugs that the lich who calls himself Tony hired, so they don't know why they targeted Taisel-sama. But we can never be too sure. It would have been good if Tony was alive, but I will not blame Earth Dono. Taisel-sama is more than enough for Earth Dono. As for Bron-sama, he went to tell the Adventurers Guild what happened. Of course, not the lie about the exam, but the truth. It is strange that a lich who claims to be a subordinate of the Ghost King is in the royal capital. I also agreed with reporting it honestly. It won't do us any good to hide a big conspiracy with our bad lies. We found a lich who claims to be a subordinate of the Ghost King and annihilated him. Since adventurers suddenly came out after that, we tested them a little. Please take care of it. Well, the situation changed a little, but it's not basically all lies, so it's okay. Right, that night, Gal-sama, Sil-sama, and Bron-sama have gathered in the Adventurers Guild, in a private room that is. Of course, Taisel-sama, Earth Dono, and me are there too. It was the Dalfon Company that hired those adventurers that tried to attack the Ghost King subordinate. The one who reported that is Gal-sama. The information where the Ghost King subordinate was and the reward for the extermination quest was from a person related to the Dalfon Company. Though it is not directly from the Dalfon Company, it is suspicious. The people who targeted you earlier, they are called Alishid Group, but they didn't know that Tony was a lich. They were not only trying to get rid of Taisel, but Alfred and Ursa are also their targets. I don't know if it has something to do with them, but this Alishid Group is the Dalfon Company's dog that works behind the scenes. That was Sil-sama's report, so that's how it is. They are already stupid for targeting Taisel-sama, but to think that they also target Alfred-sama and Ursa-sama. Earth Dono, Calm down, you are overflowing with bloodlust. Even if they target Ursa-sama, she would be fine. Sil-sama would leave them unattended after they confess that. Everyone, I apologize for not maintaining balance. Asado, you have the face of wanting to deal with them yourself. The last one to report is me. After reporting it to the Adventurers Guild, the Dalfon Company immediately initiated a contact. There's this invitation. Bron-sama showed us a piece of parchment. Everyone's face is unsightly aside from Taisel-sama. The invitation was addressed to Taisel-sama after all. Asa, how long will it take you to prepare my dress? Immediately, since I've already prepared all those clothes made by Zabuton Dono together with your uniform. Are you going? Can't I? I think it is better to think about it a little more. I've already done that. Also, I can tell from the smell of the ink of this invitation that it was written in a hurry. Bron Annie, how long has it been since you received this? Just before we gather here. Around 30 minutes ago. In other words, we still don't know whether it is an enemy or an ally, but we know that this person from Dalfon Company got impatient. The time the other party can prepare is also the same amount of time as we do. Since I have an invitation, I have to go. Fortunately, there's no time limit on this invitation. Certainly, the invitation only says that Taisel-sama is invited to the Dalfon Company. However, using common sense, it should be another day. It's already evening after all. You're going there this night, are you? Of course. Galani, Silani, and Bronani, do you mind escorting me? Hearing that not just you, but also Alfred and Ursa are being targeted, there's no way we'll say no. I would have preferred if you say you are worried about your cute little sister. Taisel-sama, please stop poking Gal-sama's cheek. He'll get angry. Earth, you'll escort me in the dark. Once I give the signal, it will be your turn to be the villain. As you wish. Earth Dono bowed his head carefully. Once Taisel-sama gives him a signal, he'll probably break in and destroy anything on sight. However, that will make him unable to walk through the royal capital, right? Well, it's someone that's targeting Ursa-sama, so it can't be helped, but, right, he can easily change the way he looks anytime he wants. I see. He should change his face as soon as we start. Asa, you'll accompany me as my butler. I expect you to do it perfectly. What's wrong? No, I understand. Please leave it to me. Good. Then, can you remove this rope tied on my waist? Unfortunately, Alfred-sama and Ursa-sama strictly told me not to. Please forgive me. Asa, you're in charge of me. You should listen to me. Yes, I'm in charge of Taisel-sama. That's why you are tied to me. Thank you for your words of encouragement, Gal-sama, Sil-sama, and Bron-sama. No, this is part of my job. Let's prepare to leave. Chapter 532. Life in the Capital, Taisel Negotiation. The Dalfon Company is the best business company in the entire Demon King's kingdom, and it is not self-proclaimed. Everyone recognizes that as a fact too. However, this company was only founded 200 years ago. It was during that time when farm products, including dungeon potatoes, were hit by a plague that spread through the world. In order to survive the global food shortage, 23 companies of the Demon King's kingdom merged into one. It was the Dalfon Company. Since then, it became the main food producer and price adjuster of the Demon King's kingdom. It seems like the Demon King's kingdom managed to overcome the famine caused by the plague of fairy wheat 20 years ago because of the Dalfon Company. The Dalfon Company's operations are decided by a board of 17 people who are called candidates. Those 17 candidates are descendants or successors of the representatives of the previous companies before they united. Well, some of them are still the original representatives of those companies. Even though there were 23 companies that participated in the merger, there are only 17 candidates in total. There are various reasons for that. If I have time, I'll tell you the details, but it's already too late. It is one of the candidates of the Dalfon Company who gave me that invitation, Ridley Baker Macker. I'm really sorry for that thing earlier. The plump auntie, who looks around 40 years old, apologizes to me. But I seem to have heard something. That thing. She's saying that she doesn't have anything to do with most of what happened earlier. That's what she means to tell me, though I don't know which part she is apologizing for. There were too many things that the Dalfon Company had done. What had the Dalfon Company done? 1. They had a lich called Tony in the basement of a certain place in the royal capital. 2. They used Tony to target me, Ernie, and Alnai. 3. They tried to destroy Tony using adventurers. 4. They attacked us when we entered the building of the Dalfun Company. 5. When she saw me tied up, she burst into laughter. Yeah, that last one is especially unforgivable. You will have to apologize to me thoroughly. Do you know our company? I'm only one of the candidates, not the representative. I know. A candidate may participate in a board meeting and give an opinion, but never the final say. The only one who can do that is the person selected from the 17 candidates, which is basically their representative. The term of office is 5 years. It seems like there's a rule that you can't become the representative in succession, and once you become a representative, you can't become a representative again for the next 30 years. This time, I only invited you. Are you? Yes, the one who's keeping that lich is Jiling. The one who asked the lich to kidnap you was Maskund. It was Raisin who hired adventurers to try to dispose of that lich. It was Lulusa who attacked you in this mansion. Those have nothing to do with me. You were the one who laughed at me. I'm sorry about that. I was just surprised seeing you tied up, cuck. Doing it again, I'm really sorry. Etho, it really has nothing to do with me, but I apologize because the one who did those are from the Dalfun Company, which I'm a member of. And Jiling was already caught. He'll probably be going to stay in the castle tomorrow. As for Maskund, he was against the backstreet cleaning, so I think it's his way of harassing Count Chrome. Harassing? Right, I think the reason he used the lich was to ensure the firepower of the team. But don't worry, we got Maskund too. Why try to dispose of the lich then? The timing was completely wrong. Raisin doesn't know about you. He thought that the lich will be a fatal wound to the Dalfun Company, so he tried to crush it. I see. What about Lulusa? Should be lying down there, Are. When we entered the building, we were immediately attacked by 24 of armed men, but were they cleaned up already? That's not it. They are already standing and are in good spirits. They are even laughing. What's so funny? Idiots, when you took your time, your luck has already run out. Our strongest force has arrived. 3 shadows broke into the mansion. Fierce Tiger Demon King Army No. 3, Ojas of the right. Fierce Tiger Demon King Army No. 4, Hayfricto of the center. Fierce Tiger Demon King Army No. 5, Kihatroy of the left Desu. Fuahaha, go. Defeat the intruders. They are faces I knew. I'm sorry, we were only hired with money. We didn't even hear what we are going to do. It's all that guy's fault. The 3 faces I knew betrayed Lulusa the same time they saw me. That's great, but is that okay? You didn't even hesitate to betray that guy. No, if you guys are okay with it, I guess there's no problem. I left the 3 alone and had Galani take care of Lulusa and his men. Lulusa is only trying to protect the Dalfun Company. He's not going to hurt you also. You received my invitation, but you jumped over the fence to get in, and it's already night, so they might have thought you're attacking. If I go in the front door with just the invitation, I guess you're just going to drive me away. Right. It is certainly my fault for not indicating the time for our meetup, but there's no way I'll expect you to come immediately after receiving the invitation. Then, let's offset us jumping over the fence with that mistake of yours. Ridley-san, have you ever thought of becoming the representative of the Dalfun Company? No, I haven't, but... Is that so? The number of candidates will decrease because of what happened today, and the representative will resign. You'll do it, right? Or is he the sticky type? I don't think he's that sticky, but... Ma, this time, the representative is not involved in any of this, right? Are you saying that all of these are the candidates' will? I think so. Then, let's say that the representative was pulling strings behind the scenes and drive him away. After that, Ridley-san can be the representative of the Dalfun Company, and you'll try to do things for me after. Wait, no. Please wait. What's wrong? The current representative has always been excellent, so it will be hard to drive him away. But this time, if someone doesn't take responsibility, I think Uncle Demon King and Uncle Beazle will find you trouble. But aren't Jiling and Maskund the ones who should take responsibility? Cutting off 2 candidates to protect the company, isn't that a wonderful move? Don't you think it is normal to exterminate as many evil candidates as you can? If you really care about the company's future, the representative must resign and a new leader must be born. Why, you might be right, but the current representative is really top-notch. In addition, he has left the royal capital a few months ago, so it is impossible to make him take the responsibility. Why is the representative himself not in the royal capital? In the last few years, the Goron Company, which is based in Shashato City, has gained momentum. Because of that, the food production and price adjustment in the kingdom that the Dalfon Company is responsible for has become unstable. He went there to ask for cooperation. He went to Shashato City. Yeah. Is your request for cooperation going well? It looks like it doesn't since it has been a long time since he went there, right? Ma, it is similar to telling the Goron Company to throw away any food-related profit they earn, so it's natural that it won't go well. This is something that involves the whole kingdom. Isn't this the scene where Uncle Randon gets involved, and not the representative of the Dalfon Company? Ah no, that Uncle Randon you're talking about. Is it Randon-sama of the Four Heavenly Kings? According to the information I have, Taisel-sama is close with the Demon King-sama, Count Chrome, the Magnificent Gaul-sama, Sil-sama, and Bronze-sama. Are you also close with Randon-sama? That's right. Ah, should I call him Randon-sama instead? And no, please feel free to call him however you wish. Ado, the production and price adjustment of the food of the whole kingdom is something that our company has been responsible for. We can't ask Randon-sama to deal with it. Is that so? I've only heard it now, but since the whole kingdom's welfare is involved, so if Uncle Michael doesn't agree, the kingdom will fall into crisis. Is that right? If the biggest company and their greatest competitor told them that, he will surely resist. In this situation, I think it would be better to ask Uncle Randon to tell Uncle Michael about this matter. No, just to confirm, who is Uncle Michael? Uncle Michael is the president of the Goron Company. Are you close? No, but my dad is. Taisel-sama's father. I heard that he is the village chief of Village 5, so it's true. Yeah, and since Goron Company is making money from Village 5, they are good friends. The Dalfon Company got nothing from there though. Ah, right. Village 5 is near Shashato City, and when the Goron Company has risen, you are no longer able to control the food production and price there. That's right. Shashato City is also a key point and a gateway that connects the capital to the east of the kingdom, so if we can't control that place, it will affect the whole kingdom. As expected, I think it will be easier for you to throw away your pride and ask for Uncle Randon to mediate. Even if I want to, there's no way I can make an appointment with Randon-sama unless I'm the representative. Is that so? Randon-sama is a busy man after all. Okay, then let me tell you this. Uncle Randon will go to my house to eat tomorrow night. They'll come to celebrate our admission. It was a little late though. Ado. Ma, since the problem with the Goron Company will be solved, how about it? Will you be able to be the next representative with that achievement? Even if I became the representative, without taking roots, I'll only make company fall apart. Please spare me. No. End of Volume 11.